Welcome to the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
If you like a lot of wrestling on your YouTube, join our cult.
Hello and welcome to a throbbing, thrilling, wrestling episode of the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast. You're listening to the dulcet tones of Maffew, joined specially by, bloody hell, look who it is, Mr. Adam Pacini.
All right.
And as usual, the wonderful Adam is sat next to the amazing Jack.
That was good, that.
Yeah, it was Ross's birthday, so he's had some time off.
Yeah. Ross is getting a treat by not doing this.
Yeah, it's his day off.
There's loads of good
It's a
stuff to
joke.
talk about.
There certainly
I think it's
is.
been a good week.
It's been a great week of wrestling.
You were saying before we started rolling what a great mood you're in.
I'm in such a great mood.
Tell us more.
Because things look bad in Newcastle and they don't seem as bad as they were.
Yeah.
And that has given me hope. And that's what we
Yeah.
need in the world. It's easy to lose it.
It's been a bit of a ropey week in the UK, but it looks
Certainly
like
has.
things might be swinging back in the other direction.
Exactly. It's good to see that beacon of hope.
Oh, God.
Presented to you around the world by the Wrestling Podcast. That is
We're
us.
the most qualified to talk about it.
Exactly. Jack, how you doing, mate?
I'm not too bad. Yeah, I'm all right. Just been a packed week of wrestling, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
SummerSlam and all the rest. Don't know what else to... How are you?
I'm doing great. I've already been asked the questions. We'll ask Pacini. How are you doing?
I'm really good. I'm in a really good mood this week.
man.
I've got a really long day today because I'm streaming immediately after this. Normally I do Tuesdays, but swap with Sam. I'm doing Thursday. I'm going to play 5 Nights at Freddy's 2, which is exciting, and some Jackbox and stuff like that. It's already happened by the time you watch this. But yeah, I'm in a great mood. I think there's been a lot of good stuff this week, and I've also got Wii Guitar Hero, so I've been playing a lot of Wii Guitar Hero. Somebody, his name was Georgie Boy on Instagram. He messaged and he sent me a guitar because I said I wanted to play band here. Is it band here? No, rock band.
Rock band.
And he sent me his guitar, and then one arrived off eBay as well. So I got Guitar Hero. So I've just been rocking out in the living room, and it's been really, really fun. It's such a fun game.
Turn it vertically to get the boost.
It didn't work. It's got a button on it, and I can't press the button at the same time as I'm strumming.
Right.
So there's a button right below it, and every time that I try and press that button, my mind gets distracted and I miss the next note. But I got 97% on easy mode, but still, I'm not very good at it. But I've got the Beatles Rock Band arriving today.
Nice.
With the drum kit and McCartney's bass and everything. So I'm so excited.
I often wonder, because I remember at school, there was another guy called Jack in my year, but he was like the best guitarist in the year. He was the cooler Jack. But I remember playing Guitar Hero with him once, and it didn't correlate at all. He was terrible at it.
Oh, okay.
Even though he was a good guitarist.
It's more about rhythm, isn't it?
Maybe
I guess.
drummers are better at... You're a drummer.
No, I'm not really a drummer.
You used to be?
I was bad. I was very, very bad. But yeah, I did play drums at the Isle of Wight Festival supporting the Rolling Stones on a different stage and day. But
Still counts.
Yeah.
You reminded me now after saying this, not only just the how popular that was at one time, the Rock Band Guitar Hero fever that hit the video game nation all those years ago, but also the backlash between some of the artists who said, yeah, I'll have that. Yeah, you can play my songs in the game as a little avatar of myself. And then bands not being told, wait, I thought I was just playing my song. So you can select me and then sing somebody else's song. And they were not every artist was happy with that.
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen the unlockables because I was playing some, and most of the time you're just like a punk rocker with a big mohawk, big pink mohawk or whatever. And then the next one came on, and it was Today by Smashing Pumpkins. Really great song. And then all of a sudden I was Billy Corgan.
Right.
Yeah, it was cool. But most of them, they don't have it. But
So start booking Tyrus and stuff like that.
I've been really excited. It turns out that both on Rock Band and Guitar Hero, they've got, I think, in my top 3 songs of all time, Jimmy Eat World and Middle.
What a song.
Masterpiece. I watched them
happiest emo
recently.
song ever.
You must like them. That seems like your sort of thing.
I never really... I know the big ones. I know that one, and I know the... Whoa.
Sweetness.
Yeah, and the sad one.
Bleed American?
Hear You Me?
Oh, yeah, that's a good song
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
What about Salt, Sweat, Sugar in my asshole? That's the lyric.
He can still go.
Really?
If you look, he hasn't aged a day. He looks like Ash out of Evil Dead.
Bruce Campbell?
He's a very, very handsome
okay.
man, but he's looked the same for about 20 years.
Ah.
I really want to see him
I thought
live.
only you had that gimmick.
What?
Looking the same for 20 years.
I change my appearance every 2 weeks. I'm
Whatever.
like Chris Jericho.
Should we
mate.
compliment your asshole? Well, that's enough pleb banter for 1 week. Now on the wrestling news, Britt Baker suspended after expressing frustration about MJF and confronting him and Alicia Atout This all becomes a he said, she said BS story, and obviously doesn't mean too much because Baker has been unsuspended, as she appeared on AEW Dynamite, for those watching, which according to the numbers isn't most of you. So this all happened because allegedly, I'm kidding, sometimes I make jokes here on the show, that Britt Baker was expressing her frustration, the fact that, MJF needs, 59 minutes, and we can only get 2? It's something along the lines of that. Alicia lets Max know via text message. MJF finds out, asked to go to the women's locker room, knocks on the door, I imagine, and says, hello.
It later got clarified he didn't barge in. They let him
he
in.
went, hello, is Britt Baker in? And then someone, I'll go for you.
You're role-playing the situation, okay.
That's what we all do, right?
I'll be Britt Baker. Hi there, Max, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, what's good?
Yeah.
Britt Baker goes off Alicia for being a snitch. She accused her of being a snitch, called her a stupid effing person, and she said she was going to get her kicked out of the women's locker room, so on and so forth. MJF went to the locker room, was allegedly him going there, knocking, asking if he could enter, and them saying he could, and that's when he got the locker room. The reason why he was not suspended is because HR had all the details, the information, and the footage, and they looked it all over and says, okay, you're not in the wrong here, you're just coming to your defense of your fiancé.
I didn't know they were engaged.
No,
I didn't know that either.
That's the biggest scoop for me. It's so it's high school drama stuff,
really
isn't it?
is.
We're hearing one retelling of it, which has been fed to the whoever reported this, and I want to know who that is because I think Britt comes across quite poorly in the retelling.
I think a bunch of them look bad. Like MJF, I'll storm there, and like what?
I think
they all don't look good.
It's strange that her. Obviously, this is we've only got a very narrow window of what happened. Obviously, this is all just speculation. But it's weird that she wouldn't. You can't go off on someone in front of their partner and not expect it to get back to them, and then go, "You snitch." And also,
there's an aspect of it. Yeah,
I've seen people say, and I think I agree with it. You can argue certainly that AEW doesn't devote enough time to its women's division, but that's not the fault of MJF or Ospreay.
Yeah.
Tony Khan's the one who books the show.
Why are you talking to them about it, of course, yeah.
Because even if they went to him and went, we want a really long match tonight, he's still the boss. He can still go, no, we want to devote a bit more time to Britt versus Mercedes or whatever. The build towards.
Of course. People going, I wonder where this news story came from. Also, Will Ospreay was the first person to confront Britt Baker, and he just kind of asked her why she was starting issues. So, I don't know who it could have been that went directly to the newsletters and the websites. It could have been anybody in the story at all.
I get your joke, but however, it seems like loads of leaks come out of AEW all the time.
Sloppy shop.
It's like Watergate.
It is like Watergate.
Yeah.
Yes. You're right, Adam. It is quite high school and stuff. But at the same time, God, it's juicy, isn't it?
Yeah, people like it, don't they?
It's getting the clicks. Well. So thanks, AEW. They sold more tickets this week, so well done, lads.
Fair.
Also, MJF punched a wall.
Yes.
I think that needs to be said.
And what was his tweet?
It's the wall, brother.
Another Brit with no balls. Because it was about Ospreay, but he said another Brit. And her name's Britt Baker.
Her name's Brit, isn't it? Remember?
Unrelated, but AEW Rampage drew the new record low viewership because of the Olympics, and AEW Collision drew its lowest ever viewership because it's going against SummerSlam. So expect to see footage of this airing on Dynamite soon.
Honestly, that SummerSlam pre-show, which people seem to think they extended to collide with Collision, there was nothing on it. There was
it's a
nothing.
pre-show. It's the same thing.
I know, but it's 3 hours.
3 hours is a piss take.
Booker T, what do you think? I don't know. I don't watch a show. Thanks, Booker. Just that for like 3 hours.
We sit here and we complain about some of AEW's very long pay-per-views and how maybe some of that stuff doesn't need to be on TV. A 3 hour pre-show with nothing on it is a piss take, and they deserve to be called out for it.
In fairness, though, you don't need to. You know it, though. Take that. Like, you know it's going to be nothing. It's a pre-show.
No, but they used to have.
I haven't been anything in years.
We were saying before we came into the office stuff like maybe there, because it's 3 hours, maybe there will be something on this one. And we were fooled. Yeah, I know.
Won't get fooled.
It had jelly roll.
It had jelly roll.
Jelly roll.
It did have a lot of jelly throughout
jelly.
the whole show. In fact, there was a lot of jelly roll.
Jelly rolls everywhere. Bloody hell.
Yes.
Yeah.
The cold bit of Sainsbury's.
It had like, I realised that we were onto a bad one when it had like the Miz in the crowd like saying happy birthday to kids and stuff, and I was like, oh, they are just filling time there.
Miz talks to kids. What a great segment.
I mean, I hope the kid had a great day. Obviously, I'm not no shade at the child, but
no, all the shade on the child.
Oh right,
get him off.
Oh.
No.
Oh dear.
I'm not a BBC News presenter. Moving on to less problematic people. Tom Campbell to be the play-by-play commentator for World of Sport Wrestling. I gave Tom a big hug today after the thing and said, look, it's good working with you as long as it lasts before I get headhunted by half the country. Bloody hell.
It's obviously we're very biased, but for me, in the UK, there's two top play-by-play guys. I can't separate them, but Tom and Dave Bradshaw, and he deserves it. He's class. Yeah. He's very good at it. You've worked with him. You've been his broadcast partner.
Me and Dave?
No, you and Thomas Campbell.
Yes.
Sorry, it's like we're like 10 minutes in. Sorry.
No, Maffew. Tom, the person who works here. Oh, right, that guy. Yeah, he deserves everything he gets.
Yeah, he does.
I can't wait for him to get even more achievement and success.
Talking about this on the please no. I was talking about it on the live stream, but I've always felt a bit bad for Tom. Because he didn't get to do the WCPW stuff. I know he did one thing. I think it was Hendry on Defiant when it had rebranded. He was just there, and I think they went, "Hey, do you fancy doing this?"
Yeah.
But I feel like Tom would be even further ahead than he is now had he got to experience all the WCPW stuff, because it was big exposure. Lots of people were watching it, and he's always been fantastic. I'm sure he is aware of the improvements that he's made to his commentary. But actually, you listen to early Tom Campbell, what a weird sentence, he's always been brilliant. And had he been a part of that, the WCPW commentary team, I think these opportunities would have come along sooner. But I'm glad that they are, because he deserves it so much.
He's very, not just at the, I mean, that's what he's going to do on World of Sport. But I noticed at the recent North show we went to, at Thunderstruck 2, he was so seamless, because he's got quite a tricky job of like talking to the crowd between matches, and you want to make sure it never drags on or it flows into the next bit. Such a hard thing to do, and he just makes it look very natural.
All that radio experience.
He's a disgustingly talented.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No,
but you are right. When I did commentary with him, it was like going to the skate park and trying to follow Tony Hawk's.
Yeah.
You know, like
Hawks, both of them.
Oh, it's Tony Hawk, isn't it? Bollocks. I'll call him Tony Hawk's. Because it's Tony Hawk's.
Pro skater.
With an apostrophe, Pro Skater. His name's Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
Bollocks.
Yeah.
First name Tony Hawk, surname Pro Skater. Yeah, God. Thank you for that. Here's a proper story. So,
Tom.
Stop it. No, that's not what I meant. But here's one I don't think many people know about. So Conrad Thompson, him off 10,000 podcasts.
Right, this is a proper story, is it?
Oh, you not heard about this, right? So he did on adfreeshows.com a special where he said, hey, do you want to know about the story about me and Ultimate Warrior? And he published a bunch of emails, and it got a lot of backlash because those emails were then presented without context. Just like, here's some dead guy's emails, he. And he went, whoa. So this big tweet going, all right, Warrior tried to sell me a replica belt as the ring-used belt from SummerSlam 90. It wasn't the same belt, clearly. He insisted it was, but the folks who made the belt disagreed. So I, Conrad, pivoted the yellow IC. He said he would sell it to me and sent me a pic. The only trouble is he had already sold the actual ring-used yellow IC years prior to a private collector in Massachusetts. He sent me and that guy the same photo.
And his name is Johnson.
That guy shared a photo of the belt on his shelf next to other ring-used titles. So that's when it became apparent that Warrior didn't actually own the ring-used titles any longer and was instead trying to get me to bring cash to an airport to buy his replicas that he, quote, just found. That's what happened. If he had the Mania 6 set for $90K, a lot of folks would have gotten pictures with him at StarCast. Warrior was my favorite in 1990, but he tried to scam me out of six figures in 2013. That's the context emails being posted. I didn't even tell the story because who cares? I didn't give him the money, so I didn't lose anything other than my time, my respect for him. But I was asked to tell the story in our pre-shows, and I did. So that's why he's doing that. And I had no idea about that story until he's had to come clean about it a bit more detail, because rather than go, hey, click here to see, people just saw a bunch of emails going, what the hell's this?
Well, this is the first I'm hearing of the Ultimate Warrior being an absolute arsehole.
Breaking news on the podcast.
That's a huge amount of money. I didn't realise they traded for those sorts of figures.
For the proper ones like that, absolutely.
I sometimes look at eBay and I searched WWE or WWF and I sort by the highest price, and it's all ring-worn stuff. And they do go for crazy money. It's like a Candice Michelle or a Slam Master J, ring-worn, whatever. People like, no disrespect to Candice, obviously, but they're not like top people, and they go for like $4 or $5 grand. I think that's what Seth Rollins is doing now. He's wearing a different outfit every week, and he keeps them, and he's got his retirement fund sorted.
Yep. Yeah, because it doesn't make him entertaining.
No.
Sorry.
I agree.
I'm a big Seth's fan. I just feel like his current character. I like 2015 Seth.
Authority Seth.
Like angry. I'm not the weak one out the Shield. I've got something to prove, Seth. And now I think he's been slightly Jey-Usified a bit, where he's quite one note now.
I'm so glad you're saying this.
That's all right.
Like, because Seth's amazing, obviously.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit him, this stuff. It's just like...
It does fit him. It's all customized.
I don't...
Did you just go, hey?
I acknowledge your joke.
Yeah, it's just, it feels a bit like, I don't, forced is the wrong word, but it's just like, that's not who Seth is.
My particular frustration with Seth's at a high this week because of how the Punk match at SummerSlam went, in my opinion. But we'll talk about that. I know I've seen polarizing opinions about it. We'll talk about that later on, I'm sure.
I can't wait. Well, this is the last news bit. I can't believe I didn't mention it last week, so busy on the build to SummerSlam. But yeah, Val Venus has changed his ways.
What's going on?
Have you seen ValVenus.com?
Is this the URL? Yeah, okay.
Guys, Val, valued allies of LGBTQ+. Venus, vital, educational, and non-judgmental informational services. Val Venus. Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah, good on you, Sean. Well done, mate.
The pink, white, and blue looking pretty. Yeah, V, aka Hang 'em High, just said, Val Venus is an arsehole. Obviously, he's against any of these things, the real life person, but realized, he doesn't have the trademark for that or the website name anymore. So V bought it, changed it all around, and now it's a positive place for lots of help for people.
Has he noticed this and got angry about it yet? Good.
I imagine so.
He said that he's going to come after them and he's protecting his intellectual property and all that. Because I think
any intellectual.
Did WWE let the trademark expire or something like that? I'm actually doing a similar thing, like I have been for about a month now, where I've registered a bit of WWE intellectual property that they let expire. I'll tell you off camera, because I don't want anybody to like.
Go for it.
Right. I'll tell you between segments, and then in about 6 months' time, I'll review it. It's a good one. It's a good one.
It's bad news for Lord Tensai fans out there.
How do you... This is mental, right? It's so weird that you've gone for that, because I was there when Lord Tensai had the match with Cena in London, wasn't it, on Raw?
Oh, God.
Yeah, the no DQ one, right?
Was that his debut? No. It was a few weeks before. They did the vignettes, and it popped up at the end, Lord Tensai, straight onto my domain provider. I registered lordtensai.com.
Did you really?
So it's mental that you've gone for that one, because I had lordtensai.com for a couple of years.
And did it never pop off?
They rebranded it. But everyone, all of the wrestlers used to have their own domains, didn't they? Like you watch the old stuff and it's go to hardyboys.com or whatever. And I thought, that's going to be worth a fortune. Thinking that Lord Tensai, a massive push.
He's wrestling Cena.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then they rebranded him to just Tensai, and then they stuck him in frilly pants and...
That was great.
He appeared this week.
I think that's why I mentioned him, because he makes a little cameo.
I paused the video just before he goes, and the first wrestler I ever met. We'll talk about it in the NXT bit, but I went, Fraser, you'll never guess who this is. And he didn't. His face just pops up on the screen. It's brilliant.
But yeah, Gilbert Gottfried said that like in the early 2000s when, what do they call it? The big internet boom. I forgot the actual technical term for it.
The big internet boom.
The .com crash.
Oh, sorry.
So when everyone was buying every URL, and people overseas were just buying every actor name .com. So Gilbert Gottfried was annoyed that, first of all, he had to buy his own name, and second of all, how little he had to pay to get it, because no one was expressing any interest.
Oh, really? Yeah. It used to be a massive thing, didn't it? I used to have one of those. I think was it the IT crowd that this was featured in? Penn Island. Whatever they had.
Maybe.
I don't know what extension
Penn Island's an old joke.
Well, I had pennisland.co.uk maybe 15 years ago, and I just let it expire. I doubt it's worth anything. People don't care about domains anymore, do they? But anyway, more domain fun. Yeah, it was fun.
The only domain that matters is cultaholic.com.
And youtube.com/.
youtube.com/
Patreon as well.
Patreon.com.
Cultaholicshop.com.
Sexyjoel.com.
Yeah.
Everybody get excited for the Cultaholic Hall of Fame!
The Hall of Fame. And in condescending order from last week,
I'm not happy.
the real-life Kavorka of Eddie Thorpe.
Okay.
That's 12%. If you weren't watching last week, that means his massive ass.
No, it means that Ross is impressed that he keeps going out with attractive women. But I wasn't too surprised. He's an attractive man, and he's a DJ.
I don't remember any of that coming up last week. It was all about his...
It's dumpy, yeah.
Yeah, his dumpy.
It's because he's got out with Dakota Kai now. And Ross was like, the Kavorka of him. And I was like, it's not that big a surprise. He's a good-looking bloke.
Last week, Ross showed that he knew every relationship every wrestler was in real life. And midway through the podcast, he showed me a tweet by someone that says the people, like by a big name Twitter person, saying the people are obsessed with the wrestlers' real lives are freaks.
No, you know, we'd like mention a wrestler and he'd just whip out their other wrestler who's their partner. He just knew it. Yeah, I knew some of them, but his depth of knowledge was fantastic.
He knows all the dogs as well.
He knows all the dogs.
Yeah.
He knows the wrestler.
The way I said that, I know you're going to say it.
He knows the wrestlers' pets.
Hang on.
He goes, oh, that one's got a lovely mastiff or whatever. Like, he knows that.
That's just his way his pants are folded. Andrew Savagery, 14%. Lot of online for Andrew.
I knew he wasn't going to win, but that's a brilliant. That was a great time.
I asked him out there and said, like, oh, people have been supporting you doing that. He goes, hey, I was just sick of being called a pervert.
So it was on the pictures video. And Andrew,
he was telling me about it on the thing.
I felt bad. I felt like we really picked on him in the pictures video last week. And I realised that it's just what used to happen with me at What Culture. And I was like, oh, he's the new... Like, I can't believe I've turned into what... I can't believe I've become... What have I become now that I've betrayed?
So he stood up for himself, did he?
To Ross.
Good.
Yeah, because Ross has been doing this Trump impression recently. Topical.
Debatable.
Well, it's a caricature impression, he's now said. It's not an accurate...
Like it's a spitting image. Sort of
yeah, it's like a Bo Selector, Donald Trump.
It's like it was one of those questions where if they start off going, hi, it's me, Donald Trump, so people know who you're doing.
Ooh. Everyone's got one, though.
Everyone said it's crap.
No. Everyone's got a Donald Trump, apparently.
Mine's okay.
Yours...
It's okay. It's not the best, but I can't really know.
Oh,
no, it's not brilliant, but...
Go on, Maffew.
No, because I can't do it.
No, I can't do it either.
So I did that. I did one on the podcast. On the pictures video. But Ross had done one earlier. I don't think Andrew had registered that it was a Trump impression. Then I did one. It was better than the one I've just done there. I kind of did all right. And Andrew went, oh, that was pretty good, that. And Ross, you've got one as well. That's why I nominated Andrew Savagery. Because it was so catty. It was just, it wasn't like an attack. It was like a chop block.
Good,
You couldn't believe it.
He says he was just defending himself. And I don't know what you mean about, when you used to get picked on WCPW and people used to do stuff about you. Anyway, number one this week, Pervert Jack, 74%.
That's a landslide, that's huge.
Huge
Some
love
of them
for the
might not have
pervert.
even listened. They'll have just seen the listings and gone...
that was half the intention.
Pervert Jack, I'm voting for that.
Did you know there's a bunch of people who just go on patreon.com and don't listen to the podcast? So you have to make these really eye-catching.
Right, okay.
Next week, if it was last week, it was like, you won't believe what Pervert Jack did this week. And that would have been the name of the title. So yeah, we've been watching WCPW, as I've been telling you guys, because every time I've come in and told you guys, everyone's gone, oh God. And I've had to go, no. The Twitch chat loves it. Every time we go in there, everyone comes in and goes, this is my first wrestling show. I remember this. Me and my mate went, the first time I get introduced to wrestling in this country, et cetera, et cetera.
The legacy of WCPW has aged incredibly well, actually.
Yeah, it's all the same people who are slagging it off. That's what bothers me. No, it is. You see these people.
I don't think that's true.
No,
to rudely interrupt you, we've just done the London shows before Delete, which is in Nottingham. So at the London shows, I've been telling people it's amazing because there's all this great talent on the show. But you only notice this after you've come out and did your thing. All the wrestlers are doing their like WWE style promo, and it's not working to their benefit. So the big stars are like, that's right, tonight I'm going to get you. Tonight with the pauses. But they're blatantly in just a corridor, or in the next to the, the toilet.
Sorry, you just told us that it's been going well. What?
No. And then, this is just me watching this. Everyone else is like, that was a great promo. Oh, God, it wasn't. But then Pacidi's come out and done the build-up promo, which is called, hello, the hipster wrestling fans who'd like to go to Progress.
I was really proud.
You were really good. You were really good.
You looked at like graffiti and stuff like that, just going, like that. You're doing it represents like the Newcastle people are coming down south. Sorry, all the cool people won't be there and all. It's a good house you've drawn as well. And you've done like the live promo with your brand new Pacidi club. And you're so good on the mic. You sound way better than all the wrestlers, which I couldn't get over.
It was like, I remember the first show in the warehouse, and I think you might have been the first ever person to appear on camera on a show, and you came out. Obviously, this is before you'd ever done any live mic stuff, so the crowd are just buzzing because it's one of the What Culture personalities. Here he comes. And I remember being backstage, and some of the wrestlers heard the pop for Pacitti. They were like, I remember Noam Dar going, this kid's over, brother.
The London promo, that's genuinely my proudest piece of work from What Culture.
Is that when you sat on the chair?
Yeah.
In the ring, you sat on the chair.
We pre-recorded it, went on the key side, And I scripted it, and there were a few lines in there, and one of them I was really proud of. It's like, a lot of people have been asking me why I didn't call this the Giant Haystacks Tag Team Title Tournament, the British Bulldog Tag Team Title Tournament, the Big Daddy Tag Team Title Tournament. Well, I Googled those guys, and I can tell you now, I've done more for British wrestling than every single one of them. Apparently, I had a bit of heat with some of the Progress people there.
No doubt.
They took it seriously. I was like, the last line is...
How can they know that? Not know.
I know, but the last line in it is, London, professional wrestling has finally arrived.
Yeah, just take all that hate you get.
No, that's
loaded
so
houses and stuff like that, and get no respect for the cool people online.
I didn't realize that people were actually annoyed by that. That was really funny. But they were the cool kids though at the time. But now it's aged. Somehow it's aged very well. Yeah, I guess all the people who went to our shows as teenagers have now. Yeah.
Really? So fantastic. So Pervert Jack is one of the highlights of the.
Oh yeah, I was hoping we'd forget about that.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't get way around the ignoring that Hall of Fame pick. Yeah, but you did a really good job, and fair play.
Well done.
Yeah, fair play for even doing it.
I didn't do it.
Hello, SoCal Val.
Well, there's a bit that the Melina bit I got cut out.
Yeah.
That was too far. Where it was implied that I'd assaulted her.
Yeah,
that wasn't.
I'm glad that you got that bit cut out. Yeah. But like fair F for going out there. And I mean, I'm not saying the level of difficulties, but obviously there's one thing to go out and go, I'm great, ha ha ha.
The live one,
another thing to go, hi, I'm just a pathetic pervert.
The live one was actually easier because that was the crowd were. I mean, I think I started a yes chant, which was the easiest thing to do. When I'm like, "Will you go out with me?" and then she pauses, and then I'm like, "Yeah, all I need to do," and the crowd start going yes. Yeah. And I mentioned Northumberland Street, which got an easy part. I did a Foley because I bought these flowers from the Sainsbury's on Northumberland Street. But that one was easier than being in a room with someone I barely know going, I fancy you. Like, that was my worst nightmare. That was horrible.
They do always like that.
I knew Jen and I knew Susie. They were fine. But Mix and Yule, SoCal Val's lovely. It was easy. They're all lovely, but SoCal Val, she was the live one. So that was easy enough. Katie Lee Burchill, Katarina Lee.
Oh, do you do something with her as well?
Where I'm running away from Primate down a corridor, and then she's there, and I stop and go like, "Oh, hi, you're there," and then he comes running after me, and I go, "Oh," and then run away. So it was just a brief one.
So on this week, you've just been bitten by Matt Hardy.
Have you watched that bit?
Yeah, and there's some guy
that's the highlight of my career.
Some guy riding you just like going, he's really hoping to egg you on.
I think I pushed him out of his seat to get.
Oh, is that why?
But I remember Matt Hardy going like, "Go to this corner," and then I think he might have. Because he just had a match and everything. I think he might have just forgotten which corner I was in because he took ages walking around the ring. Or just wrestlers generally slow things down more than you're expecting.
I think he was soaking up the fact that he was one of the most popular lads in that year, which is a crazy time.
And I remember, I think I grabbed the lad by the collar when he's like, "Get him!" And I'm like, "No!" And then I remember saying to him, but when we were going through it backstage, like, "Will you... I'm not trained at all. And when you drag me over the barricade, I'm not going to know how to like... I won't be able to do a bump for you, basically." And he was like, "No," I just remember his accent. He was really good with me. He was lovely. But he went, "I'll drag you as gingerly as you like." I was like, he's a great guy.
Oh, bless.
Yeah.
What was the percentage there again?
74.
That's
a landslide of pervertedness.
They always say the best wrestling characters turned up to 11.
I would refute that, actually. Adam Cole, lovely in person. Yeah.
So unrelated to that, because we haven't got anything else, I can't kiss your asses every week, it's the 20th anniversary of a very famous incident for weirdos like myself. The 20th anniversary of the Dave Matthews Band Chicago River incident. Can we get a picture of what the Dave Matthews Band looked like? Because I don't really know their songs. I played them beforehand, I still don't know them. There they are. Got a lot of them.
Look, this one with the hair, it looks like someone off the Muppets, that one, doesn't he? That one next to him. He's like, blah, blah, blah.
They're often the punchline, aren't they, of jokes? Like, kind of out of touch. Like,
they certainly were in this instance. 20 years ago, a tour bus belonging to the Dave Matthews Band dumped an estimated 800 pounds of human waste from their bus's Blackwater tank, that's where the poo was stored, through the Kinsey Street Bridge in Chicago, onto an open-top passenger sightseeing boat sailing in the Chicago River below.
No, that's like a lot. That's not just a dribble.
A lot.
There's a lot of them, right? But £800, what are they eating?
Eating well.
I mean, that's £7. £800 of poo from 7 people.
That's a foie gras. So yeah, they were passing over the bridge, and that's the exact moment the van driver said, "You know what? Now's a really good time to empty the full contents of the tank." 2/3 of the 120 passengers aboard the tour boat were soaked.
Oh, right.
The boat immediately returned to its dock, where all passengers were issued refunds.
No, that's very serious, guys.
The liquid
refunds.
The liquid waste was the boat's fault. The liquid waste was brownish yellow in colour and a foul, offensive odour.
No
the
way.
liquid human waste went into passengers' eyes, mouths, hair, onto clothing and personal belongings, many of which were soaked. Some of the passengers suffered nausea and vomiting as a result of exposure to human waste. They investigated it. Originally, the bus driver, Jerry Fitzpatrick, who drove the band, was identified and denied doing it. And said, no, I did it by the hotel. And then they checked and went, yeah, you did, because a bunch of people saw him do it. They were witness to this.
Were you meant to do it?
Yeah, did they do it on purpose?
No, it didn't. Well, I don't think the
Surely
bus driver
not.
did. I want to say I think the bus driver. The band have never been said, like, what do you guys think of this? Because we didn't do it. We're the band. The bus driver is the person responsible for doing
for
it.
sure.
So it wasn't as if the Dave Matthews band went, yeah, you know what would be really funny? 3, 2, 1, now bus driver. No, it's just happened to be driving.
The boat's going underneath, though. It feels deliberate to me.
You'd think so,
It's a
right?
serious
So
crime.
did it seep through? Is it like decking? They're on this bridge, right? And then they empty the septic tank. And how does that go from the bridge?
Yeah,
Does it
what's
spill
the
over
bridge
this
called?
800 pounds? I've not actually thought about how... there must have been some sort... Oh, I mean, they have the... what do they call it? The holes in the road on bridges. So I imagine it dumped it and went into one of them.
called the
maybe?
Right,
Kelsey
so
Bridge.
it would have been a stream as well. It would have been coming down through the holes, like
Coming down the mountain now. The Kinsey Street Bridge in Chicago.
Kinsey.
I've not actually thought about that aspect of it. You are right. It's getting very Sherlock Holmesy, isn't it?
Kinsey
But yeah, they had
Street
to, a 2005 legal settlement. The band agreed to pay $200,000 to environmental protection and other projects.
it's not their fault. They didn't do anything. Their music's crap, but
Right. The band's bus driver, Stefan, played guilty to dumping the waste.
It's like...
it's drainage holes
Yeah.
throughout.
Drainage
It would've
holes,
gone
that's what I'm trying to think of,
through,
yeah.
straight through. Nice, but at least because those are quite small holes, it would have caught some of the bigger turds, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would have been mostly piss, sort of
Yeah.
pissy, but tainted by the fecal matter.
Exactly, the vehicle.
You'd only got little nuggets coming through.
The mayor held a press conference in which he released the videotape used as evidence to show, yeah, you did do it. We've got it on tape.
Is that available? I'd
hadn't thought
love
about
to see that.
Yeah.
People smiling and waving.
It's a bit harsh, though, isn't it? The Dave Matthews Band did not immediately apologise for previously supporting the bus driver for his lie. The Dave Matthews Band agreed to keep a log when its pause for effect when its buses empty their septic tanks. And yeah,
So it led to positive change in the whole kind of poo-based industry.
Where do buses empty their septic tanks usually?
I imagine there's a place for them to do it, which
Right.
is not over a river.
So just like in between legs of the tour or something?
I think the guy was like, I can't be arsed getting out and changing the tanks. I'll just take it over
Or
a river.
Does he reverse the bus into one of the hotel rooms and then move it to the toilet? And sorry, I'm just being silly.
I thought they had a hose that they stuck in the side and it pulled it all out.
There's a way that caravans do it, but
Okay, that would make sense. Fair
yeah,
enough.
there's probably a proper way to do it, and that ain't it.
No.
So, and it has its own Wikipedia page. So the 20th anniversary of this.
So I've seen that before.
Oh,
Is
God.
this incident? I'm not seen the
Oh,
incident,
right,
but
okay.
is this incident kind of? It seems like one of those things that's been repopularized by the internet to talk
It's
about.
when people find out about it,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Oh, what?"
Yeah,
And it just sounds funny. The Dave Matthews Band Chicago River incident.
it sounds so bizarre that people will go, "What?"
Yeah, is there video?
Oh my god!
my God in heaven!
There's so much. Wow!
Can we show this?
I don't know. I've never.
Oh Christ!
I think what we'll do, we'll if you're watching, if you're eating or something, I think if we blur it, you can
give a
see the
countdown.
extent of the
Yeah.
matter, but you don't want to. I don't think you're allowed to just show.
That's made him
There's
more a
so-
fan of the incident.
I think that's made me less. That's I know it's £800 or whatever. But that is a lot, isn't it? That's not just getting in your hair and that. That's like Noel's house party. You're getting covered in. That is
That's what
it's
J.K.
thick
Rowling's
as
house
well.
looks like.
Lads, this is a really serious incident, and I don't think you're paying it the proper respect that it deserves.
Not since Jericho's come around have I seen that much poo in one place. Look at this thing.
What did you think it was going to look like? I don't understand.
I thought there'd be little bits scattered around
Right,
the
pebble dash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be like a fine mist because it's going through the holes.
It is a lot.
Mother of Christ!
It is a lot.
And
It's a
it's all
lot.
stuck as well, so it wasn't that wet.
Yeah.
That would have come down with some force, wouldn't
no idea there
it?
was
We're
water
all
proof.
thinking about the dirtiness of the thing because of the amount, but £800.
You're thinking about the blunt force damage
That's
that it would
like
cause.
2 Yokozunas, but made out of poo,
Yeah.
dropping on a boat. I'm surprised it didn't like, do more damage.
6. Bloody hell.
That is...
Wow.
Oh, well, you know what? Even if it doesn't win, I've had my fun. Bloody hell. All right, let's just move on.
That's so sad. There'll be people out there who are survivors of this. And that's the correct word. Survive. That is the correct word. So, survivors of this incident. Like, I often wonder about Pooh Girl at Leeds Festival and what her life must be like, you know? Have you ever heard the Pooh Girl story?
No.
You must have heard the Pooh Girl story.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Is this for a human consumption story?
When I was a whippersnapper and used to go to Leeds Festival, there was always a story, but it was one of those like urban myths. So I think depending on who you asked, it happened at Leeds, it happened at Reading, it happened wherever, Winnersh. But
Taplow.
yeah, but there was a story about how a girl dropped a phone in one of the toilets and then went in to get it and got
Oh,
stung.
everyone's heard this story. It's like my uncle was there and went wild with the razors and stuff as he went down.
slides,
Yeah,
yeah.
sure.
Oh, it happened. There's a picture of her, isn't there?
I don't know.
There is.
Oh,
There's
God, no,
a picture of
Joe,
her.
don't.
She just looks wet, but she stood next to Portaloos, and it's obviously
I hate
Dave Matthews.
I hated those. They were called long drops at Leeds Festival, so they weren't Portaloos. They were like, well, you got in your own little cubicle, but they were like a bench with a hole in it, and it's just all below. It's just I'd rather walk further to a Portaloo than go to that.
I can't even like stomach going to festivals anymore. I just
know, I
don't know.
don't know.
Because of that? Or?
No,
Just so reckless, man.
It's just dirty, isn't
Yeah.
it? Waking up day after day.
People
I can't
get
deal with
off with
hangovers.
each other.
Yeah,
All these dirty people.
stinky, horrible,
Smelly, horrible bastard.
Yeah,
disco
man.
minge. Who's next?
Oh, Andrew Savagery was,
Me.
I believe, yours. So you go next, Mr.
Me.
G.
Well,
no, it was me.
Oh, go on then.
Oh, okay, then.
What?
Try to be funny. Go on, Jack, you go.
Yeah, it's me. I nominated Andrew Savagery. My weird lunch break today is my nomination because I was messaging Fraser about it and he was like, you should probably mention this on the podcast. So on my lunch break today, I was just listening to a song that I saw get recommended on YouTube or whatever, and I was like, it's a bit weird. But I was struck by the members of the band, who I won't name because it gets weird. So I then decided to stalk the members of the band on Instagram. Didn't really care much about. They're a very new band. They only have like 3 songs out, but they are part of like the cool kids in like New York in like the East Village. Do you remember like in 2000s when the Strokes were like the coolest thing ever? That's come round again. We're now old, and that's now like, you know, like the 80s time came around again or whatever in the 90s. We're now in the 2000s nostalgia era, which is horrible. So they're all wearing like leather jackets and cool messy hair and stuff like that. And they're very much part of this scene. And I just fell down like a rabbit hole. Like, I moved away from the members of the band and I started just looking at their different friends, reading reviews of the clubs they go to. Fraser said it had vibes of the show You on Netflix, which is about a stalker / murderer, I think. And I was just really like, you know when you get the sense where you're like, you feel like this sort of spiritual pull and you're like, this is where I could have ended up if I was just a bit more confident or a bit better looking. This is where I belong. But I can't. I'm 30 now. I can't go back to Manhattan. So I'm like stalking. I read like a review of a DJ night. I was like looking at the guy's website, one of the members of the band. Like it was a journey. And then the thing that pulled me out and made me realize, what am I doing? I've got to go to the podcast. I've got to go to work. Was one of the ones. I went back to the original band member who I found cool. I went back to his Instagram page and thought, I'll round this off by going back to my boy. And one of his recent-ish posts was a memorial post for one of the friends who died in this social circle. And I recognized her from previous stalkings like 5 minutes before that. And my brain honestly went, oh no, not her, as if I knew them. And it really snapped me out of it. And I thought, you're a weird, what am I doing here?
Mental. What are you doing?
That was a fascinating look in your psyche.
I get nostalgia. I get checking on what the Strokes are doing now, right?
No, this is
that makes sense. But
I could have been. I understand there's a few times where people I know or there's someone I fancy and they're with someone. I sometimes feel that and then let it go away. But I've never thought, if only I'd been born in Manhattan.
Yeah, this wasn't just about
guitar.
This wasn't just about the members of this band. I like immersed myself in this sort of scene, and then I think my brain was like half convincing me like that they were my friends, because
Is this your Hall of Fame?
Keep on.
yeah, because
It's so great. People don't realize Jack's an amazing character that he plays every
by
week.
the time I saw the memorial one, and I went, oh god, my first reaction wasn't My second reaction was, you weirdo, what are you doing? You've gone too far here. My first reaction was, oh, it's her from the other posts that I've seen. Like, I recognised her. She's one of the members of the group.
Did you cry?
No. I felt a deep shame for what I'd done.
1 hour photo stuff.
I went down like a weird rabbit hole.
Have you seen King of Comedy?
No, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, you'll love it.
Fraser was like egging me on a bit once I was telling him. He was like, oh, you should go over, try and...
You told Fraser this?
Yeah, I was like, I think I've been really weird on my lunch break. Yeah. And
did he stop what he was doing and go, tell me more?
I opened a separate tab because whenever they mentioned a venue they were playing at or whatever, I'd like go on Google Maps and like be like, oh, let's see what the front of this nightclub looks like. That's weird,
this
isn't it?
This is an amazing confession.
It's so weird. It's so weird. Like,
we're your friends. It's our job to tell you that, yeah, this is weird behavior.
Yeah, it was...
Stop it.
It was probably only like... The whole experience probably took like 15 minutes in total, but it felt like I was one of them.
That's a long time still, isn't it? So what's the wording on patreon.com here, Jack?
Jack's weird lunchtime.
No, because that undersells it. Because it's more than weird. It's more than weird.
It really is.
Unhinged, deranged, what's... Yeah. Jack's psychological issues, lunch break. What are you doing?
I am
okay?
Jack's light of... lack of...
Sorry, not Pachi. Fraser said if you bring this up on the podcast, Pachi and Maffew, they'll jump on this. They'll love it.
I do love it.
Oh, yeah, I'm loving it.
And I was like, yeah... I didn't expect you guys to go, that's really cool.
No, you're not well.
It's really good, you.
Seriously, because it's not a normal thing. That's not a...
You entered a fugue state over a band you don't know. That's amazing.
It wasn't the band. It started off the band. Then it just became them and their pals. Some of them weren't even like famous. Well, none of them were famous. They were just all these people in their 20s in New York City.
It's like a 40-year-old watching Saved by the Bell and thinking, that's cool. I'd love to be mates with AC Slater. We'd get on like a house on fire.
But then...
when one of the guys goes, hey, so every weekend? The guy watching goes, yeah, I did.
But they were all like...
on his TV.
They were all... I sent Fraser one of the pictures because I was like, this one's my favourite one out of the group. There was this guy. And Fraser... And the picture is of him... behind the DJ booth with like two like model-looking women next to him.
I see where.
Fraser went, that's just you at Rise. Send me a picture of the guy from the thing. He was egging me. He was encouraging me. To...
It's a bit like that, you know, the meme of Steve Buscemi with the skateboard thing.
Hey, fellow kids.
Yeah, but if he had his knob out.
I look young enough, I think, that I could blend in with them. It's just that they were all like proper attractive. I couldn't blend in.
Right, that's your defense, is it? I look young.
Yeah.
Your honour. Don't I look young?
But they all had like the men and the women, sharp jawlines, cool hair,
Men and
cool
women.
clothes.
Boys and girls.
No. They all looked. They were adults. They were playing. They were DJing nightclubs and stuff.
Yeah.
Junior DJ was going, God, I wish. What if I'd been a wrestling podcaster?
I know. Well, me and Fraser
I hate
also.
music.
Me and Fraser. I was like, I doubt any of them because I had more followers than them. But
Oh, so you went and checked, did you?
But well, yeah. But I was like, I could probably DM them and get a response because they'll be like, oh, is this guy like a promoter or something? Can I get booked for a gig? And I could just pretend that and then I have to be like, sorry, I'm from the UK.
What would you say?
I nearly said his name, my favourite one. Hey man, what's up? Where'd you get that jacket from, for example? Yeah. Right, Adam?
Can't follow that.
I think we needed like a few seconds just to...
I think I've been refreshingly honest there. We're all weird.
Yeah.
We're all weird inside.
You know, we've got that employee assistance program where you can get therapy and that for free. Just book in on the app.
The good one, not the bad one that tells the employee everything.
This has been quite therapeutic getting it out. Now that it's out there and I've confessed to it, it's like I've never done it and I'm free.
But you have done it. And you'll do it tonight again.
I won't do it tonight again because my girlfriend will be home and she'll see me doing it, and I'm too ashamed of it.
You're in the bathroom for a long time, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a lock on the door, right?
Sweating.
There wasn't a
Jack, have you seen your
There was no
ties?
sexual element to it.
Oh, okay.
It
Come
was,
back crying.
It was pure like wish fulfillment. Like, I want to be in your gang.
Yeah. Getting old's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I think you nailed it.
Right. I was going to go
for watching like Barrymore and gone, God, I wish I'd been a light entertainer in the 80s.
No. I'm sorry.
And filled with coke.
I don't think there's anybody that I watch on those Tuesday streams that I think I'd love to be them.
Yeah.
because most of them are pedos as well, aren't they? So I was going to go for Jack Carlson, who sadly passed away.
Jack
We're all
Carlson.
you'll know him. Democracy Manifest. He died.
Oh, the Chinese meal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
succulent Chinese meal. And then I was told out there that you can't go for a recently deceased person, even though you sort of done that a little bit.
I didn't.
Okay.
I went for the scene.
So I think like I want to pay tribute to him because I think it's one of the funniest clips to ever make its way to the internet. Or is it from like an 80s news broadcast out in Australia? I think it's Australian, wasn't it? Not New Zealand.
Can you reenact it for us? Because then you can.
Well, I actually left my thing on there. I can do it because I've got the script there for it. My actual
Have you?
bit's rubbish,
Fantastic.
yeah. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Hey, get your hands off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis, people. Why did you do that? I actually searched Jack Carlson transcript for this.
Nice.
I wasn't expecting to read it. I was just going to move on. Why did you do this to me? For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir? Are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare... Get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell. He's amazing. He was so good.
The inflections there, you got them. That was
done,
really
yeah.
good. Yeah.
I've not watched it in a while. I'm happy with that. Apparently, he was a known. What's it called when you skip paying for a meal? What's that called?
Dash.
Dine and dash.
Dine and
Dine and
dash. He was a
dash,
regular dine and dasher. He was very well known to the police, and he saw the cameras there, picked his moment, and it took 20, 30 years, but now he will live on forever. So rest in peace, Jack Carlson. I've gone for a pretty boring one, but it's what I've been doing this week. It's not it's Tombi. Tombi was re-released, or Tomba if you're in the US. There was, are you familiar? A very rare PlayStation 1 game, and it's worth hundreds of pounds if you've got a copy. So check your basements. And it's a brilliant platformer for the PlayStation 1. It's just been re-released, and I've just been playing. I bought it on Steam for like 15 quid, and it's so good. And I don't know why it didn't become bigger, because it's an amazing game. It was released they did a demo, both I think in the PlayStation magazine.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. In McDonald's as well. I think as part of the Happy Meal toys, they were giving away PlayStation things.
I don't recall.
It was some chain restaurant, something like that.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't print enough copies, and then they didn't choose to print any more copies. There's Tombi and Tombi 2. I think they're the best platformer games that I've ever played.
Oh, they're genuinely good.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, no, they've got good.
Really fun.
Good
Little
reception.
pink-haired lad with...
Yeah, they're known for two things. One is for people who bought the demo disc. Realize it's one of the longest demos you'll get of anything.
Oh, you get
I
your
never
money's
beat
worth,
the
don't you?
demo, and I played. No, I never beat the. I don't
gets
know if
hard.
it ends. Does it actually end and go, and I'll buy the rest of the game?
Yeah. So you
Oh,
get...
it does actually that, right?
They tease the first pig bag. You get to the little shack.
What,
It's really hard. So yeah, that's the opening thing. It's great fun. I thoroughly recommend picking up a copy. Sam and Andrew, I think, bought the deluxe copy for 150 odd quid, and you get some cool stuff with it. I thought this would be right up your
Have you paused there?
street.
Thank you for pausing on that. Yes, very nice. It is. And the other thing you might know it from is, do you ever see any AGDQ? Awesome Games Done Quick or some of them?
Oh,
quick?
that's full of perverts. That community.
Well, you'll fit in then.
The speedrunners.
Yeah.
God, I've read so many drama pages about stuff that goes down at these
Oh, yeah, it's
conventions.
great.
I'm
So
learning
great.
more about you today.
No. This
God, I
is
wish
me.
I'd played
No,
Tommy.
this is me looking at the freaks. I'm not the freak in this one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen like
Well, it's
cringe
both
compilations of like stuff that happens at these things.
Okay,
This
well,
is the one
yes,
where the
it is-
bloke keeps trying to make jokes.
Yeah, so this is the one that, yeah. I'll
Right,
watch this.
okay,
I'll watch this
familiar.
live.
You know it's
I'll watch this one, the speedrun live with a friend with benefit, and we had a lovely time watching
Whoa!
that. And
Whoa!
I can't.
Go on!
They're getting married soon.
What's the Instagram page for Jack?
Come on now.
So yeah, we're watching it live, and it was this one awkward person. So some person's playing the game, and the idea is a speed runner for charity. So people who practice games,
Oh,
like,
yeah, this one.
So yeah, guys playing it, and so they have random people on the couch that are supposed to have some idea what the game is, so they can help and say things, so the burden's not on the person.
And they're also
playing
acting
the game.
almost like as co-hosts because it's all live as well.
Right. So the person that sat on the couch just sat there and didn't really know anything about the game, but he wouldn't shut up. And the person's there with a nice mustache. He's trying to...
The long-haired
game.
guy.
Yeah. And he's playing the game, as he's trying to do. And the guy keeps on saying stuff that isn't helping not doing anything.
The sort of
And he
jokes where
does-
it's just the first thing that pops in
Yeah.
your head. It's not really a joke.
That's a platformer.
Yeah.
it is. And he responds politely and then a bit more assertively. And then it's a bit like Art O'Donnell at King of the Ring 94.
Right.
You know, start off to begin with and then realize it's not getting any better. So then he just says, I really prefer it if you be quiet. And it's silence.
I felt sorry for that kid because the moustached host wasn't much of a host, and I don't know what those gameplay things
that's
are
the
like.
point is the guy
he was
who's
trying to
play-
fill dead air.
Well, the guy
He
who's
was crap,
playing
but-
it isn't always supposed to be talking all the time. So he's concentrating the game. So
He's
they have the couch.
speedrunning the game.
Yeah, so all he was doing was distracted.
But it's
So
a
he's
show
like, no,
still, isn't
thanks,
it?
mate. I appreciate that. That's really helping the environment we've got going
Did
now.
you see
So
the one? There was one where some kid he looked like Bo Burnham and he was dressed in a Zelda outfit, and there was some girl behind. You know that one as well.
yeah,
That was heavy.
Yeah, because it doesn't help. Like, doesn't give them quick. Obviously, it's for the cancer and cancer prevention stuff like that. So there'll be people like, good joke. Hey, got a lovely donation here. My granddad's dead.
Yeah,
Like, it can be very like contrast to styles to say the least. So yeah, Tomby.
Yeah, great.
Tombo.
I think I saw a compilation once of just them reading out donations and then realizing halfway through that it's really offensive and they've got to stop reading it straight away.
Yeah, well, you know what people are like.
Yeah.
Some of them are perverts. So, wow, what a Hall of Fame this week. We have Tomba, or Tombi, the pink-haired platformer. We have, what are you going to say?
My Weird Lunchtime.
Jack's Weird Lunchtime.
Yeah, it sounds like a novel.
It's like Pee Wee Herman sort of thing, isn't
Or
it?
like, I was thinking
Very
like,
Pee Wee
Back
Herman,
of the cinema.
actually.
all right. Yeah, or I could call it, no, it's not going to work. I was going to say Jaxi Driver, like taxi driver, just being driven mad by loneliness, but I'll actually go Jack's Weird Lunchtime.
Jack calls a pervert and decides to buy a gun.
If I show up next week with a mohawk shaved in my head,
I will not be attending that shift. Yes, that.
are
what
you
Jack
voting
just
for
said.
me?
Whatever you say, mate. Just please
Look at him trying to be
please put the
normal
gun
now.
away. Yeah. Drop out the toothpaste back in the tube, but now, mate.
It was Joe loved it. He was laughing the whole way through.
Because he's scared.
He's laughing distracted from the fact he's dialing the 999. And now I've got Dave Matthews banned Chicago River incident. A lot of poo this week. Patreon.com/Cultaholic. Happy voting, but if you do vote for Jack, it means less likely we're going to be murdered.
Yeah, don't encourage him. It'll get worse.
This is This Week in the Wrestling. It's this bloody week in the wrestling.
This week in wrestling. How could it be more exciting than that?
I know, that was a great whole thing.
SmackDown. Logan Paul arrives in a big prime truck with his entourage. He's greeted by Nick Aldis and various officials.
Yeah, we learned a bit more about them later on, sort of.
Yeah, they're all bastards. Wrestling has more than one royal family. Cody calls out Solo Sikoa, who makes his entrance alone and tells the crowd to acknowledge him. Cody draws comparisons between himself and Solo. They're both younger brothers who had to go to great lengths to stand out. But Solo is the self-appointed tribal chief, whereas Cody Rhodes is the actual WWE champion, sitting on a throne he once broke. Cody pays tribute to Owens and Orton for helping him and wants to repay them with Solo's blood. Solo says he's a more dangerous opponent than Roman Reigns, a weak tribal chief. He wants to make their match Bloodline rules. The other members of the Bloodline surround the ring, but Cody isn't afraid of them. I don't know why. He agrees to stipulations, saying he doesn't have to beat all of them, just the tribal chief. But since the tribal chief isn't here, he'll settle for the wannabe.
Then they let him leave.
Yeah. Well, if they proved his point, if they all ganged up on him.
Yeah, true.
Cody getting his head kicked in, going, ha ha.
I like the way that they're presenting Cody Rhodes because I think probably the closest person to him character-wise of the last 20-odd years is John Cena. He's just like a white meat baby face is Cody. But he doesn't do the thing that Cena used to do, which was sort of disparage and sort of essentially bury his opponents in these promos. Right. He's still bigging up the fact that this person is a threat. He doesn't undermine them in any way. He's still, like Cody's challenges, although I don't think many people thought that Solo was going to win at SummerSlam, he didn't feel like less of a threat after this promo. And I think that's something that we got with Cena from time to time.
Fully agree. People seem to forget that one of the issues that people had with Cena wasn't the fact that, lol, he beat everyone. It was the fact that he beat people and then had that big dopey grin on his face, like, oh, I'm scared of you. Ooh.
Made him look foolish.
Yeah.
And they dropped down because of that. Solo, after SummerSlam, we'll talk about SummerSlam in a bit, feels like a bigger deal than he did before, even in defeat.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
I think I saw a lot of stuff recently about like the same stuff that's been said already about how like Solo is not, it doesn't feel like a main eventer. Obviously, everyone's like Jacob Fatu, he's the real one, but I think he will end up there. But I don't mind Solo coming across a bit subdued on the mic and everything. because weirdly, in his current position as like this false head of the bloodline, it kind of fits. Like you're not Roman Reigns, so I think it all kind of works for him.
I agree.
Yeah,
He was a character that's there and is still there, but it was there to make us want Roman's return
Right,
more.
exactly, yeah.
And
Everyone's just
worked.
playing their part here. Yeah.
And you know what? Like throwing him in that position after barely any time on the main roster, or in kind of WWE in general, he's still pretty fresh, isn't he? And I think he's done a good job. And I've poked fun at it before, so like the whole Timu bloodline thing, but that was sort of the point, wasn't it? And it took me a while to realise that.
Yeah. Cody Rhodes said, when the ballyhoo is through, and I put, why does Cody talk like a snail oil spokesman from the 1800s? Solo cutting him off with, you done, and pointing at his watch like he's Will Ospreay. I like that. Solo cuts off the crowd yelling what? And tells them to shut up. And they did that with authority, like that. And yeah, Solo looked at and sounded great here. Every week getting stronger. And also liked when Cody went, oh, you want to be bloodline rules? He didn't actually say that. Cody, you're a dumbass.
Oh, I think he kind of... Did he not, like... His intuition told him, oh, you want this to be bloodline rules, don't you?
They like save you.
Which is an oddly specific thing to guess, I suppose.
Solo would be like, I wasn't thinking about that, maybe that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
But that's his match type now. He's 2-0, isn't he? He's Mr. Bloodline Rules as Cody Rhodes.
Do you think this went long? Because the bloodline came out through the crowd at a weird time. It was like mid-sentence.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
No, they're not MJF. We get a Camilla Hayes video package at the barbershop. He talks about his loss to Andrade, calling it his breakout performance. What?
Idiot!
The next time they face each other, Melo will win. He uses a lot of basketball metaphors. Well, he dropped all the balls here. Your loss was your breakout.
But they bounced though, so it's all right. Come back.
So do you if you don't book your ideas up.
Oh.
Sorry, that was horrible. Carry on.
Is this because of my Hall of Fame pick?
No, it was me trying to be funny and it didn't work.
So was my Hall of Fame pick. No, that was yours. Yeah, I didn't like this at all. The booking of Melo on the main roster, I think, has been seriously flawed. His whole thing is that he loses all the time, but then goes, I'm the best, I don't miss. You're like, well, you lost a lot recently. Calls this loss against Andrade his breakout performance. Wrestlers, we said it about MJF Ospreay, and I think it applies here. Wrestlers shouldn't care. I never liked how Kenny Omega was the best bout machine. It should be incidental that they have great matches in kayfabe. It should mean that they're really well matched or whatever. But
I lost, but I got a good star rating.
right,
You're like,
why did I don't care that your match with Andrade was good. I do care, obviously, but in character, I don't care. You should be annoyed that you lost. He's got, that was my breakout performance. I know he's a heel and heels lie, but it's flawed logic for me. I don't really get it.
Yeah, we saw how good he was in NXT. And
Yeah.
I felt Melo's personality is based around how good his barbers are. So,
Yeah.
yeah, wonderful. Andrade then beats Carmelo Hayes.
Right. Good match again.
Yeah, nothing against the match quality. I thought blocking the springboard to spread Andrade out and then Orton DDTing him was lovely.
Dirty man.
That's exactly what happened. I thought crowd didn't care. I thought, what do they know? They're drunk.
They got into it a bit more, I think, as it went on.
Yeah.
The back elbow always gets a pop.
Yep.
It should be his finish.
Yep.
It's better than the Judas effect.
Well, many things are.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
It's a
I
vicious move.
agree. I enjoyed the match for what it was. I think wish there was a bit more story stuff there.
Yeah. Well, if you like this, next week when Hayes brags again,
yeah, that's
how
it,
good he
isn't
looked
it?
in this match, it'll be even better.
But again, I find myself getting annoyed at Hayes while he's talking, and then I realise, no, it's not him, it's the booking of him. And I don't really get it.
Me neither. In Gorilla, the Shaggin' Cousins think Santos Escobar will easily beat Apollo Crews tonight. Santos berates them for their attitude, reminding them that they lost the gauntlet match last week. Their stable needs to start living up to its potential, and that begins tonight.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then Baron Corbin accompanies Apollo at ringside. The Cousins distract Apollo by attacking Corbin, which allows Santos to get the win.
I just split these bits up. This was like the low point of the evening. You had the opening promo, which I thought was really good. And then you had a really good wrestling match, to be fair. And then another thing that not that many people are invested in. And they need the screen time to get invested in it. But, man, I was gutted about, like, Santos is getting no reaction at all. And I love Santos. I think he's so good.
Is it? They've had nothing to do. I said, this is a bad idea. No one cares about Apollo, and no one cares about Santos right now. So, it's whatever.
This feud's been going on for a while. Like, these two were... When we went up to Scotland for Clash at the Castle on the SmackDown the night before, this sort of stuff was going on. And
They've had segments on like the post-show YouTube show for SmackDown. That's how low the feud is in terms of relevance. So,
it's a good point from Adam there, but we don't talk enough about the order of things on a show. So
I wouldn't have put the two low points back to back,
I
knowing
know
that
they
they were
save
going to
things
get...
for like the top of each hour, but You're right. It did feel like a big lull at the start of the
It's
show.
like you could have skipped half an hour of SmackDown in these 2 segments and you wouldn't have really missed anything too important.
That's why you're the founder of WCPW.
That's correct, and the head booker and everything.
I'm loved by all the cool indie Progress London fans. Baron interviews Bianca and Jade. They're confident about winning back the tag titles tonight. Good promo. Nick heads to the ring with 3 local dignitaries to welcome Logan Paul. Logan cuts a promo on LA Knight, mocks his hometown crowd. He says he may only have 2 title defenses, but that's 2 more than Knight will ever have. Aldous asks who the dignitaries are, but Logan waves his concerns away and reveals a banner in celebration of himself. The banner is unfurled, and the word "yeah" has been scrawled over it.
These things make me livid. You remember back in the day?
Really?
Right, when DX used to spray stuff.
Yeah.
And it's clearly a massive vinyl sticker which a multi-person team has stuck to whatever they're doing, whether it's Titan Towers or the Jet or whatever they're doing. It's the same thing, right? LA Knight has not sprayed the sign because it's clearly printed. What's he done? Hacked into the printers. I hate it.
He's photoshopped it on.
Just spray it on. If you're going to do that, it's lame
But if
anyway.
they roll it, is it going to be blurred and smudged?
It took me a second to realise
Like,
that
oh
it
no,
wasn't
LA
meant to look
Knight
like
is-
that because it was so perfectly on there. Like it was,
Yeah, I didn't realise it until you pointed it out now. But yeah, if they did roll it up, it's like, oh my god, he just sprayed over his face randomly, and it looks a bit odd.
It's
not
always
quite the same, is it?
it's a minor thing because this feud really, although everybody's very very happy about what happened at SummerSlam and the fact that we don't have Logan Paul not defending his belt all the time, it's sort of for kids, isn't it? These Logan Paul feuds tend to be a little bit more
Right. This is
kid friendly, maybe.
Oh no,
Like I was talking about Paw
dissed
Patrol
me on
isn't
my
it?
flag. Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's not finished yet. Sorry.
No. LA Knight arrives and says Logan isn't even from Cleveland. He's from the suburbs. He heads backstage and bumps into Pretty Deadly, who want to preview their musical for him. Knight ignores them and steals the Prime truck, with Logan chasing after him.
I found this segment really weird, and it felt like something was changed at short notice because
Whatever could you mean?
the dignitaries didn't go anywhere. There was no point. Nick's like, who are these dignitaries? And he was like, don't worry about that.
Well, they've asked not to be named
And then-
after what I've said.
And then I thought, and then I thought, then I thought, well, they're going to do something. They're going to add a stipulation in favor of Logan or something. They didn't do anything. Knight comes out, then says, I'm going to go and make another banner for you. Yeah. But then he just sees the car instead and drives it away. It felt weirdly, it was written like jazz. Elements just appearing and disappearing rather than verse, chorus. God,
It's always good to mix it up.
being weird, aren't I?
No, that was good. That was good. It was just you said it in a funny way.
Yeah.
With the arms. That was good, though.
Dignitary mean? What is a dignitary?
American stuff.
You know what? I
I've
actually
heard
don't
the
know the
word
definition.
loads of
Were
times.
the-
I have no idea what it means.
When the Trade Federation were blockading Naboo, were Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon dignitaries when they visited or were they...
Yeah, isn't it foreign dignitaries, the person
were
that
they
represents a
ambassadors or
country?
something?
Yeah, is that the same as an ambassador?
A person considered to be important because of high rank or office.
Oh, right.
Right. So wait,
Quite vague.
they were dignitaries.
that doesn't answer anything.
They
Logan
were,
Paul.
they were Cleveland dignitaries. And he's from Cleveland.
with you.
But
Yeah.
then it never went anywhere. And I was waiting for them to show up maybe at SummerSlam, and they didn't.
He's already got his family at ringside anyway, so...
Family.
His children. I put just as many boos for LP as cheers. So, because sadly for Logan Paul, there's a lot of people with eyes and ears in the crowd. But remember those people who would leave, oh, he's changed, Maffew. Why do you keep bringing his bad things up on the podcast? Not seen a lot of them this week. Past few weeks. I don't know, man. Are you still here? Or does the Wi-Fi not work when you're out eating gravel? I don't know where that came from. Yeah, you know, when we used to start doing this, I'd be like, I don't like Logan Paul. I'm an adult man. I have back pain. I don't drink Prime, and I don't give money to someone who's going to scam me. And people are like, Maffew,
Were
how
people
could
actually-
you?
did people do that?
He's apologized for taking the photo of that Japanese person and all this other stuff. But so I went, oh, well, okay, right, now I'll be more respectful. Heard nothing from them these past few weeks. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe they all moved on to a different fad, like the Power Rangers, the Turtles.
I think the thing to remember is that almost all wrestlers are wankers.
It's a good thing to learn.
I think, like, I don't want to get into the whole separate the art from the artist thing, but it does boil down to that, doesn't it? He is a wanker. Of course he's a wanker, but they're all wankers.
He's a wanker, but with like a bigger platform than any wrestler.
Yeah. He's a
Says,
bigger wanker
he
than
says
most.
Quite
Kids-
destructive
kids
things. And
watching
a
as
young
well.
audience, yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, and if you didn't like what I said, oopsie. Well, so shout out my man, Coffeezilla. We get an Alba Fire and Isla Dawn vignette. They say they have the titles and all of the power.
Yeah, you've been saying this, but...
One of those things is true. They've beaten them once before, and they'll do it again tonight. The women's tag title match even ends in a DQ when Blair Davenport attacks Jade Cargill. She helps the heels beat the babyfaces down. Yeah.
So she's one of the Scottish witches now, but she's not Scottish. But is she a witch? We'll find out.
Saw a great name for this on Twitter. The Blair Witch Project. Oh! It's not mine. I wish it was mine. It's very clever, isn't it? It's really good.
Back of the net.
One thing I noticed is Jade's selling was great. Like she's showing the improvement that she obviously sort of needs to. But yeah, she was. I thought she was really good in this match. The match was a match, wasn't it? It was fine.
I was quite. When I realised that they were still going to go back after the tag team titles, I was like, because I just want the turn. I want the Jade to be a single star again. I think the tag matches they book for her on pay-per-views especially, there's just too many things going on. Whereas in AEW, she had singles matches or simpler tag matches where she could just show off it. Like her Goldberg-ness, you know what I mean? Like, but you're right, she is improving. So
she gets lost, doesn't she? There's too many moving parts. Like, and I think that's been the problem. It's not the botches. Botches happen.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it's like rabbit in headlights, and she gets really lost. But she showed no sign of that on Friday. I thought it was a decent match. And another women's faction. Interesting that you've got like Damage Control.
Yep.
Blair Witch Project now.
Yeah.
Lesbians.
Team Forehead.
Team 4, is that what you call it?
No, that's what
Selena Vega calls them.
Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah.
But
brutal.
What?
That's what people were calling them.
Oh, okay. Me. I saw the stud line because they wear studded.
Oh, that's good.
Like the bloodline. Yeah.
Are there any more?
Team Forehead was nasty, and we realised a flaw in Zelina's. She went, and you, Sonya Deville, with your massive forehead. But we were like, Shayna's really kind of the one with the biggest forehead of the three. So clearly
she didn't dare say it.
Clearly
to
backstage,
face,
she's gone, can I say that about you, Shayna? And Shayna's gone, you dare.
Yeah, you never want to walk again, yeah? Knock your socks off. God. I just put, go away, Blair Davenport. You suck. But obviously that's what the reaction that they're wanting to get.
Weekly hate from Maffew against Blair Davenport. Oh, he hates
No, her talking, because she has to talk in that bloody still the WWE style, which is no feathers. Just as, the anxiety of the weather, cruise ticket. Just like, what the hell, you're saying words now, love.
I remember when she cut the promo on the weather, yeah.
The trees and crows speak to me. You're like, what is this?
Yeah, fair.
Are you thinking of Lyra Valkyria?
No, she doesn't. She's never spoken like that.
Okay.
Her promos are caca, caca.
Yeah, she's an actual bird herself, yes.
It was good. I was a bit distracted by the star of To Catch a Predator sat at ringside.
Rob Feinstein was there.
Rob Feinstein, happy to say his name, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway.
Allegedly, have we got to say? I don't know.
No, he was on the To Catch a Predator.
It did didn't it? I used to watch Chris Hansen stuff all the time, and I think it did.
It's definitely there.
But
people taped it off TV.
They didn't sting him, right?
No. Got good quality footage of him running.
Punk's thing. Punk put an Instagram post out because apparently Rob, first name
Rob,
terms now.
Robbie.
Rob Feinstein was just went to the wrestlers' hotel, found out where they were.
Because he's still doing that, even though he's in his 50s.
Pathetic. He got a picture with a few wrestlers, and CM Punk posted, I guess, to his Instagram story, like a picture of Drew and him ahead of the title match.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he put like...
Because CM Punk definitely knows who he is.
Oh, yeah.
He worked with him in
They all do. They all do. But if we know who he is, they know who he is.
So then...
Again, all wrestlers are wankers.
So then... That's like, did he delete it or did he just leave it up?
I don't know.
He deleted it.
He deleted it.
Oh, well, that's fair. It's like, all right, look, I took the Jungle Boy one.
Drew deleted the Jungle Boy one, yeah. Well, the Jack Perry one, sorry.
Jack Perry, Rob Feinstein. I mean, they're both the same. A video package previews Bayley versus Nia Jax. Afterwards, Tiffy Stratton is sad about her ruined briefcase in the locker room. Nia gives her a new custom briefcase as long as Tiff promises not to cash in at SummerSlam. Stratton agrees and Nia walks off. Chelsea Green and Piper Niven arrive to mock the new briefcase. Tiff tells Chelsea that green isn't her colour.
Envy.
Oh.
Envy. Green and envy.
Symbolism.
Yeah.
I liked Tiffany's reaction to the briefcase. She plays a good character. And I like it's one of those wrestling storylines like Virgil or whatever where it's so obvious what's being set up. But that's fine sometimes, as long as all your storylines aren't like that. Tiffany's going, Nia's like, as long as you don't cash in. And she's like, I won't. And I like it.
Now, Homer, don't you touch this pie. DIY cut a promo on the way to the ring with Johnny Gargano fired up about wrestling in his hometown. Quote, this is hometown, and there are over 10,000 members of his family waiting for the bloodline. Yeah, right. They defend the tag titles
so
against Tama
nasty
Tonga
about
and Jacob Fatu. I'm not. The bloodline win after Jacob no-sells a Poison Rana and hits Gargano with a million moves in a row. Solo celebrates with both belts. Wade called them the DIY career underdogs. Wade, they're the tag champs.
Oh, yeah. Only recent tag champs, though, I suppose.
Yeah.
I liked the finish where Jacob Fatu just hits him with... Because Jacob Fatu, I've realised, is actually a really good wrestler. I don't know if anyone knows this.
Whoa.
Because he looks really wild and out of control. But if you watch that ending combo, it's all delivered perfectly. And he's doing like high flying moves and power moves. And just he must be bloody good.
Yeah. We've got that old Samoan head. That's really hard. Taking it back to the 80s.
Oh, God. I've just given a nice critique of him and you've taken it way back.
No, but you're right. They did the pop-up Samoan drop, so the triple jump moonsault, implant DDT.
Yeah.
Hell of a finishing streak.
Yeah, it was. I think this was here as a bit of a red herring and a way for Triple H to say, hey, I know you hardcore wrestling fans are watching, and these conventions that have happened for the longest time aren't necessarily going to continue happening, because we've seen it with like go-home episodes of Raw and SmackDown. Hey, now that person stands tall doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to happen at the pay-per-view. He's trying to sort of subvert expectations, isn't he? And so for me, this was like, oh, wow, Bloodline have got tag gold. Solo's going to do it. Solo's actually going to do it. They're going to have the image of them with all the gold. But actually, I think he's introducing stuff like this to go, hey, this is not the same formulaic stuff anymore. This is different.
It sometimes still plays into it. But yeah, you're right. Sometimes it changes.
Yeah, I have said that ahead of maybe the most predictable SummerSlam in recent memory. But that's what I think he was doing.
Always bad.
It's not a bad
Always
thing.
bad.
I loved it,
I got
man.
one wrong, though.
Me too.
I got the Punk one wrong.
Yeah, me too.
I just thought, I was trying to ignore all the storyline stuff, and I just thought he's not losing his first big singles match back, and he did.
Bless you. I also think that Triple H has done a great job the last few years of, we know it's a big pay-per-view on Saturday, but we're not going to put every single thing we've got on that pay-per-view, make it 6 hours long like we used to. Instead, we're going to have something happen on SmackDown. There's always at least one thing that happens on the SmackDown before the big show.
A title match or something.
Yeah, title match, and it's like, oh, that's nice, because beforehand it is a bit like, why watching SmackDown? Nothing happens on the SmackDown before. Oh, okay, no, stuff does happen now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I don't think it
good
was,
job.
Like Adam said, I don't think, especially like the first half, I don't think it was the best SmackDown in recent weeks, but the main event was good, and and again, like you said, it meant something.
Yeah, there's at least one little thing that happens.
There's far less Raws and SmackDowns under Triple H that feel like wheel spinning episodes.
Right.
Like generally, there's some sort of progression in all of them. I had a weird thought the other day. I got all philosophical, and I was like, is this just a postmodern example of Triple H's historic selfishness? Selfish as a wrestler and a backstage politician. Now, I was looking at SummerSlam and I was like, there weren't really any matches on SummerSlam that were like match of the year. Like, it's all about how good the stories are. So he's still making it all about himself. Everyone's like, oh, the stories are the best bit of WWE. No.
He can't win, he can't lose.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I don't know what's next with DIY. It's a weird one. How long do they hold the belts for? 30 odd days?
Break them up. Break them up.
Do you reckon?
Another one final beat. It never goes wrong.
2 final beats.
Best comment I saw was, if only Ciampa truly learned not to yell from out of nowhere, maybe they'd still have the belt.
Did he shout from out of nowhere?
No, it's the thing he's been doing. They've been trying to RKO.
Oh, Orton, yeah.
Oh, SummerSlam. On the pre-show, 3 hours of nothing. Yep. Then Jerry Roll opens the show. Then Triple H opens the show. Then Jerry Roll performs a song. Then The Miz opens the show. Bloody, all right.
We were fuming, Joel, weren't we? We were like...
I don't know. I was quite enjoying it.
Were you?
Jelly Roll.
Because you know what, Joel is? Joel's a liar.
Yeah.
But look, it's a 4-hour show. But if you took out the adverts, the musical accompaniments, and the replays and whatever, it was probably just 3 hours.
Apart from the pre-show, the main show I preferred, I don't know if it's just a big 4 one, but I think they found a bit more of a sweet spot than these 5-match shows with massive gaps between matches. This one felt a little bit more bang for your buck, kind of a little bit more action without turning into like when AEW run one that's clearly just way too many matches. Yeah. This was a bit more... I just don't think it'll always be like this. I just think you only did it because it's big 4.
Yeah, but I just want to say, well done for watching this live. I'm so glad I watched this the day afterwards. Like a normal UK person.
We had quite good morale. We had good team spirit going on, didn't we?
Yeah, it was good.
Drugs. Me, Joel, Fraser, and Owen. Owen was in quite a bad mood, which was funny. And
Why was he in a bad mood?
just whenever something happened on the pre-show, he'd just be staring at us, just going, yeah.
He blamed you.
No, he just, look how crap this is.
The one time that we go, let's not bother with the pre-show for what happened at is the one time that they're going to do something mental.
I know.
It's sod's law, isn't
Oh, we
it?
weren't
Completely.
annoyed.
When was the last
knew we
time
had to
something
do it.
happened on a pre-show?
No, but you never know.
Oh, come on.
And we had fun, really. We had kind of a delirious mood, didn't we?
Yeah, it was good. Laugh.
Yeah, it was good.
There was a match on a pre-show not too long ago.
With Randy
It was a
Orton.
Saudi
Wasn't
show.
it?
Yeah. So you never know.
You never know. And then we played a fun game.
What game?
Well, I
song-
can't remember.
yeah,
You
it
should play with
was good.
Maffew.
Yeah, this is good, this.
So we were talking about someone like a musician who'd again on Instagram, but I didn't go. It wasn't like my whole thing.
God.
No, he's a young Scottish lad, and then Fraser was like googling him and like, oh, guess which song inspired this like indie Scottish musician? Guess which song inspired him to pick up the guitar?
All right.
And then he started giving us clues to guess the song. So I'll feed you some of the clues.
All right, okay. Yeah. How old is this kid, by the way? Like,
Well, he was born after this song, but I can tell you when the song
that
came
makes
out
sense.
if you want.
what, the song that inspired him?
Yeah. To play
Okay,
the
when
song.
did the song come out?
96.
Oh, okay, go on.
Well, 95, but then hit number 1 in the UK in 96.
Ooh, all right.
His eyes lit up. No,
Yeah.
mid-90s.
Yeah.
Please, come
96.
on.
Saved.
Fraser described it as Pachiti vibes, but then Pachiti wasn't happy about that. So there you've got the full picture.
All right, so it's a Brit indie.
No, not British.
It's not.
No.
It's American.
Yep. The band are from Texas, but you wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't have known that.
It's not Texas.
They're Scottish, but you're not the first person to have made that.
Everyone.
joke.
Yeah,
Damn it.
yeah.
Texas is Scottish or whatever.
Yeah.
What a country.
It's a one-hit wonder.
They come from Texas.
Well, that's not. That threw me, that one, because
Oh,
I knew
no,
I knew they were American, but I was like, because when it's Texas, I was expecting like country, but it's not. It's like it's very 90s indie alt rock.
It's an anthem, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a
but
pretty
you didn't
iconic
like
song.
it.
I don't like it. No.
It was.
Yeah, go on.
It was listed on like I can't remember which website Fraser got it off, but on like a list of like the worst songs ever, and it was like number 5. But like,
Oh, okay.
but we were all like, we quite like it.
I like the
but then
song.
Pachiti doesn't, so it's polarizing, I guess.
What?
It's not one of the worst songs ever.
No, it's inoffensive, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
it must have been really.
I think it was like
overplayed.
awfully great songs or something.
right,
or
okay,
awful-
right, okay.
yeah, something like that.
I tell you what, they would play it semi-ironically at Rise.
Maybe.
It's not without you.
No. It's a one-hit wonder.
Without you.
Who sings that?
That's
Here
U2,
without
isn't
you,
it?
baby.
Oh,
No,
one.
not that one. No.
You too, with or without
No,
you.
no.
I don't know without you.
No, I don't know.
Well, it's not the song anyway. So anyway.
Okay.
Wherever you may go. Okay. Oh,
No.
Let's go,
Shania
girls. That's Shania Twain. It's not
this
a
is a one-hit
band.
wonder.
Oh yeah. The
And she's-
one-hit wonder
and
Shania
she's-
Twain.
and she's
Look, I'm just
Canadian.
thinking of songs right now.
I thought I had it with New Radicals. You get what you get.
Oh,
it's
it's not that.
No.
Bastard.
That's my favourite song ever.
Great song.
Brilliant
Great
song.
song.
This might take a while.
Any
know,
other
yeah.
clues? Because I'm sucking at this.
The band
3
name
words.
has 3 words. The
Okay.
first one begins with D.
There's a D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the song.
Oh, sorry.
the song also has 3 words in it, in the title.
There's a big clue you can give with the song name.
Go on.
That it's also a film.
It's also a film.
3. Ooh. Damn it, all the pressure's on now. I'd suck at it being on a game show. Keep on telling people.
We didn't get it either.
It's on the soundtrack, Brennan.
The chat got it while the live stream was
Did
on.
they? Well,
But
they
no,
looked
I'll
up
tell you what,
Google, haven't
Shall
they?
I just tell you?
Yeah, go on then.
One more clue,
All
right?
right, then. I'm sorry, Liz.
You might go over there to eat first thing in the mornings. Should cook you this meal.
Oh, you bastard. I hated this song, and now I love it.
Wow.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Breakfast at Tiffany.
well done.
They're from Texas.
Yeah,
I
deep
said,
listen.
what about?
Yeah.
Because I was when I at age, my mum would listen to radio all the time, so that song played it like 5 times, and I was like, all right.
I
But
was
if I
guessing,
hear
like-
it once a year, all right, fine. But yeah, Rise did play it for a part of
did
the
they?
set list for a
Once
bit.
we started guessing like "Steal My Sunshine" and that sort, and "Semi-Charmed Life." Although Third Eye Blind aren't really a one-hit wonder band, but
You could make an argument actually.
"Semi-Charmed Life."
They're a no-hit wonder band. What's Semi-Charmed Life? I'm not familiar
Do,
with
do,
it.
do, 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 do,
Oh, that's a great song. Sorry, I do that.
And I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend.
Don't know that one.
Oh, okay.
But that song, it's the chorus is like it's
Closing
not even
Time was a good guess as well.
Closing Time.
Semisonic.
Oh, that's a good one.
yeah.
But like, it's not even. It's barely a chorus. I said, "What about
Breakfast
Fancy Going to
at
Bed 50?"
Tiffany's.
Yeah, I said, "I think so."
think
Like that.
Remember
What about
the film?
That's just a
That's
conversation.
Arabical.
This isn't a song.
That's a good
aye.
song.
Fancy getting some scran? Aye, sure. Whereabouts? Oh, there.
Not deep enough for you, Maffew. Too literal, is it?
Yeah, literally. It's about the actual breakfast at Tiffany's.
So that's how we spent the pre-show anyway. Took
That's
a while.
good then,
Yeah,
actually.
it was good. I can't wait for the next one. We'll come up with a different.
When it was lockdown, me, flatmate at the time, because we couldn't go any place, we watched Elimination Chamber 2020. No, it must be 2021, and we were that bored by that point because it was in the Thunderdome. We started seeing how many mid-tier new metal bands we would name, like maybe a band that had a hit or were just on Kerrang.
New metal.
OPM.
I only know.
No, is
there
that
you
new
go.
metal?
Oh, yeah,
It was Kerrang. but-
OPM.
Yeah. Oh, that
Is it?
I
Yeah,
died
new
before I wake. Look, we just like had we had like 4 hours. Yeah,
I love that. I was listening to that yesterday.
we had 4 hours to kill, so we're just like, yeah, sure. And that because my brother bought the album, that Yo El Capitan is the second single. Exactly.
remember
I
the
guess
second
the
single.
only ones
yeah.
I know are the big hitter. I guess Korn are like a main.
Yeah, he would say Korn. No.
Oh, right, okay.
I'll get these qualified.
Korn and
Mid-tier.
Limp Bizkit.
Like Edema, which is Korn's brother, Jonathan Davis's brother,
Oh,
was
right.
in that one. So
Is there one called Atrium? Is that a band? My dad used to sell all these T-shirts, right? He was like a scaled down HMV, and he had all of. But he used to sell the really nasty T-shirts, like Cradle of Filth, and there's a band called, with the initials AC.
I remember.
You know that. So he used to,
some of
and
these.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
think of some. Trivium? Would that count?
No, they're not. They're a big band, you see. So
Well,
Are they?
But wait. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But that's the thing. Like my flatmate, big music guy, so he knew all these. So we were just listening. You know, Head, Planet Earth, Kitty. Exactly. It's not,
Kitty, I remember
realize it's a
Kitty.
different audience now, but it's like it was fun. Just just you know, what would be your boys' stable for bands, basically.
Right. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've wasted. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. No, that was good.
Wasted.
Well,
Breakfast
yeah.
at Tiffany's. That's the song that inspired that lad.
Well, you don't know
Crazy,
that
innit?
lad though. You know.
Yeah.
Would you say Pacitti vibes?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I don't think it's a
I like
bad
fun
thing.
music.
Do you like the
It's
song?
just
Fun music.
Maybe
no,
it's
it
too
is.
fun.
It's like it sounds like it could have been swapped out with the opening theme of Friends, doesn't it? It's that sort of like upbeat,
You know what? Yeah,
Middle of
that's
the-
what I'm
rock,
saying.
yeah.
But then-
Middle of the road, Pacitti music.
No, I'm not saying.
Middle
I'm
of the
deep.
road.
All right,
Have
I'll
you
take
watched
it.
that documentary about Travis? Because I've saw
Almost fashionable. No,
Is
I've
this
never
the guy
actually
who-
seen it.
The guy who's like a Travis hater and he goes on tour with them.
Yeah, he's like some
Oh, really?
wanky Guardian journalist.
Sounds
isn't
like
it?
an interesting idea but then they're just nice to it.
Yeah, and no, I'm not seen it, which is baffling. But I think you have to pay £10 for it on Vimeo. I could be asked. Not for Travis.
They're like they're your favourite band, aren't they?
No.
Simon and Garfunkel.
I am Clute.
I'm Clute.
Mank band. They're very good. Very good.
I like that. Jag just automatically went to another dad band.
What was the
Simon
other one you said?
Garfunkel.
No, you like
I
Simon
love Simon and
Garfunkel.
Garfunkel.
That was an
Big fan.
informed guess.
Yeah. Misty's Big Adventure is my other
Yeah.
favourite.
Oh,
Very
nice.
good.
Where are we at?
Liv
SummerSlam.
Morgan.
Oh, yeah. Liv Morgan beats Rhea Ripley to retain the Women's World Championship with help from that turncoat, Dominic Mysterio. Dom kisses Liv on the ramp, and Ripley is furious.
Loved it. I loved the match so much. Dominic, somehow, despite the fact he's a heel, just turned heel. He is the most detestable,
That was a very good
horrible
thing, because he was
urchin.
face on Raw when he said, "No, Liv, go away." He yelled the same thing on Power Gels when that guy with the tattoo, he leaves him alone, he was in his car.
Technically, we had 2 heel versus heel world title matches. Not by the end of Raw, or maybe even by the end of the night. But
Priest's been face.
No, Priest has been a
Oh,
thing.
it's still a Judgment Day guy.
On Raw, Priest has been made it clear because that documentary
Yeah.
goes,
He's like, I
"Hi,
don't want
I'm
help."
Damian Priest and I'm poor," and then people go, "Oh, we have to cheer him then."
Oh yeah, since they brought that in especially.
Yeah, that's
true,
But
yeah.
there's been tension in the ranks.
Yeah.
And it all boiled over at SummerSlam.
Tension after the show as well. Yeah, what do you think of the match, Jack?
Yeah, they kept it simple, didn't they? But it played its role well. I think it was a perfect choice of an opener because it didn't do any like flashy moves that would steal the show for any other matches. If there were going to be any, although there weren't really any like mad matches where loads of stuff happened in them, but it played the role perfectly of like just being an angle match, a storyline match.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And the only bit I didn't like is when Dom saved Rhea from the dive from Liv. He pushed her out the way. And I thought, why would you do... After the turn, I was like, why did he save her earlier on? But it's not that
He's
big
a fed heron, as you like to say.
I know, it's not a big a deal. I thought, when they were like... After they'd had their kiss and they were like backing up the ramp, like smiling. I know they were meant to be all detestable and Dom's smile's really adorable. He looked so cute. I was just like, what?
Not with a moustache.
I don't know.
Oh, no, I love his look, man. Like,
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great for the character and everything.
breakfast
But he's not
Tiffany's with him.
adorable. He's slimy looking,
But
isn't
the
he?
smile was so pure and innocent. I was like, what?
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. I hate him so much.
So happy.
He's amazing.
Well, I mean-
great. I love the shoulder pop thing.
Oh.
I was funny, like,
well
because
done.
Rhea was so dominant to begin with. You're like, yeah, whatever. Was it like, let Liv get out of the move she's going for and just let her drop? Say, it's fine. You got nothing on me. Not massive, and I'm going to break it. And then you go, oh, my shoulder.
What
Well,
a
that was
badass thing to do that. And it was done in a like I've seen like wrestlers pop things back in before, but it was done in a really cool way. Initially, I thought that Dom had done the turn there and that he had thrown her in because it was shot really
It was like she
close
pressed the run button on the game. Ran into the table.
No, I loved it. I really thought it was a great match. Again, like no massive like standout moments from an in-ring perspective, but I was so invested in the story, didn't need it.
And also, so glad. On Raw last week, I said, oh no, they're not going the angle of Liv that she's actually bloody mental like those women. That I was hoping that they weren't going with.
They
She
didn't.
was there burning stuff. Ben is like, oh, that's horrible that they're going with that version of these. And he was like, no, Liv and Dom are working together.
I think Liv was surprised. She was shocked.
Oh,
at
really?
Dom. She was shocked at Dom when he cradles her face so tenderly afterwards. I've replayed it a lot of times. She's like, "What's going on?
Disney wallpaper.
What are you doing?" And then it was very Disney.
Oh, I didn't get that impression. That's
No,
I thought
I
she was
didn't,
shocked. What did you?
I agree with you, Jack.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't think she was expecting it.
Because the first match is always the best one at these because obviously the editors aren't busy at any point. They just watch the match, so we were all arms around each other like, "Whoa, Rhea!"
I said, what about breakfast?
So yeah, no, I thought she was shocked as well. They didn't clarify it on Raw either yet, so we'll have to wait and find out.
And then they celebrate their relationship with chicken tendies backstage.
Oh yeah, Dom loves those chicken tendies.
What do you have if you have chicken tendies? Do you have a sauce?
Tendies is a horrible word.
I like a combination of ketchup and mayo, but not mixed together. I want half and half.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
What about yourself, Jack?
I don't know. Yeah.
Honey mustard?
Oh, lovely. Ooh.
Bit
You sounded really worried then, Jack.
Chipotle's nice, and you know you can
Yeah,
get
that's mine.
fake Subway sauces in Aldi now.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because they're delicious, right? The
Yeah.
sweet onion, the Chipotle, other one. They're the two that I
Southwest?
get. So that's
Well,
the
that is the
Chipotle.
Chipotle one, yeah.
You can get with the bottles and everything. Really fancy. I got something.
I'm just living next to a little
Where do you go now?
Morrison's.
Oh, literally the worst one.
Where you got scammed? Where you got scammed?
Oh, I did. Well, yeah.
Scammed.
Not that scam, but like tricked. Some person basically had a. I know, like scam things that I've lost money, but like no, someone basically. Long story short, someone faked a seizure.
Oh yeah.
And so it was
you
there,
told-
like yeah. And then turns out no, they were faking it so they could. Their,
still
their
a
colleagues,
distraction.
But the security
Alpha team could then go through the front
security
door.
were on it though. You said
They knew.
Yeah, the security at Morrison's are basically the shield in their prime.
Yeah,
so
they're
you're not
used
getting
to
anything
it.
past
And
them.
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Same with the Gregs on the other side of the roundabout. Like I've seen people try and steal from that Greg's, and the woman just goes, "Hey, out!"
How do you steal from Greg's? It's all behind the counter.
No, the sandwich is not in the.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Just need to take them home yourself, warm them up. I don't know. It wasn't
Write
me
that down.
stealing from.
Backstage, Damian Priest angrily asks Finn if he knew about Dom's plan. Finn denies it and leaves the rest of JD to find Dom. More on that later. Braun Breaker beats Sami Zayn in a relatively short match to win the IC title. Stephanie McMahon is shown in the crowd. She's having a great time.
What's wrong with her?
They've been asking that for decades.
She's a robot, isn't she? They're just like this cyborg who's just been, never learned to clap.
Yeah.
Well, she started to clap like in rhythm. It's like she committed
is that
to it.
what
and then
she's
she thought,
doing?
I've
She's
got
got
to carry this on now.
Like
She's
the
got
New
that,
Day sort of thing.
The Liz Truss Kavorka.
Yes,
No
she
idea what
does.
they do.
Spot on that.
What an insult!
Yes.
Wow.
No, you're that's the best comparison.
Steps back. You're like, I'm pretty sure you're named in something right now. Oh, well, whatever. Hi.
Oh no.
Yeah, Braun taking Sami Zayn's advice about taking wrestling seriously. So, thanks, Sami. Absolutely bodying him in 5 minutes. Yeah, well done, Sami.
Yeah, I do wonder why I maybe still would have preferred it if they just had this be the initial match. I don't know why Braun had to lose first.
I like
But,
it having
okay.
two matches. Like, he had to learn, because Braun's in such a weird position because everything he does has such impact and looks so impressive that he's having to be heel, so people aren't going to go, yay. So I think him being a bit of a dick is actually good for him in the long term and keeping him still being a heel.
Okay.
And having great stuff here. Bulldog off the middle rope, countering the Blue Thunder Bomb. That ruled. And then Sami just getting battered. And then Braun Breaker going, well, at least you got your comedy shows, mate.
2 spears?
Can't remember off the top of my head.
I think we ended with
Was it
2
two?
spears, but he didn't kick out of the first one. He just went, I'm going to hit him with the second one, I think. Then he
Just take it seriously.
And you know it was extra strong because he hit the ropes twice.
Yeah.
But I think they hammered that point down really well in the Bron had him scouted this time because Sammy kept going for stuff and Bron had him outsmarted. And yeah, I enjoyed it for what it was. I sort of wish they'd, sounds daft, right? I wish they'd protected Bron a little bit more. This seems silly after he's just won the IC strap in like a 6-minute match or whatever it was. But Sammy put him away just with the one finisher last time. It's almost like, with the exception of the bits where Bron had him outsmarted, that match should have come first, and then that I don't know.
No, I disagree. He lost because he took his eyes off the prize. He was beating Sammy more or less. But then he kept on getting like, hey, time to do some push-ups.
I was surprised it only took one finisher though, like Adam said, I suppose. But this match,
It's a minor thing.
This match though, yeah, there was no complaints here. It was, oh bless you.
First needs the podcast.
Should I turn off the AC?
I'm
Bring it
good.
in? Okay.
I can't hear anything right now.
It frees Sammy up to do the bloodline stuff as well, which is handy.
Oh, with
Again,
his,
it was
with
a
his
pretty
dogs. My dog.
with his dogs.
You know the high five he does of the use of.
It's good, though. Logan Paul defends the US title against LA Knight. Logan's celebrity pal is revealed to be MGK.
MGK.
That's as stupid as possible.
Oh right, I thought
Backstage,
you were just being stupid. Oh.
It's a bit of that. I'm drunk on sneezes. Backstage, Knight arrives in Logan's prime
I'll
truck
turn off the thing.
and smashes one of the windows. Thank you, mate. MGK gives Logan the brass knucks towards the end of the match, but Knight still manages to get the win. That's me, I'll speak.
I'm really happy for LA Knight, but actually I'm more happy about the US title not being in Logan Paul's possession. Because you think about like what Gunther did for the IC title and how big he made that. We haven't had that opportunity with the US title because Logan Paul has seemingly sort of held at ransom and he's done, what, 2 defenses before this? That's right. This is his third
In
defense.
250 plus days of having it.
And I think LA Knight is going to be like a proper fighting champion where we're going to see it defended on TV regularly. So I'm very, very happy about the result. And I think this is probably LA Knight's, it's either his first or second best match in WWE. The AJ one was really good. Maybe a bit interchangeable. I thought it was a good match. What it was.
Yeah, I liked the Mania one, the triple threat with Orton and Owens. That was kind of a semi.
decent.
That was like a semi-comedy match, wasn't it? But it was still good. I liked this one. At the end, I felt like a misery guts because Logan like hits him with the chain, with the brass knucks on the end of it, and then goes for the buckshot lariat. LA Knight counters it, BFT 1 2 3, you know, and that's fine. That's fine. Then just pops up and starts celebrating. I remember going, "Sell!" So you've just been hit with the brass knuckles, but you know it was the right result. Don't really get Machine Gun Alvarez was really confused about Machine Gun Kelly, and I kind of agree with him.
He sounds and looks like somebody would be distracted by.
Yeah,
Kelly.
he looks a bit like. MJF already said that, didn't he? Looks like Carl Fletcher.
Yeah.
Because he's there helping Logan. But later on, he's sat with Jelly Roll cheering the faces. And Alvarez was fuming about this.
That's a fair criticism.
I think it is fair, yeah. But
Maybe he just doesn't like LA Knight.
I also think that the Observer lads they overrate Logan quite a bit. He's obviously got it. He's got the ability to wrestle well. But he's always the one being led through matches. And they act like he's like they said he was better than The Miz, and they're saying he's outshining.
What?
And Alvarez hates The Miz.
Hated him for years.
So when he was
that's a ridiculous thing.
So when he was teaming with The Miz, he was like, he's outshining The Miz.
Well, because he does fancier moves.
I guess,
yeah.
Because that's what it's all about, is these big viral moments and all that.
Yeah, and it's working.
But clearly, in matches with The Miz, it's The Miz walking him through, you know.
That's
crazy. That you're allowed to have your favourites and have people you don't like, but it's funny that Alvarez still to this day can't say anything positive about
Why does he hate The Miz so much?
I don't know. He's jealous. If only I had been a wrestler in the Ohio area 20 years ago. I looked at them as his friends. We have some in common.
Well, you're actually from California, so you couldn't do that. Don't know where Alvarez is from. Maybe California. Or Washington.
From Grumpyville. But you're all right. Look, Logan does some spots. He has months, weeks, whatever, to practice doing these bits and does them well. I'll give him that. That's all I want to give this gimp. Sick of seeing him. Sick of being sitting on a fence. Go away, you gimp. Go talk to children.
Yeah, but you like Eddie Kingston, and he's a nasty man. He tried to set someone on fire.
He had it coming.
Yeah,
he was cold, Jack.
I was just joking. No, I'm glad it's off him. His shtick was wearing thin. I think he'll be back at Mania. though. It's not the last we'll have seen of him or the Rumble.
Yeah.
They'll
Oh,
get
no,
him
there's a
back,
Saudi
Yeah,
show coming
him
up.
versus
yeah.
the Saudis have him versus Haku. It's fine, whatever. But yeah, don't care. LA Knight won, yay! His first singles title since the $1 million title from NXT.
Wow.
Good for him.
Probably his first like real title since TNA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about like the
Well, the
rise of
NWA
him.
one.
Oh yeah, he
If
won
that
it, yeah.
counts.
The right, because he was almost sacked, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like they gave him the stupid Max Dupree thing,
Vince wanted to make him a
and
manager.
they wanted him gone. And like is he early 40s?
Yes.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
getting on in years, and like seeing his rise has been great.
I'll-
Really, they've taken their time with it.
I listened to an interview. I can't remember who it was with, but he was talking about how he got his shot in. They were like, "How did you join WWE so like relatively late in your career after years with TNA and NWA and on the Indies?" And he said, he was like, "I just got a contact and just emailed them and said, look, this is my CV. This is what I've done. I just thought I'll just try." He said it might have got me heat for not going through the traditional channels, but I thought it's late in my career. I don't care if I get heat. I'm just going to go for it. And I thought, fair
As
enough.
if you get heat for that as well.
Well, you know, WWE back then, it's
People
like...
might be like, ooh, big time in us or whatever. But no.
Really, he's done the professional thing. You submit a resume, don't you? That's how
You can never
jobs
tell
work.
what's just going to annoy. Someone's going to hate you for whatever you do.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
guess it's
that
like he
period,
didn't
so.
get invited because he was like a Samoa Joe or whatever, or he didn't get like, let's go through a tryout or whatever. But
That's nuts that they didn't have their eyes on him before, isn't it?
I wonder why not. Yeah.
Good for him.
Good for him. And also, best of luck with Logan Paul and his fight with CoffeeZilla coming up.
Do you not like Logan Paul very much? I'm just getting the.
Why would you say that? Absolutely. Tiff Stratt tries to cash in during Bayley's title defense against Nia Jax, but it's just a distraction, allowing Nia to pick up the win.
Or was it just a distraction? She certainly pretended like it was a distraction. Hooray, Nia, I'm glad you've retained.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I trust that Tiffany Stratton.
This match probably the weakest part of the show, just because there's been barely any build, and the build that they have had on TV has not been fantastic.
They proper screwed over Bailey. This reign
run's
has been like Triple H had been bigging her up on social media or some WWE.com exclusive, and like he'd been saying like how amazing she is. Book her on TV proper. They really let her down. I thought the match itself was great. I actually really enjoyed the match, but it could have meant more.
I need to watch it back to work out if it was one of them or the other or both. But I was going to say, this is like, it wasn't like my favorite match of the night or anything, but I just was struck by Nia's performance and how far she's improved. Again, relatively late in her career as well, and she's just blossomed. But I don't know whether it was probably also Bayley helping make her look good.
Of course, yeah.
That finishing sequence where she just decides, I'm actually twice her size, I'm just going to destroy her. Yeah. And then what was the other match? When Jacob Fatu hit 1 million moves on Gargano in a row. It seems to be something that's creeping into like Triple H matches where, and Gunter does it as well, where you try to put someone away, they kick out, and then you go, I'm just going to hit 5 moves in a row, and then it's a nice ending sometimes, and it worked here.
I like Bayley delivering the walking powerbomb to Nia Jax.
Crazy.
Shades of Lesnar versus Big Show, no 3.
Good shout. Yeah, the finish as well, the Annihilator, and I really liked Nia Jax. After she had hit 2 of them, she started gloating about it, and it was like, okay, that's a little thing that Nia 5 years ago probably wouldn't have done, and yeah, she's shown amazing improvement. I don't really know how that's happened because she got released by WWE. She didn't go anywhere. She didn't do it. Like she just like took a few months off, and she's come back, and now she's really like fun to watch. And like
The only place she was about to be booked on was that bloody NFT Authors of Pain event in the UK.
I forgot about that. Yeah, she was on there, wasn't she?
Yeah, never ended up happening. Can we talk about it now? What we were offered or what we nearly became a part of?
What was that?
Oh, Tom didn't mention it.
Yeah.
Tom didn't mention it in his lovely video about it. Go.
So I don't know whether we just got me and Pachi might have ended up both managing a wrestler on that show. But
I think I can
but we were
guess
never,
who it was. Yeah.
But we were never, I was like, I didn't build myself up. I'm going to be gutted if this doesn't happen, because I thought this is never happening. Like just looking at the
Sensible Jack.
For
looking
sure.
at the lineup and stuff.
Did the same recently with that boxing thing. I talked about this in my
I remember you
stream,
talking
like,
about that. Yeah, when it happened. God,
They
didn't
were
happen.
doing some YouTube boxing thing. It happened a few years ago with MMA, and there was talk about me. You know, Callum Tic Tac Head. He's also from the Isle of Wight.
Oh, what a matchup.
Callum
I remember you
Adams,
saying, yeah.
Sanjay, they call him.
Is he tall as well?
Yeah, he's a big boy. Probably about the same height as me. I think he's just touching 40, something like that. And there was talk about that, and that didn't happen. And then they tried to match me up. This is the MMA thing with some super fit, like 22-year-old FIFA YouTuber.
I remember the poster and seeing the state of the lads going, wait, who are we fighting?
Am I allowed to name him? Because I know who it was.
Is it JMX?
JMX. If you see it, he's built. Like, he's massive. And then I think the guy said to Adam something like, don't worry, like, he's had one fight and, like, lost it already or something like that, or he's dislocated his shoulder.
He
dislocated his shoulder recently, but then you watch this other boxing match he's had, which he wins with one arm because he's dislocated his shoulder. He's just like, yeah. And I was like, no. And he's really tall, but he's also like massive, so he would have weighed more than you as well. I don't understand.
They needed somebody to get beaten up. Like, I would have done it for the right money, right? If it had been 5 figures,
I'd try to call spots to it.
Hip toss. I think it would have been fun. The guy that was setting this stuff up, he's a really, really lovely guy, and he's helped us out in the past and everything. And who knows, it might happen at some point in the future. If the money was right, I'd get punched in the face.
You said one day, you were like, just got a DM from someone connected to this thing. It says, you may now be fighting like Harvey from So Solid Crew or like Dapper Laughs.
Yeah.
And we were like, who's your opponent going to end up being? It was so good. It was so funny.
Because I remember you saying, all right, don't say anything on the podcast. Don't mention it to anybody. We can keep this cush to you. Shush, shush, shush.
Well, yeah,
and then out of nowhere, you just went, that boxing thing's not happened. What a pile of rubbish that was. I'm like, we're allowed to talk about it then.
It's been long enough, hasn't it, that I don't think it's going to happen.
This was years ago. I mean, guys, so, God.
I think that would have been the MMA thing. I'm open to discussions on stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Because
it's kind of blown up now. There's loads of celebrity fighting events.
Yeah, there is. But this one in particular, you were saying about like, JMX and whatever. Like, yeah, the posters like see these YouTubers. I'm like, I don't know who they are, but I know they're all built like He-Man action figures from the 80s. No, I don't think I'll be involved in this.
They look like proper athletes. And you know what? I think if they message, can we get some promo pics or something for it? And I think if I sent them through some pictures, they just go, what the hell? Do
you think
why is this happening?
Like, it's not you talk about wrestling, so therefore you must be built like that. You all look like Simon Miller.
How far in advance would you have found out? Like, would you have had a training camp?
12 hours.
I think it would have been a couple of months, but not enough to like sort myself out for it. But again, like it's essentially it's going to be at most for me probably 9 minutes work. Quite hard work, admittedly, but I have there's no pride, is there, to lose? It's not like I'm going in there thinking,
I can't believe Pacini lost to the pro.
I'm so embarrassed.
If you get really knocked out and it becomes a GIF, then that's pretty bad.
If I poo myself or something like that, which I might.
Yeah, I can't believe Gateshead fittest man beat Pacini. Like, wow, what are the chances of that?
Owen beat Pacini.
Oh,
he's there. He's right there.
Oh, Joel as well. Yeah, but Owen can run for days. I've played football with him.
Can he?
Oh, he's quick. Oh,
let's build his profile, get him in a ring.
Yeah, he's nippy.
Or an octagon.
When they ask, so Pacini, got any photos of you? Just put, send it, all of us. Everyone sent a picture of one. So you look very similar. Drew McIntyre tries to use a chair in his match with CM Punk, but special guest referee Seth Rollins takes it away. Seth misses a run-up from Punk, who later breaks his own submission to go after the bracelet. The match continues, and Punk realizes Seth has picked up the bracelet. They argue, and Drew knocks them into each other, sending Seth to the outside. Punk hits the GTS, but Seth is again late to count the pinfall attempt. Punk hits Seth with the GTS, allowing Drew to elbow Punk and eventually win the match. What were you laughing about?
Jack didn't like it, and I want to hear
go on, Jack.
Jack's thoughts.
Well, first of all, a few of us in this room when we were watching it suspected that Punk got tired fast, which is understandable because he's been out of action and he's not the youngest.
He's preparing for that fight with Machidi.
But Punk's good enough that like he can still, even if he's tired, he can
take him.
Punk's still good enough that like even if he's tired, he can still wrestle a match with smoke and mirrors or with stalling and stuff and still make it a good match. But the build of this was so good and so well done, especially because they couldn't wrestle each other for months as well. Why is their match all about Seth Rollins and about this bracelet that was added relatively late to the feud and everything? And why is Punk throwing away his chance at victory for this bracelet, which I get, and then people went on Twitter and went like, people who don't understand the emotional significance of the bracelet are heartless. And I'm like, no, it's not that. It's just, He seemed to think that the bracelet was... Are they trapped in the bracelet, AJ? Because he seemed to... He drops him... He lets go of the Anaconda Vice because he notices the bracelet on his wrist, which he knew was there. And then he sees Rollins is wearing the bracelet and drops the go to sleep. He drops him out of that. I also think it made Drew look a bit weak because Punk had him beat like 4 times. He got 2 visual pinfalls and he let go of 2 finishing moves. I really was disappointed, and I'm a huge fan of Punk and Drew and Rollins in the right circumstances. And have you seen the ref cam footage that's come out of Rollins just going like, "Are you giving up? You can give up anytime, Punk. You can retire." And everyone's going, "Ha lol, this is so funny." Well, it's not. It's bollocks.
I'm with you to a certain degree. One, I love the heat going into this. My favorite feud of the year so far. The build up, the intensity, the heat, and everything else like that. I didn't mind Rollins being introduced to this, because he has heat with both lads. The World Championship victory and loss at WrestleMania, and just calling Punk a cancer all those years ago, and made it clear on commentary, this is what it's going to be about. So Ron's been brought in, and so I look at it on paper going logistically, going, oh, that's nice. They'll be transitioning from this feud, which is ran for most of the year, and going into Rollins versus Punk, or Rollins versus Drew, or whatever afterwards, because they've got to do something after this, right? So I didn't mind him getting involved, and point out there has been beaten up refs and stuff like that. Rollins looked great in his gear, and what you guys were talking about earlier, just discussing comments. But you're right, I was defending the bracelet thing because I thought it was a genuine thing that like Punk got from his deceased wife or whatever.
We know that she's alive.
Yeah, exactly. The way he was being treated like that.
Right.
Then I found out on X, a fan gave it to him.
That's nice.
But it's not something his wife gave or his dog made.
But it's got their...
That would have been, if the dog made it, fair.
But it's got their names on it. It means
But that's
a lot.
it. That's it. It's just their names on it. So it's not like, remember when you gave me this on our first date? It's not. It's just a fan randomly gave it to Punk.
I assume he's on the road so often now that he misses them and it reminds him of them or whatever.
A fan made it. Yeah. And so he's taking to that now as part of this. That told me out. So I thought, no.
So
well,
if
the significance of the bracelet
Jack,
means a lot.
Would you be like, no?
I'd kill them.
Exactly.
Come here, you bastard. Someone took Puppet Jack.
It's the same thing.
So take him to Wembley, see who takes him.
I agree with everything that you said about the match.
But you liked it.
But I loved it.
There you go.
I really did. I think it's a really fair point about the bracelet. Maybe there could have been, it sounds daft to say, more sentimentality. Maybe they could have gotten that over a little bit better. And I don't want to just go, rather than just a fan made it for him. I just got really, really lost in the drama. I loved the trash talking throughout. I thought that was great. I loved the little SummerSlam 97 reference because a lot of us thought that was coming and then they acknowledged it without actually doing it. I really, really cared about who was going to win. Maybe it's different when you're doing like the predictions and the reactions thing, because that was the one that Andrew and I differed on. So I got lost in it.
It is easier to get
Oh,
extra stakes, isn't there? I wanted to win and everything.
One of my favourite ever matches was Roosh versus Dalton Castle, because me and Sam differed on it, and Roosh beat him in like 30 seconds. I was like, yeah,
that's great.
It was amazing.
You thought Dalton Castle was going to be Roosh?
Sam thought he was. It was when Dalton Castle was the Ring of Honor champion. So
that and 3 could get you a meal deal.
I feel that SummerSlam was my kind of wrestling event. I like the big storylines. I like the big drama. Went in there, I cared about every single match and who was winning and who was losing. Right. And I felt the same about this. I think it could have gone either way. And yeah, it was silly. It was soap opera stuff. But that's what I like. And I'm willing to forgive the silly little things about it. And you're totally right in everything that you've pointed out as well. I really do think so. But you can't help what you like.
Different opinions. Yeah. It's all good.
Different people.
Yeah, different
needs.
I hate you. I mean, yeah, you're right. See, we can get on. I'm with you though. Yeah, I was willing to forget the bracelet stuff because I just loved it. Look, guys hating guys. Yeah,
you
give it to me. But if I rewatch this now, I probably wouldn't like it anywhere near the same.
I was
completely caught up watching this. Didn't see any spoilers. Just watched it live. It was just like, yes, come on, lads, hate each other some more. Then make out. And we've got nearly all of that. CM Punk yelling, I don't care about your damn Sabu pants to Rollins, just those little moments. Yeah. And then, if I go back and watch it, I'll probably go, why do I like this? But right now, just loving the emotion.
That's it. It was an in the moment thing. I'm not going to rewatch that one.
Yeah, I'm going to leave that alone.
Yeah,
leave that to
I'll
memory.
enjoy it and not focus on
Why did Seth...
Yeah.
Sorry to...
No, go on.
Well, also, Seth's like, I hate all these guys, and it's my rules, so I'm going to let them tear each other apart. Then he stops them using the chair on each...
Yeah, it was really flawed
Stuff
in
using
many,
a
many
chair.
ways.
And
Great.
in the build, they're going like, "I'm going to kill you. We're going to kill each other." And then the brace. Sorry, I like you. I disagree with your points, but they do make sense. I understand your.
Do you see Trevor Dame's tweet where he says he hopes in the Rumble it starts off with it comes down to Drew versus Punk, and then Drew just throws the bracelet over, and then Punk eliminates himself run through.
He's one of the cool Twitter people.
I love him. He's so cool. The JD can't find Dom and assume he's left with Liv Morgan. Priest apologizes to Finn, who accepts it. If Priest needs any help tonight, Finn will be in. Balor betrays Priest, allowing Gunther to become the new World Heavyweight Champion. Good nose, Chuck. Yeah. What do you think about the match, Pachi?
I thought the match was really decent. I really love the way that Priest has been elevated by the reign, which wasn't really that long at all. So it's not like one of the best reigns in recent memory, but man, has it made Damian Priest a star. They've done amazingly, and I would have liked him to have held it a little bit longer. I know you're a massive Gunther fan and everything. There's part of me that's a little bit worried that we're just, oh man, it seems such a weird thing to complain about. We're going to get another super, super long reign. I know. Look,
Where's the negative in this?
Yeah, carry on.
it's not a bad thing. I wanted Priest to have it a little bit longer. I would have liked Gunther to. I didn't mind Gunther beating him, but I quite like that to happen in about
It was just
2 or
mad.
3
It was
months.
like you were speaking a different language. You're like, well, I don't understand. How can this possibly? What's a long reign to you and what's a long reign to Adam? That's very different. You're
Well,
like,
it depends if Gunther's champ or
he's
not.
only held it for 3 years. What?
Yeah, and like Gunther's an amazing champ. He's a proper fighting champion who defends all the time. I love his matches. I love his character. There's nothing that I dislike about Gunther. And you know what? Priest is a made man. So I have any complaints?
It also makes King of the Ring look quite important because they both
That's what I was
won.
thinking.
Yeah, really good point.
Yeah, because I thought one of them would win. One of the tournament winners would win, but they both won. Sorry, go on.
The mid-card title should be a stepping stone to
Yeah.
a world title. Everything about it's right. I just don't know if I'm ready for a super long Gunther reign again. It sounds daft, doesn't it? I don't know what it is.
I like the Priest.
You don't like wrestling when it's good. It's okay.
I like the
Me neither.
Priest lost, but is now straight into a hot feud, so he probably won't lose much. Well, you will lose some momentum because you're no longer world champion, but he won't. He's straight into a hot personal feud with it. Yeah.
I'm not sure if Priest is being elevated all that much by having this world title.
Okay.
Because he's just been a supporting act in the film.
In this
every
Punk
single
Drew,
thing. Rollins feud, the Gunther feud, the Drew stuff, the Punk. You know, he's always
But this
been
could be his-
also starring. He's in the
Disagree.
background of the poster.
Whoa.
Listen to the crowd.
But as a star, he's not been. The title reign hasn't helped him. The Gunther feud has helped him because they've gone all in with Gunther being
loves Gunther.
captain privilege. And
Gunther's done
and
that. That's
Damien
mental.
Priest growing up in a trash can,
Right.
and that's done wonders for him. That 24 special done. This past month has
I
done
haven't
more
watched
for
the
Priest.
24 yet.
I watched the video package and it just seemed to be. I grew up poor, really bad. Like
Did you know? Did you do the crying motion with your? Oh right.
that's all we've been doing. So, Jimmy, but it's been working. It's been working really well. He's done way more reaction than anything. Than Gunther going ha ha poor. Than anything he's been doing in the world title because he's always been secondary. Now he's primary to this.
These different
and he's
opinions
going to be in
are
the
great. I'm
exact.
loving this.
He's been in the
It's
exact
great.
same position on the card without that title. Doesn't need it. Beating the hell out of Finn.
I'm leaning more towards Adam. You know, can I agree with?
That's just static
Can I
electricity,
agree
that.
with the best bits of both your arguments? Because I agree with you that he's been the supporting act in many of this. But I would agree with Adam that it has still managed to boost him up the card and give him momentum. So I'm just going to take just mix both of your arguments together.
Diplomatic.
Come on with my
No,
own.
Matthew's wrong, and this is one.
That's more like
I don't think it. I think you saying, "Oh, it's Gunther who's helped him out,"
That was
is simplifying things a
The
little
crowd
bit.
reactions have been
it's the-
louder. This is for someone who watches it every week, Pachi. I know it's new for you.
I watch it every
The
week.
crowd
That's not
reactions.
fair. That's not fair. This isn't NXT we're talking about,
This
right?
is Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, crowd reactions have been louder for Priest this past month than anything he's done all year.
Because it came after the match where he almost lost his leg. That was the turning point. It wasn't the
Ooh.
introduction of Gunther. It was people's newfound respect for him because he carried
They
on.
respect him because he fell on his ass.
No, because he carried on.
Hey, look, I thought
He
you
was
were
very
rubbish, but after
brave.
seeing you flop on your face and then forget to kick out with the bank,
the
now
botch.
I have
It wasn't
newfound
the-
respect for you.
It wasn't the botch. Everybody makes mistakes. It was the fact that
this is true.
It was the fact that he continued with the match, worked the leg into it, even though it wasn't hurt. He was a proper pro. He's been putting
It
on really
wasn't
good
hurt.
matches. He wasn't
fake
injured, was
leg.
he? No, right.
Priest is a pirate.
You saying that Priest is popular because of Gunther is
That is a
nuts.
bit,
The feuds up till now have been, hi, I'm Priest, and I'm the world champion. Here's Judgment Day.
No, they
All
haven't.
right.
No.
The Gunther feud's the first time it's been personalised. He's been deliberately coming out by himself. He's telling Phil, Finn, go away. You're going to betray me at SummerSlam, go away.
No, he's doing that in True Feud as well.
No, like Dom can sort off. It's just about me.
No,
They've
he was
been
doing that before.
slowly moving this towards just Priest. None of his goth polycule hanging around with him. And now Gunther's been like going...
His argument, which I do partly agree with, but his argument here is that Gunther's helped him by taking the world title off.
Prove me wrong. Listen to crowd reactions at SummerSlam. They love him. They loved him when he fell on his ass. Now they love him even more he's lost the
Doesn't
title.
that feed into Adam's point?
The story was there,
Gunther's
the
helped him.
timing was
Yeah,
there.
you're right.
It just so happened that Gunther was the next challenger. People were getting so behind him.
It's incidental, Matthew. What have you got
That
to
could
So
say?
you think
anyone.
Drew coming out and going, you're poor ye, would have worked the same.
I don't think it was about the poor
You
stuff.
grew up eating rat pie, ye.
I think his reactions were growing every week, regardless of that. He was distancing himself from the Judgment Day. People were buzzing about that. It wasn't. I don't think it was Gunther. It played a part.
This argument's like the match was.
Back and forth affair, exactly, Jack.
I thought this was the best match of the night for me personally. But you could argue that maybe there was so many angle matches in this, or so many turns, or almost turns like Tiffany Stratton, but she didn't do it in the end and stuff like that. That this was just another turn. But I think that doing both Judgment Day betrayals in the same night was a good thing, and I think that it didn't. Unlike Rhea and Liv, which worked totally for what it was, this combined, but it was like a sort of intense, hard-hitting match and had the storyline element to it as well. I also liked how Priest was so betrayed by Finn that he lost focus on the match totally and just went straight for Finn.
Yeah,
Like he
liked
saw a
that.
bracelet or something.
Like he saw.
Nah.
I saw a lot of the cool,
Favorite studded belt.
saw a few of the cool accounts online laughing at Finn's face, just going, "Have you seen? Look at Finn's face," because he made a face. When he betrayed him, he was like,
The Goblin.
That doesn't look like Finn.
It doesn't.
I swear Finn's... Oh, God, you know what? Last time you saw him do that face was he was going to be Pumpkin Finn. That match, it didn't happen, so...
"Pumpkin Finn."
All right, carve on a memory.
Sister Abigail. Yeah.
I liked it, and I think that I'm glad that Gunther's the champion, and also I'm glad that Priest has this instant feud with Finn.
Yeah.
Because you do always worry when someone loses a world title, someone who's not already a major star like a Cena or an Orton or whatever. You do worry that they're going to fall back down, but I don't think Priest will, for various reasons. But the instant personal grudge match feud helps as well.
Yeah, Priest, after calling everyone out on his Judgment Day team, have now gone, nah, you don't like us, do you? Every week is a little bit thing. No, it's Finn. Don't do that, Finn. Finn, you should take on Gunther by
There was
yourself.
meant to be no leaders. in the
Right.
well.
So, yeah, everything great here. Some people point out, wait a minute. Priest looked up and saw the replay. Why didn't the ref? I'm like, sure, wrestling's fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, the JD can't find I've done that, but no. The Awesome Truth arrived to announce the show's attendance. And again, just we're in that world now where it's, just a casual 57,791 for a stadium show. Just WWE just doing that, like, yeah.
Straight after they'd announced it, "You're a liar."
I hadn't thought about that. Change to WrestleMania 32. So then we got Grayson Waller and Austin Theory interrupt. They mock the Cleveland crowd and Jelly Roll, but R-Truth mistakes him for the Rock and Roll Express.
I thought this was so funny. That Robert Gibson eye line is so funny.
What does that say? What does he say?
So where did that come from?
Robert Gibson, but your eye's gone straight.
Oh, wow.
It felt unnecessarily
Jesus Christ,
cruel,
where did that
but
come
it's
from?
very
It's
much
like how
my
everyone-
Didn't get any. I said the Rock and Roll Express. No pop. What a team to bring up.
It's like how everyone mentions JD's big head all the time. Cole's on commentary going, "Look at his massive cranium."
I'd like the Rock and Roll Express, like signed to Legends contracts or anything like that. I don't think
feel like
they
they're
are.
not.
No,
Yeah.
it's
They're
just like-
more
Jelly Roll.
They've
Who
appeared
could
in
it be?
AEW.
Yeah, it's fair enough doing it to someone on the payroll, but it's just
Yeah.
look at this old guy with a wonky
Oh, look at
eye.
his eyes.
Why?
They look like you two. That's what they look like. Is the
Shawn Michaels is right there as well.
Is the-
No, it's just because it's Rock and Roll Express. It's not a tag team with Roll in, I guess. Because Truth is this old man who
But
can't
Jelly
remember
Roll
people's
wasn't in
names.
the ring at this point.
It
though.
was rubbish. It was rubbish.
It was
I don't
funny.
Like,
it was so funny. Needed more good.
I don't like Truth being like this.
Gunther actually helped them by deliberately staying away from this segment.
The Rock and Roll Express have never been more over than they were here in this segment.
I remember when Gunther battered the Rock and Roll Express. That's what made them great.
When Gunther got the mic, it goes, one of your eyes goes this way. And the other, one of these eyes is going to the shop, the other is coming back with change. There's never been more over than that one moment. This distracts the heels, allowing Jelly Roll to get in the ring and attack them with a chair. Waller rolls out of the ring, leaving Theory to take a choke slam from Jelly Roll and a 15-knuckle shuffle from all the lads, whatever.
Theory really jumped for that choke slam.
It was a good choke slam.
And Jelly Roll threw his body down onto the ground for the 5-knuckle shuffle.
Good lad.
And then had to be helped up. I felt bad for him. He was like rolling around, and then they picked him up.
Jelly rolling. Yeah.
But he could be a wrestler. He's a big boy.
He is.
He's tall and like large, and I wouldn't want to fight him. So therefore,
So that gets announced for Newcastle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm glad that you've, because I've seen people online just going like, oh, damn, that was the best choke slam ever, without acknowledging Theory's participation in that.
No, it's just all Jelly Roll.
It was a shoot, like, no, come on.
Right?
Theory was amazing in that.
Oh, he's an athlete.
He's incredible.
We've talked for a few weeks now though. We're like, because Waller is going to eventually like turn on Theory, or Theory's going to break free, and we're like, it's going to be hard. Theory's such a natural heel. It's going to be weird them trying to make him a face. I'll have to see how it goes.
I agree with you, and I said that to Andrew like
Andrew
a few months ago.
Wants Theory
No, yeah, because he was like, "Oh, have you seen the way that he interacts with fans? If they can put that on screen."
He said that in a pictures video as well. Me and Ross were kind of like, but his face.
That's it.
His horrible face. His smug face. Andrew just loves him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes bumps into Arn Anderson on the way to the ring and tells him that he has friends on the way.
Yeah.
He has friends. Okay, thanks. The main event sees Cody defend the undisputed WWE title against Solo in a Bloodline Rules match. Tama Tonga and Tangaloa interfere, somewhat successfully, somewhat unsuccessfully. But Kevin Owens and Randy Orton arrive to save the day, high-fiving all the fans on the way.
Randy was so funny.
They all brawl away through the
I'll
crowd.
save him.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, yeah, selfie, yeah. Amazing. Jacob Fatu runs in and attacks Cody, splashing him through the announce table and possibly injuring himself in the process, but I don't know how much of that is angle, how much
We don't know
that's
how, yeah.
not.
Can't work it out. He's wearing a boot now.
Yeah. Roman Reigns makes his return and attacks Solo, allowing Cody to retain the title.
Yeah. Now, again, Alvarez. Oh no, it was Vinny V, his co-partner. I listened.
His puppet.
Because by the time we've finished here on pay-per-view nights, by the time I get home, it's like already the Wrestling Observer Live. They put it up very quickly after the show. So I was listening to the Wrestling Observer Live, and Vinny was like, Jacob is screaming spots at Solo. Solo has no idea what to do here. They acted like Solo was lost because Jacob got injured. But I just took it as in character.
Yeah,
Jacob's going,
same.
Get him!
Matt, if we ever get to that point, can you just fire me?
But
Hi, I've forgotten how these things work.
and then they were like, Alvarez was like, it makes no sense because Roman comes out and it's meant to be 2-on-1 on Cody, but he's just beating up Solo. But they've already attacked Cody and they've already, Roman's just evening it up. It's just desserts, isn't it? Like
With the Jacob Fatu thing there.
But they were positive about some aspects, I should say. They admitted that it was a huge reaction for Roman and stuff.
Let's just
I'm
say-
glad they admitted that.
Pretend it's a real fight, right? And you just hurt your leg and you want your mate to beat up your opponent. It's exactly what you would do.
Teammates yelling at each other to help.
Right,
Pass
it's
me
not
the ball.
That's not calling spots,
Yeah.
is it?
Oh, I remember overhearing, I think it was War Machine and the German lads, Lucky Kid and Tarkan Aslan, calling a match to each other backstage. And I remember War Machine specifying, it's okay if you, communicate with each other in the build-up to this double team move, because that works in character as well. So if you go 3, 2, 1 and then charge both corners or whatever, they were like, that works because it's not breaking cave.
Yeah,
You're just,
it's
and I'm
coordinated.
thinking, they're really thinking about these matches.
Yeah, that's cool,
These
isn't it?
wrestlers really think about
They make it
this.
look so good naturally,
Yeah.
don't they? But yeah, what do you think about Solo then?
I loved it. I think it was great. I think it was a real, I don't know if it's necessarily a star-making performance, but I think he shut a few people up because he played the role to perfection. He didn't look lost at any point, and I actually think he had a bit of an aura about him that maybe I've not fully seen before. I think when he was throughout the match, in fact, they kept him strong for sure. I think he looked decent in a main event spot, which is great.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure, the Temu bloodline thing still applies, but that only furthered the impact of Roman's return.
Yeah, everything was there for a reason. That could be the story of the show, basically. Everything happened for a reason.
I think Bloodline Rules matches might be my favourite match type. I know we've only had 2, but they've both been brilliant.
bangers.
I do worry that it'll become every main event will become like the WrestleMania main event, like the diet version of the WrestleMania main event. But it's what happened in the Attitude Era, and everyone loved that. You know? Or like the late Attitude, like 2000. It was like every main event was like, Vince is going to screw Austin or The Rock. No way. Here comes, Taker to save the
AEW superstar Shane McMahon.
Yes.
When you care about all of those characters, you don't. It doesn't matter, does it?
Right.
Like all of this chaos and things, sometimes don't make sense.
Like the my Matches of the Month podcast, the top 10 currently is full of AEW matches as individual matches on their own. But in terms of a show, like SummerSlam, I enjoyed it without any of the matches being like one of my favorite matches of the year. It was greater than the sum of its parts, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, I think some people liked storyline-based stuff, and I think WWE's doing an amazing job with that so far. Yeah, this was the show for ye. All these matches, I think something happened in every single match.
Yeah.
To make you go, ooh, I can't wait to watch Raw or SmackDown.
And I enjoyed I know they were all singles matches, which was quite unusual, but I enjoyed the slightly fuller card rather than the 5 match. I think the 7 match, I think it was 7, and that was quite a good midpoint. Didn't enjoy the pre-show.
No.
Bless you. But yeah, and great watching it the day afterwards. I missed Dome Smoother, Straight Talk, all the things.
Sponsors.
They even got RefCam sponsored.
Did they?
Yeah, well, here's the RefCam sponsored by whatever. And I
didn't
have this thing in my head where God, I want to pay attention to this.
I don't get how it works with the sponsors. It's like sometimes you'll have like 2 or 3 just drinks sponsoring one match.
Yeah.
You've got someone on the barricade,
official-
you've got a graphic there, and then the ring post.
Yeah, to make it clear, this is the official energy drink of the show, but this official, sports drink is this. Yeah.
Crazy money.
And they said it's the most profitable non-WrestleMania event that we've ever put out.
Right.
Makes sense.
And you're like, after all the adverts, yeah.
It felt like a WrestleMania.
The UFC have had some good ones over the years. They've got Madeo, the official cerveza of the UFC, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Or the best one was they were sponsored by Trojan condoms for a while.
Yeah.
And it was protect yourself at all times. That's
good.
that's
good.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to bring up dude wipes, which they had for
Oh,
years.
yeah, dude wipes.
Because men don't get those other toilet paper stuff.
Yeah.
That's for women folk. All right. The only negative of the show is I think every match had a variant of the wrestler gets thrown, misses, and goes into the ring post
Lots
spot.
of ring
Baffling,
posts.
that.
A lot
Yeah.
of that. Now, when I started to notice it, going, hang on.
5 matches on the trot, I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't think the last 2 necessarily did. They might have done in the main event. I don't
have to go
remember
back
it,
and
but yeah,
check.
it was.
What's the thing OSW say? Damn it, D'Lo. When the agent ins off, when they don't have...
They do that, yeah.
Was that when he was in TNA as an agent?
I believe so.
Whenever there's repeated spots over the course of a show, OSW go, damn it, D'Lo.
Yeah. And then crowd chanting, turn the light on, we can't see poo during Gunther versus Priest.
We had
Watch
that
the
during
Phantom of
WrestleMania 33. I remember experienced it.
Is it because you can't see? This is a daft question. If you can't see the ring, can you not see the screens, or is it both? Is it just
Depends where
blinding?
you're sat, I think. Yeah. But where we were sat at 33, it was especially during the women's 4-way that Bayley won. And they turned. That's when it started to get dark. And they turned on these lights, and it was just...
It's good to see.
Yeah, there's always a section of these massive crowds, stadium shows where, it's like, if you're in this section, you can get blinded.
Right,
So-
okay.
But yeah, should have a little break.
If you want.
Yeah, why not?
Monday Night Raw. We see various superstars arrive at the start of the show, including Dom and Liv together. Also, Drew walks out of the car, and he is so damn happy because he beat Punk. And I put, aww.
What a cutie.
Yeah. Speaking of cuties, Ludwig Kaiser introduces the new World Heavyweight Champion, Gunther. Gunther talks about how great he is and says nothing can catch him off guard. Here comes the Spanish Inquisition himself, Randy Orton, and Gunther admits that he's taken by surprise. Orton says the title suits Gunther, but he's the only reason Gunther has the belt in the first place. He talks about the tainted win at King of the Ring and says everybody knows there needs to be a rematch, even Triple H. Randy says he's the only man in the locker room who can match the champ hold for hold. Their match would be a modern-day Flair versus Steamboat, but can Gunther fulfill one of those roles? Gunther considers himself a living legend, which is perfect for the legend killer. He's going to beat Gunther in Germany. Gunther says the voices in Randy's head are wrong and accepts the challenge. They shake hands, but Gunther pulls Orton into a stare down and tells him that nothing catches him off guard. Randy says it doesn't have to be out of nowhere. He wants Gunther to see it coming. Oh!
No, it was great that the off-mic bit. I thought it felt really natural. It was cool. Does Randy Orton own trousers? What?
Thighs too big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've
maybe
when
that's
you've got
it.
quads like that.
No matter what he does, it's always a t-shirt and pants, isn't it? Not northern pants, Y fronts.
He's got the Disturbed by the Milkman look.
Yeah.
Imagine if he was wearing actual like Wi-Fi, but still all cool.
All right, nothing takes you by surprise. What about these, mate? He's posing his dick out.
Okay.
Crowd chant, "You deserve it. You fans suck." Gunther's a heel, and he had help from Balor. Shut up, dumb Americans.
Well, you need
You
to
love it,
stop
it's
bigging him
being
up as well.
No,
You
but he's a heel.
would
It's an
cheer him.
insult.
You wouldn't boo him.
I'm different.
Yeah, you are.
It's an
I don't want to get into another Gunther-based argument here, but you'd be
HR.
cheering your little head off,
We
wouldn't
watched
you?
an old
picking
Gunter,
on me in again.
We watched an old Gunter promo last week and it went wrong
Oh yeah.
from an old indie promotion. No, I was Adam. It was bad. It was bad, Adam. It was bad because the bit that we stopped on, Ross was like, Ross's point was, look how shy Gunter used to be in front of the camera, and he was. But it's him and Colt Cabana in a tag team. Colt Cabana goes, "We're men on a mission. Yeah, we're not black, but I've got a big black man here with me, with Gunter." And we were like, "Joel, stop the video, Joel. Why are we playing this?" It was out of nowhere.
That's amazing.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Our reactions so like there was comments saying like, "I love how it plunged into chaos at this point." And we're all like, "No." Yeah.
Gunther looks great with that belt.
He certainly bloody
Say
does.
that. He carries himself unlike any other WWE wrestler. Yeah, maybe apart from Cody Rhodes, but
He feels like a star.
yeah, it feels right, doesn't it? I know what I've just said. I don't know if I'm ready for another super long word. Yeah, all right.
You
I mean,
say
you-
this.
I love him.
I guess
think
we're
he's
all
amazing.
assuming. I don't mind the match being made. Not every match can be unpredictable, but I think we all agree that Gunter's surely going to win in Germany as well. And it'll be to galvanise his own run rather than give the belt back to Randy. But I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. No one thought that Nia was going to beat Rhea in Australia, but it was still a big reception for the match and everything.
Yeah, exactly what you just said. I agree with everything.
If Randy does win, can I sit in on the podcast just to, just to see your face?
Yeah, you know what? 'Cause it's not going to happen.
I think,
so,
did you see my tweet when I was like so conflicted? I want Gunter to win tonight, but I want to laugh at Maffew next week.
I did. People were very quick to point that out.
Yeah.
And then coincidentally, my picture of Gunther with the laughing in German. Like, ja, 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 ja. People are like, "Oh, why are you laughing so hard? Is it because of Jack?" Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh, they're sticking with the BS finish to the Saudi show." And it doesn't feel weird or forced. It feels like a genuine sporting mistake. Like I put Lennox Lewis versus Holyfield. I couldn't think of a sporting thing that would all
90s.
reference.
Damien Priest getting dangled upside down. A genuine sporting mistake. Mistakes happen. Even to Gunther. Go on.
The voices in your head are wrong. Thank you, Dr. Gunther. That's all I've got to say about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
same.
really good stuff.
Sheamus is interviewed in Gorilla and still wants to teach Pete Dunne a lesson, but first he's going to take care of Ludwig Kaiser. That match is next. Dunne tries to interfere again, but Sheamus takes him out and then gets the win. Ooh.
Yeah, as soon as Dunn appeared, I was like, well, this is going to cost Sheamus. And they subverted my expectations and he still won. Nice.
I thought they did this, the production, in a really, really clever way. So you had Kaiser out first, so you've got that big return there. He's the opening shot of Raw. That makes him feel like a big deal. He's already out there, and it's just saved a little bit of time. There's no dark entrance or anything like that. I thought it was cleverly done just to shave a few seconds off the show. He's already out there, and then Sheamus comes out, gets his big entrance. I thought the match was good, suitably hard-hitting.
Yes.
Yeah, I just thought,
Really
wow,
enjoyed it.
another entry into the Raw banger division.
Yeah.
You know, Sheamus and Kaiser with Pete Dunne being a nuisance. Yeah.
Kaiser's insanely good.
Yeah, the living Ken doll, as Sheamus is still calling her.
Oh, no, don't call me that.
Who's he dating?
Tiffany
Anybody
Stratton.
he likes. Oh, sorry.
No, it's Stratton.
Stratton, yeah. Lovely couple.
Yep.
As I like to quote Roger Rabbit, ha, what a lucky girl.
That's really good.
Thank you. A new VHS tape covers the debut, you like this, of the Wyatt family in this very building 11 years ago.
Wait, why will I like
It's a VHS tape, yeah.
All right, fair.
Tonight, the new Wyatts make their in-ring debut.
Yeah, it was nice tie-in.
Yeah,
It was
another bloody video,
Same
yeah.
city, same building. I put same building. I'm not. It was definitely the same city. It was definitely Baltimore. Yeah.
Damien Priest heads to the ring and calls out Finn Balor. Nobody comes out, so Priest talks about gaining the respect of the crowd and says everything Pacitti says is correct. Hey, put this. Balor appears on the Tron and says Priest brought this all upon himself. There was supposed to be no leaders, but that all changed when Priest became champ. A year ago, Balor almost became champ, but Priest messed things up. Balor calls Priest a loser and says he won't fight him, but JD will. Balor will wait until Priest thinks he's safe, then stab him in the back again. But he won't be alone. The rest of the group join Balor on screen, minus Rhea, but plus Liv. Obviously, Carlito's there because he's still waiting to get a PS5.
Still there.
And people point out, they are now Atomic Kitten. There's no original members. I thought Finn Balor was part of the OG.
I thought he was.
He was a month after
So it
he
was
joined.
Edge, Priest, and Rhea.
Yeah.
Ah.
I forgot about that.
Fair enough. I just assumed Finn was.
I thought that as well, but people were quite quick to go, you're wrong about everything, Maffew. Shut up. No, all right.
This was a really crucial promo for Priest, and I think he nailed it. I think he's like oozing confidence now. It feels really, really natural. Judgment Day now, once again, just a proper, like, detestable group with no baby faces in there. Maybe a little bit of Carly, but they are a properly hateable group. And every single person that's been in the Judgment Day is now better off than when they first entered that group, which I think is really
That's actually
great.
a good point.
That moment with it's later in the night. I was about to talk about the Rhea stuff. We'll talk about that in a moment.
But I think we know what to talk about. And you're right, because then Priest went, oh yeah, that's your family. Let me introduce you to my new family. Crowd cheers, points to all the lovely people behind him, watches the 24 show.
He's over.
Yeah.
This face turn has gone great for him. Thanks to Gunther.
There you go.
Pause there, like Jeremy Clarkson. Pat McAfee analyzes the water-spitting efforts of himself and Cole at the SummerSlam kickoff show.
Well, it was like he was taunting us for how long we sat and watched the pre-show.
Yeah.
He's got previous, hasn't he, Cole? He did the Triple H entrance back on Raw. Who beat him up? Was it Zack Ryder? Why does that ring a bell?
Zack Ryder beat up Cole.
Zack Ryder had a match with Cole, and I think that's when he did the Triple H entrance.
Yeah.
I think it was. Comments will correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was. But yeah, he can't do the spit, and that's okay. Some people can. Some people can't.
That was weird. Seemed Pat actually do research on something before he started talking.
How do you get it in a mist?
I can do it.
I've never actually
tried it. I don't think.
You sort of blow a raspberry as it's coming out.
Yeah, I thought you thought to, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, make sure your lips vibrate. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah. We'll just do one now, right here, and ruin the good table. No, we won't. Bronson Reed confronts Adam Pearce backstage and says he wants Sheamus. Sorry, he beat Sheamus last week. Doesn't have a match tonight. Now he realizes that if he wants to get to the top, he'll have to create his own path.
And I was like, oh, just another generic. No. No.
Oh, you little thing. Then Lyra Valkyria beats Shayna Baszler via DQ after attack by Sonya Deville and Zoe Stark. The heels beat Lyra down after bell, but Damage Control make the save and clear the ring. Ooh.
So Damage Control are just fully face now. They're just faces.
Yes, because they have to be, I guess, because against the evil Team Forehead.
Oh, Team's such a nasty.
Yeah. Michael Cole decides the best way to make Shayna sound threatening is by talking about her love of looking up soup recipes.
Did he?
Yeah, he certainly did. And I said, it's still more background than Lyra has.
Did you go back?
Or maybe Shayna's going to make Irish stew out of ravens.
I noticed a bit of Dynamite commentary last week that Maffew and Ross didn't. And have you gone back yet? And just Excalibur during the main event, Hangman's beating up Darby but not making the pinfall yet. Like, he's got him beat. And it ends up costing him, like he gets rolled up. But he's beating him down and then keeps looking at the crowd. And Excalibur's like, Hangman getting distracted by the children in the crowd here, the younger members of the audience, perhaps thinking of his own family. He just kept hammering it home. Like, keeps getting distracted by the children there at ringside.
Yeah. They were uncharacteristically bored during that main event. I remember that because they were talking about other things. They were still making jokes like, no, this is the serious main event.
Your main.
Yeah.
It was 2 hours
isn't it? You say like Lyra doesn't have any backstory or anything. I totally get that. But one thing that I'm looking forward to is when people are behind her, the crowd participation on her theme. Because a few people are starting to do it now, the woos during the thing. And I think that's going to be really over at some point. But you're right, she needs a lot of work.
But that with her bird wings.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been a lot of slow burn for the NXT call-ups, hasn't it? Across both brands.
I know you're always going to need... It's hard to, because we always want everyone to be booked really well and everyone to be treated really well, but you do need people to take pinfalls and stuff. You need Pretty Deadly. At the minute, it's Carmelo Hayes, which feels awkward, but you always need people to... Not everyone can be on the up all the time, I suppose.
For sure. Yeah. People need to lose, don't they?
Yeah, it's true. I just don't know why they've introduced this new heel stable, Team Forehead, when they're trying to push Lyra at the same time anyway.
Do you think they're trying to push us, though?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I don't think she's at that level when she can take losses to someone new like that.
Well, it was a DQ finish, I suppose. She was,
Yeah. Still a loss. Still getting less money at the pay window.
No, she won it. She won, but she got beaten up.
You're right. I've said something
But she
incredibly
didn't.
stupid.
But she didn't look strong. I know what you mean. She had to be
That's what I meant.
saved.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Karen Cross says the Doomsday Clock will strike midnight here on Raw, and the Final Testament will finally put an end to the new day.
He hates these boys. So do you.
Yeah.
Is that just being
They were picking up.
Is that just being technical? If it strikes midnight, then it will be literally a new day. I've only just got that. Is that what he's supposed to be bloody saying with that bloody clock?
This is like
Oh, that's really clever and
I hate
cryptic and
that.
cool,
This
isn't
I
it?
hate I've only just got that after 6 months of him saying
there's
it.
layers. It's like Kendrick Lamar. There's so many different meanings going on.
Like Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Where you got to really read in between the lines.
Imagine if
This is between the chords,
when
you know,
Kendrick
like A minor.
and Drake were having their beef. Imagine if Kendrick had just come out with a cover of Breakfast at Tiffany's.
People are like, no, see, this lyric is in
Yeah.
reference to...
They've had a few decent promos. It was about 6-7 weeks ago, and
Final
I quite
Testament?
enjoyed them. Yeah, I
That's
thought
a lie.
No, the delivery was decent, and it felt like it started to maybe mean something. But I just tune out again now. It's just crap. Isn't
It was Ellering who got, I think, Fraser annoyed this week when he was watching me make my notes, and he went, "Why is he there?" And I was like, "I don't know.
Yeah,
He's not
that's
the
a-
mouthpiece."
I hadn't even thought about that. That's a
neither
really
of-
good point.
Our mouthpiece doesn't talk.
Neither of their two managers.
Yeah.
Sometimes Scarlett talks, but Cross is the mouthpiece and the main one. Yeah. Strange.
Yeah, well, I don't care. I'll put clean shaven Ross, bloody hell, clean shaven Cross, ick. Just I think they're good enough.
He's a handsome man. He can get away with it.
I just don't treat him as anything.
Do you remember how scary he looked when he was bald?
Yeah.
He just looked so hard. And now I just don't understand. I don't know.
He looks indie in a bad way.
He was indie.
Yeah. Even more indie.
Right.
You should every week get more and more. You should like the kick pads, the pleather.
High spots belt.
As he comes to the ring, he goes, "Let's go!" Maxine Dupree interrupts a chat between the Creed brothers and Ivy Nile. She asks why Ivy would still be friends with the team that attacked OTs and Ozawa. Chad Gable arrives and says Alpha Academy can keep their name. He's got a new team now. He leaves with Ivy.
Just a horrible little bully boy, isn't he?
What's that song? She's got a girlfriend now. Beep. That Scar song. I've got a new team now.
Ooh, dunno.
Beep. Oh, who sings that? It's a Real Big Fish.
Maybe.
Wrong audience, I'm sorry.
No, I know Real Big Fish.
She's got a
Sell out, I know.
Sell out with me.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
right.
Think I'll have myself a beer.
Trumpets, great.
Yeah. Gets
I
old,
like
doesn't it?
Scar's fun, isn't it? Scar's really fun.
Up to a point.
Yeah.
All right. How many times can the guitar go? Ding, 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 ding.
There's a big mod festival on the Isle of Wight. A lot of ska music gets played.
Mod
Yeah,
festival.
Scooter
Mod.
weekend.
Mod,
it's
sorry,
called
mod.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ska stuff.
Oh, do mods
there. It's
like
a really
ska?
fun night out. Yeah,
Ah.
dangerous but fun.
Well, if the rockers are there as well, it'll get tasty, won't it?
Yeah, watch out for that.
Oh,
the super
mods and
kicks.
the
I thought you were talking about bloody Shawn and Mark. What?
CM Punk arrives and seems happy despite losing at SummerSlam. What's that about? He gives a shout out to Bilal Muhammad for winning the UFC welterweight title.
He
There you
beat-
go.
he
There's that
beat-
TKO
He
relationship.
beat our boy Leon, didn't he? God. He beat a British guy.
I never liked him. He's happy because the fans still love him and because his road to WrestleMania has now begun. He started from the bottom before and he'll do it again. Punk wants a rematch with Drew tonight, but Seth comes out instead. Seth says he's in a good mood too because after 10 years, it's finally time to put Punk in the dirt. They get ready to fight, but a jovial Drew interrupts from the crowd, saying it's a night of celebration. Punk impressed Drew at SummerSlam, but he's no longer the best in the world. Drew is. McIntyre reminds Punk that he still has the bracelet, the one that contains the souls of his parents. Punk chases him through the crowd, while Bronson Reed ambushes Seth back in the ring. Reed beats Seth down and hits him with 6 tsunamis, while officials try to get him to stop by going, "No!" and then moving out the way when he's,
I think that was quite
taking that.
effective, though. They don't want to get in the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes up for 7th, but officials finally get Seth out the ring. Pierce is interviewed backstage and said Seth has been taken to hospital, but there's no update on his condition yet. Punk interrupts looking for Drew, but Pierce has already kicked him out of the building.
Must have everyone liked when Punk went, I just want to talk to him, and made a strangling motion like Homer Simpson. Well, first of all, I enjoyed how after all the SummerSlam and I'm a referee, but I'm going to troll you and everything, now that match is over, Now it's just him and Punk, he thinks. He's like, right, I'm going to batter you now. Like, I like that. It was different from Seth, and I like that he's like, finally, I now get to have my revenge on you. And the Bronson stuff was just amazing.
Yeah.
Really well done.
Because he's been sort of drifting along for some time.
Yeah.
And he put a tweet out at the weekend. I've talked about this a few times in news videos, but he put that tweet out during the Logan Paul LA Knight match, or right at the beginning, on piss break.
Oh,
goodness me.
Well, Logan had made those comments that week. So.
No, yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah.
But LA Knight's in the match as well. It's a bit unfair on, and you know he's going over and everything. Anyway, I thought, oh, is he going to be in the doghouse? And then literally, like 2 days after, he's doing this. He looks like an absolute beast. Yeah, I think it's very, very promising. I worry a little bit that he's going to sort of fall into a bit of a monster heel, two-dimensional thing. So I think the next few weeks are really, really important to get Bronson Reed over or continue getting him over. But the actual attack, like Bronson Reed, lower mid-card guy getting separated by all the agents and just like medical personnel and all that. The internal bleeding stuff was done really discreetly and looked legit as well. Seth sold it really well. I thought it was great, really effective.
I guess it's going to give Seth something to do while Chapter 2 of Punk Drew goes on.
Exactly.
But
Apparently he was writing him off.
Oh,
Seth,
really?
a report from a few hours ago
Right.
before we started saying that Seth's going to be off TV for a while. So maybe
So it doesn't get in the way of, guess, if they're going to do
well
Drew
then-
Punk. I'm going to sneeze. Keep on talking.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough then. They've just made Bronson Reed look...
bless you.
Bless you. They've just made Bronson... They've given him a big boost then, whether or not Seth there.
And they'll
fair
get
enough.
back to it in time, won't
Yeah,
they? They'll
yeah,
do the
yeah,
Bronson
yeah.
Seth match at some B-show pay-per-view.
And that's how it is. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, the big shows are going to get Rollins Punk, but, you know, Madrid is going to get Rollins Reed. Yeah. It's exactly what we're going to get. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Good for Bronson.
Yeah.
I'm happy for
In
it.
your house, Gdansk is going to have a magnificent main event. Right.
I've been there. What city? I went there a couple of years ago.
Isn't that what do you do there?
We were there for like a few days, so we didn't have time, but we went to the Solidarity Museum,
Nice.
which was about...
You've been, Joe?
Yeah, I've been twice.
Oh.
I recommended Jack a cocktail
A
bar.
bar that we went to, which was based around fairy tales. So the menu was like a fairy book, and you chose like...
Taliban was there.
So my girlfriend had the Alice in Wonderland or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And the waiter comes along and tells you a little story about the cocktails, and he goes like...
Oh, wow.
Oh, and then you put the potion in, and he's like mixing it in front of you and stuff. And then, mine was the Pinocchio one, he was like, and yours is Pinocchio is obviously a wooden boy, and here's your wooden cocktail. There you go. So you've made all this effort for my girlfriend, but I'm just like, there's your drink, pal. Have a good one. But
I'd be lying if I said it was good.
it was cool. It was a cool city. It was all the architecture and stuff was really cool, and the museum was interesting. You do the Solidarity Museum.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, yeah.
I got a t-shirt.
It's a very serious historic. Okay.
Cool t-shirt though.
Also, I'm not dressed like a cowboy, says Punk, but I'll be your Huckleberry. That is a line from Tombstone.
Is it?
One of the best Western films you'll ever see.
Right.
And was Rollins dressed as a cowboy a reference to Hangman Page? People seem to say it was. I'm not entirely sure. It's a very... With Rollins dressing how he dresses, could be a coinkydink. To say I'm dressed up as someone who just likes CM Punk, that could be anybody nowadays, couldn't it really?
Yeah.
And where
Have you
are
ever seen
we?
when... Because I was going to say you could just dress as a Smark or whatever. Have you seen when at North, when the Landed Gentry came out dressed as North fans for Halloween?
Yeah, I remember that.
And they came out like wrestling fans with like indie t-shirts on, and one of them just had a big piss stain on the
They're great.
It was so funny.
Pierce's Karen Cross interferes in the AOP's match with the New Day, but Odyssey Jones goes out to save the day. Jones throws Cross over the barricade, and the New Day win with a roll-up. The heels try to beat Woods down afterwards, but Jones takes them all out by himself. Kofi celebrates them afterwards, but Woods looks uncertain.
When he lifted both those lads up at the same time, because at first I was like, this is weird. Odyssey Jones, we haven't seen him for a while, and he's never really done anything on the main roster, or really on NXT. And then he picked up both those lads at the same time, and I forgot about all that, and I was like, wow.
Hell of a debut. Year and a half to make it. Slow cooking at its finest.
I think Fraser told me that he's been drafted to the main roster twice.
He has, yes. Just to
Raw
make
and then
sure.
Raw again. It was
Right.
really weird. The double sidewalk slam was bonkers. It was a little bit contrived with, I don't know if it was Agam or Razor, sort of just getting into position, but the actual moment was just like, I mean, it's wrestling.
There's no way you could be like,
No, you can't. But it was he was super over, man. The crowd, and I would imagine a lot of those crowd members didn't really know who he was as well. So that's pretty impressive, based on the sheer size and aura of this guy that they've gotten behind him. I hope this isn't like a sign that Big E isn't coming back.
Well,
that's what the
I
seems
thought
to be.
the opposite. I was like, is this going to pave the way for an eventual Big E return?
Oh, that's interesting.
I can see why. that's why-
Because I
sorry, go
don't
on.
trust this Odyssey Jones fella. Let me
That's
tell
it.
you, I really don't.
Oh, that's actually doing an impression of you.
Oh yeah, I don't trust him. But in like 1920s New York, no, I don't trust him at all.
Why?
Something's not right. We'll get to it during the promo after.
Oh.
Sorry, that's really serious.
Well, yeah, really,
He once stole money from me.
But yeah, the only other thing about this match was Kofi's trust fall, which I've never really understood as a concept for him anyway. Oh, did he land bad there? But it seems to be okay. Oh, but anyway. Then we get JD Don't Google Me video package. He laughs at Priest's stupid face when Finn betrayed him at SummerSlam. Look who's talking. Priest was only world champion because the JD allowed it. Tonight, Priest will suffer. Later, we get a response promo from Priest, who says he never wanted JD in the Judgment Day, which is true.
Yeah, it is true.
He was only in the group because of Finn. JD might have a massive skull, but he has a tiny brain. And Balor is just manipulating him by sending him into battle first. And Michael
That's
Cole's
true.
going, that's great, that's great.
Because I did think that when Finn was like, I'm not going to fight you, but JD's really earned it. And I was like, what? And then Priest, he's just your lackey. And I think that's fair enough. Yeah. It was, to be fair to JD, although it was a good promo from him, because we'd often see him as like the stooge of the Judgment Day, or like he's always the fall guy. But I thought he did well here, and then I thought Priest's response promo was very good as well. Yeah.
Shut up, you big-headed idiot. Yeah. So well done, Priest.
It's not just Priest who mentions it, like Cole always
Cole
goes,
loves bringing it
look
up.
at his massive skull.
Klingon-sized
He calls his
forehead.
Klingon a lot, yeah.
Klingon, God. Backstage, Kofi probably introduces Woods to Odyssey Jones, explaining that they made friends at the Performance Center while Kofi was rehabbing his injury. I like that.
Makes sense.
That's good because he's been there a lot. Woods isn't too enthusiastic, but Alpha Academy show up and Tozawa has a new dance, so he cheers up pretty quickly.
Funny.
Funny dance, man.
I love it. I love Tozawa. I think he's really funny.
He is.
He is funny. He's got a
he's
funny face, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The potential, like, Kofi.
Funny
Xavier-
face.
Oh, no, his mannerisms, his expressions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So the Kofi Xavier split, it's been super slow burn, but they've been teasing little bits here and there now for a few months. And for the longest, I feel a bit of a hypocrite because for the longest time I've been like, man, I really hope the New Day just never split up because they've proven that they can go away and do the single stuff on their own, both Big E and Kofi becoming world champ while as a part of the New Day.
And they've all said they don't want to break up as well.
Yeah.
In interviews and stuff.
So I didn't want it to happen at all, but I'm actually pretty invested in the tension. I think that maybe it should. Maybe a heel Xavier Woods at this point could work. I've sort of changed my mind on it a little bit.
Now, this is where I agree, but this is where we've interpreted what's happened differently. And I don't think Woods is the heel. I think Odyssey's the heel. I think he's worming his way in there.
No, but it happens before Odyssey came in, didn't it? Like Xavier
it
was
did,
talking all over him.
It did.
But maybe he's going to be the catalyst.
But I think he's going to worm his way in to try and I'll be the new powerhouse of the team now that Big E's out. And then I don't know if Big E's ever going to wrestle again, but it would be nice if he came back to dish out some justice. Don't know why I've said that.
I'm looking forward to promos, just of the debate between, look, we're going to get someone new. No, we don't. I think that's going to be more interesting just on a human level between these Woods and Xavier than it's going to be
Yeah.
Woods and Xavier.
Because Woods is
Yeah, there's two
really
of them.
good at the, not over the top for wrestling, like little subtle bits in promo in interviews and stuff. Like here when he was like, "Oh yeah, man, nice to meet you," but you could tell he doesn't like this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's on a human level and people go, yeah, should you? It's a real life thing as
Like
well.
Sam's
so.
got some cool new friends recently, and I'm so jealous. They went to the beach the other day, and I was just like,
I saw the
Why, because you
Instagram
weren't invited
story.
or?
no, I was at work. Sam was off, but he went to the beach with his new friend.
Yeah, but like
it
They're
was
all,
like
like,
a
cooler than
teen
me and,
sitcom.
like-
They buried Sam up to his neck in sand.
No, that was his
didn't
pal.
Oh, was it? I
They've
thought that
all
was
got
Sam
bleached
in
blonde
there.
hair. They're all cool.
they got a big sandcastle and they took a photo. One of them was like jumping on
It's like a
it.
montage of photos of them all like, here comes the summer.
Yeah, down the
And
lemon
I was
tops
thinking, like,
and
I lived with Sam for years and he never took me to the beach.
Like a dog.
No, like a partner, like a romantic partner, and he never took me.
Come on, Jack. Go on, Jack. Guess where we're going
But,
today?
oh, maybe if I had more tattoos, he'd take me to the beach. Because they're all cool friends. They all look like Sam.
Don't they know that you're the film expert?
Sam's the film expert, really.
Oh.
Yeah.
You should send him a link to that Instagram page you found. show him how cool you are.
Yeah, these are my
Everyone's talking about
imaginary friends. Sometimes I
Everyone's talking
like,
about the obscure films of you've seen in foreign
Sometimes
languages. Jack's like, hey, the other day I stalked some people.
sometimes I like to imagine that I'm friends with these Manhattan DJs.
What do you think they smell like, lol?
So yeah,
Have you ever gotten close to someone you never knew about and felt bad when you found out that he
No,
died?
the worst part as well is that like
Everyone's just not looking at each other.
Occasionally I've met like one of these new cool friends that Sam's got, and the worst part is that they're nice to me as well. Like, oh, hey man, nice to meet you, and I want to hate them, but like they're nice.
I can see it like, oh, hey, Jack, how you doing? Goes to Jack's, I'm like, I hate this person.
They're all like cool and handsome.
So are you, though?
They're on a different level. Yeah.
There's levels?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you're at the highest level.
One of them's got like a really impressive mustache that I just could never dream of. Have you seen the curls up at the end and everything? Like
Have you
that?
tried growing a mustache?
It doesn't get much beyond it. Like it just gets more straggly.
Oh, okay.
But Ross has said, because he didn't used to be able to grow a beard, and then he did, obviously. He said you've just got to power through the crap stage.
Yeah.
And then, but nah.
That didn't work for me, though.
You-
Mine
you-
was very puby.
Is it?
Not,
Yours
not at the
so
moment,
back
like
when you
it's
used to-
back
oh,
when I
right,
had
right.
tried out, because Ross convinced me as well. He's like, yeah, just power through. Just crack on with it. And it just honestly looked like a ball bag the whole time. It didn't look good.
I thought you would just always have been able to grow because of the Italian side.
No, oh man, my dad and my brother, like 5 o'clock shadow at about 9 in the morning.
Yeah,
They could have
right.
shaved half an hour earlier. They've got they're like very olive skin and dark hair, thick, and I'm blonde and
And attractive and successful.
Yeah, man.
stop
Come
it.
on.
But
Exert your positives, man.
So I empathize. I very much empathize with Woods here because of Sam.
It's a human story.
That was a long way to go for that, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point. Well made.
I'm glad you saw the beach photos as well. He looked like he was so happy.
Yeah, he did.
Which is
Like,
nice.
really
which is
nice.
Nice
Really
he's
nice.
happy without me.
He's moved on.
It's fine.
The only way is up.
A miscommunication between Jack and Sam. So R-Truth and The Miz leads to them losing a tag match against Waller and Theory. Miz consoles Truth after the bell, but could there be tension in the ranks?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Should have brought Tozawa out with his funny little face.
Yeah.
Cheer them both up. I
Tozawa
think
should have come out after Priest lost the title to Gunther. And just danced there in the ring. Come on, guys.
That's kind of what Tyson Fury did with Drew. Basically.
rough, yeah, right. Yeah.
I think the Truth Miz stuff has run its course now, and I'm ready to see Miz as a heel again when he does turn on Truth.
Or Truth is a heel.
Ooh,
no, there's no
no,
way.
it's too
No,
blood,
there's no
isn't
way.
How would that be the dumbest heel of all time?
No, like you'll go back to like NWA champion Ron the Truth Killings.
Oh yeah.
Or the John Morrison feud.
Smoking.
The John
Yeah.
the one where he was actually the good guy in TNA.
Oh, okay.
When the faces were like being racist towards him, and he was like, "I might not look like you, but I'm every bit as good an athlete," and the crowd were like, "Boo!"
Yeah.
Very weird.
Look, that was the dark age of 2002.
Like 2002,
Jesus
yeah.
Aye. Yeah, I want anything to happen that is what is happening on TV right now with these two.
Oh,
I just haven't been enjoying Truth. Like, I'm actually
The kids love them.
scarily stupid.
But wrestling's for children,
I'm
though.
terrifyingly dumb now. Rock and Roll Express, how you doing?
Yeah.
No.
It was funny. The eye thing was
No.
funny. Cruel and funny.
You get very good. What are they doing? Why are they getting shrapnel from this?
I don't know. That's why it's funny. It's so
It's
unnecessary, isn't
completely
it?
unneeded. Braun Breaker is interviewed backstage and says he debuted less than 3 years ago, but he's already IC champ. He wasn't born to hold the title. The title was born to sit on his shoulder. Nobody in the locker room can take it from him. Good lad.
Big deal. Santino did it in a night.
Ross said that.
Did he?
Brought up Santino. That's like, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I did feature main eventer, isn't he? He's just so intense.
Okay. Yeah. He's a good dog. Damian Priest seems to have the match against JD1, but Finn Balor attacks him from behind. Priest fights back and sets up Finn for the Razor's Edge, but Liv Morgan pulls him down. Finn runs away while Dom attacks Priest from behind, but Rhea Ripley arrives to get revenge on Liv. She tries to put Liv through the announce table, but Dom rescues her and they run away through the crowd. Back in the ring, Rhea helps Priest beat down JD. That's what you were referring to before.
Yeah, it's like bloody Savage and Miss Elizabeth, wasn't it? I was crying my eyes out.
But like platonic friends.
Yeah, it was like,
it was nice.
They're platonically making out.
Yeah.
Just two of the biggest baby faces on Raw now.
Thanks to Gunther, both
thanks
of them.
to Gunther.
He helped Rhea as well.
Rhea
yeah.
especially.
Priest not got that time for all those stuff he's doing to help out Rhea as well.
I thought it was a great moment. I really liked it.
I was impressed with the I don't know, like the design of this segment. There's so many different moving parts, but it never took attention. It was always like switching focus, but they managed to capture all of it well, even though there was so many different things going on. It was probably quite a complex one to plan and carry out. Like you go out into the crowd, then you come back, and then you save, and then back in the ring, this is going on. And they did really well. And yeah, I just obviously want to see Dom and Liv get theirs. So that's the point.
I was going to say, it was like very organised and put together like Cirque du Soleil, but with JD, it was Rectangle du Soleil.
Yeah.
Just saw that.
Because of his head, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, right. Sorry. Took me a moment.
Crap that. Chris died by JD. Ow, put here. I like Carlito doing nothing but walk away from Priest when he came near him. Even when Priest had JD over his shoulder, Carlito's like, nah, you're all right.
Yeah.
Good. Everyone's playing their role really well. And yeah, great pops for the pair of them at the end. They're in the good JD.
Yeah.
Or out of the JD. We haven't got that far yet. But yeah. Damage Catal are ambushed and beaten down by Sonya's crew backstage. Shayna stomps on Dakota's ankle. The heels head to the ring and gloat about Kai not being able to wrestle tonight. Io Sky makes her entrance instead and wins a singles match against Sonya after Kairi Sane helps her take out the heels on the outside.
Yes. I assume from this that the heel stable will come out on top over Damage Control then. If they've won this initial skirmish, the heel stable will win at the end. In the end.
Well, that's what he wants you to think.
Oh,
Everything's
you
changed
never know.
now.
It's all about the game and how you play it.
I don't think it'll make it to pay-per-view, but for like a mid-card feud, I think it's fun. And I think that Damage Control are really over. They got a great reaction, didn't they?
They'll be on In Your House, Belarus.
Yeah, there you go.
I think there was a small "This is boring" chant midway through this.
Yo.
I didn't catch that.
Does anyone else not? They were chanting Summit, and it didn't sound very positive, but they did some nice moves near the end. But you just like following the JD stuff. It was like, this was like, all right, let's fill some time.
I don't think the crowd are yet really on board with Sonya's stable either, which is a shame because Sonya took that big break from in-ring action, but it's easy to forget that she was doing really well before she became like this authority figure.
Yeah, now she's in a boring stable.
For now. They've got time.
Hopefully they'll get more interesting. Backstage, Ilya Dragunov calls Sami Zayn inspirational. Sami tells him he'll make a fine champion himself one day.
That's really part
I'd have been like, you cheeky bastard.
Whoa, you'll be good one day.
You'll be a woman soon.
He's former NXT champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ilya leaves and Jey Uso arrives. He tells a downcast Sami to pick himself up. Sami's just playing around and has already got himself an IC title rematch for next week. Jay says once they finish dealing with the JD, he'll be tag champion as well. So now he gets to condescend to him. Right?
I think
well done, Sami.
Sammy, and Sammy was all like, oh, shucks, I don't know if I'm going to get a rematch. Just kidding, I've already got one. He's going to get bodied next week. It's going to be...
I hope they write him off.
Yeah.
I hope they write him off if that happens.
I think that would make sense, actually.
The way it's going is that he's going to join Bloodline 1.0 to take on Bloodline 2.0 at War Games, and Sammy joining that as a moment, and that moment will be better if Sammy has disappeared for a month or two.
Yes.
I agree with everything you just said. We get another Wyatt's video, this one on Joe Gacy. They tried to lock him away, but now he'll make them all pay.
He's the pig boy.
He's the guy who thinks he's the pig boy.
Thinks he is.
It's a weird way of saying that.
Dexter's the buzzard.
Buzz, buzz.
Nikki's the witch. Right? Well, how many? Okay.
Sorry, I'm like one of those books kids have where you press the thing that makes the noise.
Which one's Rowan? He's the sheep.
The black sheep.
Was there ever a sheep puppet, or was it just always? It's always been.
No,
a
it's just
Wyatt
from the
thing,
Wyatt family when he had the sheep mask. Right?
Fair enough then. Fair enough.
Afterwards, Gable and the Creeds got a promo on the way to the ring. They'll send the Wyatts back to whatever swamp they crawled out of. They are American made. American made.
They are.
American made. Crowd chant, you suck. And the main event, Rowan, Loomis, and Gacy.
Oh, they were buzzing that the crowd picked up on that.
Yeah.
Gable's going like, no, I don't.
Yeah,
it was good.
They beat American made to close the show.
Yeah, the Wyatts got the big main event spotlight.
Certainly
and
did.
it's all. And we've mentioned before how during lockdown every Raw ended with some spooky stuff, and it had really diminishing returns. But it's all right once in a while. It's like a Turkish delight. Ooh.
I never liked Turkish delight.
No, not really. No.
I'm like, what the hell is
All
this?
right, it's like
Chocolate orange?
yeah. I
You
guess
wouldn't want to
so,
overdo chocolate orange.
Yeah,
Like, no, I've
very
never,
rich.
Never disliked them.
I thought it was an awesome match. I thought it was great. It was a really nice tribute. I'm really glad that they kept Shatter, the Bray's last theme. Yeah, I agree. I was surprised that they didn't do it on pay-per-view, actually. I thought that was a curious choice to do it on Raw.
Again,
But
same about Triple H going, look, we've always got Raw and SmackDown to worry about.
Yep.
Can't make the shows too long. Oh, have the title change on SmackDown and have the Wyatt's debut on Raw.
It is important
Always
to keep
look-
some
look
big
all the
matches
moving
for
bits.
TV, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough. And I'm assuming they will get a big pay-per-view match soon at some point.
I like almost everything about it. I wish it hadn't been Gable and his.
So,
It's very
boys.
confusing how his my new stable versus your new stable. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
I don't want
Gable
anything to
was on
lose.
the up as well.
Yeah. Couldn't they have
Like,
taken on Team Forehead instead?
yes,
Team
anyone but them, because it's
It
so
could've been-
contrasting. And I get the reason for it happening is because Gable was a horrible man, and they're coming after people who have been horrible to their friends. Totally get it. Just I think the timing's a little bit wrong, but it was a great match.
Could have been the Final Testament. You're not spooky. We're
Yeah,
spooky.
and then write them off.
Oh,
Yeah.
Forever.
oh no, they'll get it soon.
I forgot the
Get
newer
what?
Wyatt.
It'll click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot the newer Wyatt theme. It has a nice chorus, but it's a horrible bit before then, isn't it? The bit's been up there. It's such a weird effect during the bridge.
Oh, I don't know.
No, but there's the intro, and then there's the bit, like, it's got the weird, like, a sound effect over it, and then the, that bit I like, but the bits in between, that are rubbish.
I'll need to listen to that again.
Yeah, I was going that. I was like, does this always sound this bad? Or have they edited it to make it like the newer Wyatt theme?
I think
But
it was
if
the
it's
original.
deliberately abrasive, then fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah. I like the chorus, though, and that's an important thing. Again, crowd really up for this, and it's an important thing. Done a good job building it. It's been odd, some of it, but obviously it's supposed to be a bit odd, but like very, very self-referential. But as we've said loads of times on here, people love that type of thing when it comes to horror people. Triple H knows there's an audience of people that like going, stop, pause, what's that? What's the significance of the pig in that frame?
Yeah.
People love that. There's probably been an actual build-up and climax of this, unlike the last one I should say, of Uncle Howdy, where it was like, ooh, what does this mean? Nothing. was the
What's your
answer.
shirt this week?
Oh, it's the CZW Jesus.
Oh, okay.
I wore it before.
A few weeks ago, Matthew wore a
Had a
shirt
watch.
of Shibata getting his brain taken out of his head and put back in during surgery.
It's good, that.
It's a thing. It's a
Like
famous,
a cartoon version or just a
Yeah.
photo? All right.
It's a famous
It's
Meltzer.
an actual photo.
It's a famous Meltzer mistake. He reported that when Shibata got his
Mondo.
injury that made him okay.
Nick Gage,
yeah,
White Beater.
yeah.
Robbie Marino.
Audio
Zandig.
podcast sometimes. He was very, Shibata headbutted Okada and had to retire for a while. Meltzer thought he actually got his brain removed during surgery and put back in his head.
And he's never...
the whole thing with the.
Yeah.
He's never said... Actually, no, sorry, I misspoke.
No, he doesn't.
Meltzer, by the way.
So
Shibata was asked about it by
Matthew
RJ City, and he went, what are you talking about? You're so dumb. Yeah. But yeah, this ticked all the boxes. It was a good debut. The only thing that I disagreed with was, why American made in their debut match? But, that's a minor thing, because they can bounce back from this. They've got great bounce back
I
ability.
just wanted a hot start for them.
So, but they can bounce back. They can.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
I assume by battering Tozawa and Otis,
Yeah.
which is a shame for Otis.
Get that dancing fiend.
Do you think they move on from American Made now, the Wyatt? So they're going to target somebody else? I mean, they've got their eyes on other people already, haven't they? They've been teasing various bits.
Any wrestler who's been with any company for a decent amount of time will have turned on someone at some point, so they've got plenty of targets to choose from.
Yeah.
Storyline.
Were they after Pat a little bit?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, they kept giving him VHS tapes and stuff.
They did. Did they do something on his show, or did that turn out to be something else? No, they did do
they
something.
gave-
on
they
his
gave
show.
A tape arrived at his show, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
and he's
it's
going to
a
be.
tape.
He might be off TV because they've got.
No,
that
it will
new
be
guy.
because he said. I think has he admitted it because of once
I think
TV
he could
time
still
starts?
do Raw, but he couldn't do SmackDown. I'm not 100,
Once it's
but maybe they
college
go for
football
college
season,
football
yeah.
season.
maybe they go for Pat. That's a heel turn though. They're good.
So what's
guys,
his
aren't
name
they?
on? That was the one notable thing on the pre-show was that new guy. they've got
Joe
coming in.
Tessitore.
Yeah, for when the Netflix deal kicks in.
I said
Yeah.
Tessitore.
Tessitore.
Yeah, I made myself look like
Like,
right.
like
fool.
Abattoir.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that.
No. You're right. You're right.
Tessitore, okay, right.
Although some people were saying Tessitore.
Oh, could be.
Tessitore.
Joe, they got Big Joe in.
Well, you know about
He's very-
Tories.
JT.
He's good. I watched some of his stuff just on his YouTube. He's a really likable guy. He's funny.
He has a announcer's voice.
He does.
I
He
noticed
does.
that as soon as you start talking.
With the move to Netflix, I think it's quite a good addition. Actually, we'll see how he gets on.
No,
but-
I think he's going. I think me and Tom talked about this on the news. He's going to Raw for now, but then him and Cole are swapping once the Netflix thing happens. So they got Cole on Netflix.
I didn't know that.
Which
Okay.
is a wise move, I suppose. Get Cole on the Netflix.
Oh, that one, right? Okay.
But at the minute, I suppose SmackDown is with Roman back is the bigger brand of the two. So they want Cole on their lead one at all
Of
times,
course,
maybe.
because
That
he
would be-
is the best commentator in WWE history. Isn't that right, Pachidi?
I think so.
Yeah, and you put a lovely video about it recently, didn't you?
I'm
Do you
more of
disagree?
More of a Sony
Ready for an
fan.
argument again?
I love you. I would love to fight you, but I'd be fighting a right man because it's,
good.
I'm somebody who defends Cole. I realise that a lot of wrestling fans
What's
have
with this
opinions.
JR erasure? Sorry, what's going on?
No. Cole has been doing. I'll defend him this last few years when he's not had a certain person yelling in his ear all this time. Him with Pat and Corey and Wade has been lovely. Listening.
He's great. He is great. But peak JR is the peak.
You know what? I'm thinking in terms of just a length of time.
Okay,
the fact
okay.
that everyone ignores the last few years of JR in WWE, they weren't
Well,
great.
of course.
Everyone thinks 98 JR. Of course, great.
But
Look,
heel
everyone
Cole-
gets
but
old.
heel Cole
so
was a bad era for him. They've all had
Exactly, that's what I mean.
They've all had
yeah.
Nadirs.
Oh, okay. You know what? You've used the
That
term
was good.
Nadir. I merely
He's right.
defeat.
He's
Yeah,
spot
I'm
on
wrong.
there.
My God. NXT. Great American Bash Week 2.
Did anybody else's illegal download on this? Hey, we've got it's fine.
I watched
Pay
it
for
live on
I'm not hearing anything.
whatever.
Yeah.
Go on.
Did it have Booker's entrance for you?
No.
I got Booker's entrance on mine, and at the end they all
You must
go.
have tuned in earlier.
Yeah, I
to
did.
the-
No, I did. Yeah. And at the end, everyone it goes, "Oh, hail King Booker!" And then the show started. It was really cool.
No, I didn't.
How does this work? Because you get the sat feeds all
I
the
do, I
time,
do.
don't you? How does that work? Do they hack the signal? They find the frequency and then they
basically-
capture it to whatever.
Yeah, you used to be able to get a giant satellite feed pointing towards, if you knew the exact place it should be sticking, you get the feed of what was happening, yeah. Crazy.
And
And
can you
they
still
stopped in
do that?
06. No, they stopped in 06. Completely
So how did
different
I see Booker?
thing. Because you probably had the different countries version.
Why did they
you
broadcast
wouldn't
King
have.
Booker?
I don't
Cable
think
getting
you
it from
would
that
have-
country.
Maybe you dreamed it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had the
Maybe.
same dream, like in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
'Cause my copy had the same thing. We got a recap of last week's show.
By the way,
via Hank and
this
Tank's vlog.
episode, man, certain bits of it, I say it every week, but it's too much sometimes, NXT. It's too much.
I've had a bunch of people going on Twitch when I look at WCBW, people going, "Oh, I've started watching NXT because of you guys, you know." And I'm like,
Sorry.
Oh, and they're like, "Well, so what's it like?" And it's like, "Is it always like how you say in the podcast? Sounds mental." I goes, "Well, you know, sometimes there's a lot of genuinely good wrestling that people won't they're paying attention to because of all the other wacky stuff, and then sometimes there's just lots of daft stuff. And God Almighty, if people pick this week, be watching it." Anyway, let's get to it. Trick Willie loses to Pete Dunne, partly due to his own reckless behaviour. I was very surprised there. What do you
Me
think, Jack?
too. Ref kept trying to make him break it, like 5 counts in the corner and stuff, and eventually Pete Dunne took advantage. Bitter end. I was fully expecting Trick to kick out.
Yeah.
I guess he's going to get his win back at some point. But yeah, I was surprised. I don't think they're cooling Trick off necessarily after his title loss. I'm assuming he'll get it back at some point. But yeah, it was surprising. I liked the match though. It was good. Good match.
How about some very interesting spots here? A flapjack off the middle rope and a giant spinning kick to the face.
That looked like it connected, didn't it?
Yeah.
That kick was.
What is this? I couldn't think of a
Go on,
single
go on,
indie.
Jack.
What is this?
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah.
Can
yeah.
I put the
Back
aircon back
wrestling.
on?
Oh yeah,
Bring
yeah,
it
yeah.
in.
What is this?
Still going.
Yeah.
That stands before me.
What's like a really indie Revolver House of Revolver, a Black Label Pro?
There you go, that's one. Bless you, mate.
I agree.
And I
In a
put
way.
Willie lost to a dude already dealing with a feud on Raw. I mean, it's good for him to have something more substantial than whatever losers in the main event scene right now, and crowd were into it, but it was still surprising. But
Pete Dunne's doing everything at the moment. He's got a feud on Raw. He's got a feud on NXT, or he's wrestling on NXT. He's producing the speed matches. They're building him up to be like bloody Arn Anderson.
Patterson. Oh, right,
yeah. That's what I think they did. Like, because Triple H adores him, and I think they're just giving him as much experience as possible, despite the fact that he's only about 12 years old.
Pull out me BB gun.
But yeah, I thought it was a really good match. I like Trick showing a bit more aggression. It's good.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, man.
We see footage from Hank and Tank's Great American Bash barbecue earlier today. Lexus King is in charge of the music, which nobody is happy about because rock and roll sucks.
What's that terrible music? I wish it was EDM.
Since Lexus broke Eddie Thorpe's hand, he can't DJ. Thorpe arrives and tries to start a fight, but Tank gets Lexus kicked out.
No fighting at the barbecue.
Stevie Turner and Robert Stone have a wing-eating competition. Ava looks on confused.
Wound me up, that wing eating competition, because she wasn't eating it. She was putting her lips to it, taking a minuscule bite and then putting them down immediately. You obviously rotate the bone to get as much off as possible.
She's a heel.
All of this stuff seems so normal to you. I know this is it's still a novelty to me, but
This was
maybe
like-
not a pleasant novelty.
But there's several. Don't worry, everyone. There were several barbecue segments throughout the night, and each one had like 3 things going on at once, 3 different storylines.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. Don't fast forward just yet.
So Hang and Tank are great. We love Hang and Tank on this podcast. They're really good. They're just 2 belly boys. Honk honk. Stevie and Robert, Ross, they provoke his fury every week. He hates them.
Okay.
They just bicker all the time, trying to be the assistant to the general manager, like the better one. What else was the other thing? Eddie Thorpe. So the genre rock music is heel on NXT. EDM dance music is face. Yeah.
Did you get all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Lexus King's slow motion look up to the camera. Who's in charge of the music? That was quite funny.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah. I'm the DJ of this party.
I'm the DJ.
Also, indoor barbecue.
Dangerous.
Well, it's dangerous to go outside in NXT. Between the parking
true.
lot and the beach and... well, that's all there is, isn't there?
No, there's
That's all I've got.
loads. No, in NXT land, we've got that internal map in our heads.
That's
There's
right.
Lake Sad, where they go to be sad.
Yeah.
When one of them's like lost a big match or whatever.
Was there a close
They do a vignette at the lake.
They go there.
Like sit on the bandstand and look out over the water and go.
Yeah, do the...
I've been to the performance center and there's not that much around there, and they probably don't have the budget to send them like 2 hours down the
They
road.
don't
So
often
it's slim
go to
pickings,
Lake
isn't
Sad.
it?
Yeah, there's
Lakeside.
There's loads of stuff. There's the. Beach.
Oh, you're not lived until you've been to Lakeside.
Sometimes they go to the beach, not that often though.
Yeah, because the audio's like must be horrible if you've got the big old tide in the background.
There's the university.
Of course,
There's various bars. There's Fallon Henley's bar.
Fallon Henley,
There's the
yeah.
bar, the rock bar that JC Jane goes to.
Yeah.
There's
Gallus.
Gallus, the man's pub.
Yeah, man's pub.
Yeah.
It would make a really good RPG.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
so good. Like
You've got all these existing environments.
Pallet Town. Yeah, it's so good.
Chef Michael's used to cook. Nathan Fraser wishes Ethan Page good luck backstage. Page takes offense because he doesn't need luck, but Fraser might. Page says Fraser might be more worried about where his tag partner is. Nathan laughs it off, but realizes he doesn't actually know.
Oh. So Axiom has been.
This feels like you ever get your TV guide, and you're reading what's happening in Neighbours or Home and Away, the description entices you to keep on reading.
Yeah, so like Nathan and Axiom, they've still been winning their title defenses, but they're breaking apart. It's all going to come crashing down and hurt inside.
Why are they breaking apart?
They're both.
Kim getting distracted.
Nathan was focusing too much on his singles matches, and Axiom was like, "We're still a tag team."
Yeah.
And now Axiom's doing it back to him, and Nathan's like,
2 wrongs don't make a right
"No,
at
they
the end
don't."
of the day.
Yeah, they don't.
And I feel for both men.
Yeah.
What was next?
Galani Jordan successfully defends her North American Championship against Tatum Paxley. Wendy Chu hands Tatum her doll after the match, but then attacks her. She stares at the champion.
Oh, so is Tatum a face now then? Because she's been attacked by Wendy. Shucks.
I don't know.
Gosh. Did you like her? Did you like her? I thought she clamped on a sleeper hold at first, but she just dragged her off the steps, and that was it.
Yeah. It wasn't just a big hug, wasn't it?
Come here, you. Do you like the match?
I liked the leg working bit. Jordan worked the leg so Paxi wasn't able to land her handspring. Awesome.
Yeah.
And then both of them carried on afterwards like it didn't happen and did 450 splashes and frog splashes. Well, nice action, but whatever.
I think that Kalani Jordan, she's got quite wooden promos and stuff, but she's clearly got like real natural talent and athleticism. So I think they're quite keen on. I mean, they've made her the first women's North American champion, so she always does something quite impressive. And I think, you know how like that match with Sol Ruka, everyone was like, look at all these moves Sol's doing. But out of the two of them, I think Kalani's better at the little things, chaining moves together and selling and
Yeah, good analysis.
Tatum is also one of those ones who's really not experienced but is good. for her level of experience. They're building a great women's division for the future.
Certainly are. I'll say ye.
Yeah, I thought the match was decent. Tatum can't beat a one-legged woman.
No, well, Kalani's the champion.
Yeah.
She's brave and strong.
Yeah, but she has one
And
leg.
handsome.
No. It was, I thought it was decent. I don't know enough about the backstories of these characters, especially
That's
when
why it's
they
interesting
choose
getting
to
your thoughts. You're like,
Oh,
It's just,
don't worry. Kalani's an athletic babyface.
I wasn't
woman.
asking.
No. Tatum used to be, you know, Ivy Nile, who's friends with the Creeds.
Yeah.
She used to be like her gym apprentice. She's like, teach me how to be a hard gym lady like you. But now, it never really got explained. She just turned into a goth.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Now she plays with voodoo dolls. Or as Ross called them that week, those dolls that voodoo people use.
oh yeah.
That's a good moment.
And what, Wendy Chu now,
She was a sleepy lady
Yep.
who would play juvenile pranks on her opponents, but now she's a heel, so she's like Pajama Wyatt. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pajama Wyatt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Ren Sinclair bumps into Charlie Dempsey and Miles Bourne backstage. She asks if they've got rid of Tavian Heights, but he's just in Japan for the Noah tournament.
I had to Google what the N1 was, but it's the Noah's G1, which makes sense. Yeah.
Ren says if she beats Kendall Gray tonight, she should be in the group. Charlie isn't keen, but the D'Angelo family arrive and Tony offers Charlie a Heritage Cup match if Ren wins. He reluctantly agrees. Ren asks him to say it again, and Miles says, "You can't hear him either."
He's deaf.
Because he's shoot deaf.
Deaf man.
Obafemi shoves his way through the crowd and passes Axiom and Nathan Fraser. Axiom says he was just giving Nathan some space.
Dempsey's great. You slagged him off last time I was on. I think he's really, really funny. And
You defended him
Yeah,
last
I
time.
did. Ren just being a bother. Just winding him up. I thought it was quite endearing. I liked it.
I found her like weirdly like flirtatious in all of these scenes. She's
I
always
didn't get that.
Oh,
No, but you know the product. I don't.
I'm worried. Matthew,
Can't talk.
damn it. There's definitely. I just thought there was crackling tension the other week between her and Miles when she was pretending to take him down. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you," and he was like, "None of that." Also, I'm deaf. He mentions it in every promo. Bless him. Why do they make him? Why do they make him say it? Why do they make him say it every week?
Hey, how you doing? You looking for the... I'm deaf!
He's probably fine with it. I hope, but
Yeah.
like,
Crowd pops every time.
do they?
Yeah, they go, he's deaf!
No, they don't.
They loved it.
This one was
On
so,
the bootleg illegal version I got off Puccini, they were cheering for him.
This one was so contrived. She's like,
Yeah,
say
well-
that again. Oh, you can't hear him either. What? Anyway,
I've just had an idea,
Oh, no.
right? Because you get new faces on NXT all the time. Is there anything stopping us getting a copy of NXT and really quickly inserting our own segment like we're NXT superstars and then uploading it to Pirate Bay or whatever and see if we can get other people,
my
other
God,
podcasters
that's magnificent.
analysing the new people in NXT? I wouldn't have known. I don't watch it enough. If I don't know, Stephen Larson had popped up, I'd be like,
Oh, man, yeah,
I didn't know they got signed. Good for them.
It's a way of finding out who's watching it legally. I like that.
Now that Henry's in, Ross talked about maybe I'll get Henry to pull some strings and we just turn up as well live on the live in the
optimistic.
performance center. Yeah,
Right.
say our name. I think Ross said say our names and we'll appear. This is another segment that had 3 different things going on at once. Obafemi pushing through the gangsters. They're going to fight each other.
Yeah.
Not those gangsters, not
would've
New
been
Jack.
good, yeah.
And then the resolution of the Axiom stuff. There's so much going on at once. It's an assault on the senses.
I agree.
It really is.
I'm with you there.
Yeah, it's like Baby Driver.
Later on, when we start to get people I didn't recognise, there was people later on that even I had never seen before. So that, it's quite hard.
I do like your idea of people like Stephen Larson is going, I like the Oramensa segment, the Rascals were great, but what was it with Pacitti there getting his dick out? Like, I've been watching
I was gonna
NXT
do a
all year.
promo.
I'm not like, is that new? The crowd didn't react as much as I thought they would. In fact, they sounded like someone had downloaded cheapest crowd reactions on YouTube and inserted over the audio. Yeah.
Cuts away to the Undertaker street guy.
Oh no!
I'm gonna do
Say
this.
his name and he appears. Pacini's cock. I know the crowd seem to like it. Maybe it's over.
They just drew a huge crowd, massive gate for that one.
Splicing. Oh yeah!
21-1 up there.
Crowd like the FIFA World Cup 02. Like, yeah!
802 for Pacini's cock.
Yeah, that'll work. Pete Dunne's interviewed as he leaves. His win over Trick Willie, I'm confused with this upcoming debut next week, means he should be in line for an NXT title shot. Trick attacks Pete after they do a pull-up brawl.
Yes. Trick will get his win back.
Yeah, so loser Trick. I like that they were battling right next to those rolling up steel doors, which I don't know the name of. So when they were battering each other, it went bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, it's up there with the clangy poles.
Yeah. See, they know about the clangy poles.
I don't know about the clangy
The
poles.
clangy poles.
Oh, you know.
I think it's OSW who mentioned it, or is it Deadlock?
I think both of them have said it at some point.
I think it might be whenever people fight backstage, sometimes there's just some clangy poles stacked up against, and they'll knock the pole, they'll go clang, 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 clang. Yeah. It's good.
Ora Mensah almost pins. This pins Ethan Page the NXT title, but Ethan's leg is under the ropes. Page wins and tells us it's not NXT, it's NX Me.
That was wank. But I'm glad justice has finally been served and Ethan Page has finally put this Ora Mensah thing to bed. We've been infuriated week after week because Ora Mensah kept on rolling up Ethan Page in non-wrestling segments and then like counting his own pinfall, or there'd be a ref just randomly on hand to count the pinfall, or his allies would count the pinfall and saying, I've got 3 pinfalls over you now, Ethan. And we're going, no, you don't. It's not in a match. You're just doing it in segments.
I compared it last week to when those films where the dog joins the basketball team.
Yeah, he said it's just a thing that it's not real. Right, and you were like, the dog's won.
The dog wins the state finals. You're like, what is this? Right. This felt like to me.
Yeah.
So this is not Air Bud 3, to say the least.
I don't know why a bump on what I think was a plastic picnic table looked like it's just so much more brutal than a wooden one. It was good that.
Because it went clang.
Yeah.
I think we're more likely to have had a mishap with one of them. It's more relatable.
That's good.
That's true, yeah.
But apart from some people who are palmed through tables by big stars, who can't relate to you. Mensah slips because of the damage done to him. Okay, good. Nice selling. Weird how they're introducing selling and messing up, but it doesn't really work for them, but whatever. Happy for it. I don't know why him dropping a dude through a tables and a DQ. We'll have to see if this did anything to help Ora, because it didn't do anything for Page.
No, he looks lucky, but you could argue that his whole push is lucky. He won the belt by accident.
Yeah. He's the new Jack Swagger.
Yeah. But it's more self-aware, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Noises. The Rascals are interviewed backstage ahead of MSK's tag title match.
But the Rascal.
Wesley talks about how sad he was when MSK was stripped of the tag titles and he was left all alone. But now the Rascals being reunited in NXT is the greatest moment of his career.
Snake.
That sounds nice.
So last week, we really, really were all offended by the Rascals' treehouse segment, where they're all in their treehouse.
Oh, I watched it, yeah.
Oof. What do you think?
Just the way they were all talking, it was too much.
Why?
They were all so hyped up.
They were just having fun. They're happy to be reunited.
Last
and then look at what he's done now.
We were all fuming about it. We were like, these guys.
Too much fun for you,
so
too much
annoying.
enjoyment.
Well, they were just so
JBL.
over the top, weren't they?
Jovial.
Oh, I thought it was
JBL. Yes, exactly.
I thought you were calling me a miserable veteran like JBL.
Yeah.
Now, Wesley's my hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get onto that later.
We will, yeah.
The next segment is an absolute mess. That's what the notes say. At the barbecue, Brittany Reese and Jada Parker are checking out Dion Lennox.
You don't know who that guy is? That's Dion Lennox.
Yeah. That handsome stud.
So he was in the breakout tournament, I think. He lost in the first round. He wore glasses. That was his thing. He was handsome, but wore glasses. So he was like Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Whoa, he's a jock.
Did he win?
He got battered by someone in the first round.
Oh, so he's Clark Khan.
Good.
Ashante the
But
Adonis
he's fit
interrupts.
though. He's really handsome, and he was playing cornhole.
What?
Jada's a face now as well.
What's
She's
cornhole?
the game they were playing.
Chuck the
Throw the
beanbag in the
beanbag
hole.
through the hole.
That's what that's called?
Yeah.
Cornhole.
Yep.
Ashante the Adonis interrupts and thinks they should be paying attention to his cornhole instead.
No.
That's what it says here.
No.
It's in black and white. Jada cares more about getting an NXT title shot, but Lola Vice turns up with Sol Ruka. She wants a rematch with Roxanne first. Tyson Dupont, in brackets, I think.
Yeah, he was on his own. He's normally in a tag team, so I wasn't sure if it was him.
Yeah. Interrupts and thinks we can all agree that Roxanne's match with Thea last week was fire. The guy that got kicked by Carmen Petrovic turns up and says any of the women could get a title shot because they're all total babes. They powerbomb him through a table.
And so many camera angles. Like we had one from his point of view with them all standing over him going, "You perv. No. So lots to break down here. Yeah. So
do we have to?
Jade is a face now, fully. She's hanging out with I think it was Brinley Reese. And
Jada Parker and Brinley Reese.
If you're Bryn active, you stay active and all that. So they're friends now. She's a full face, which is nice to see. She wants a title shot. She's really, it's like trying to unravel a ball of twine. I'm like, come on, right, we can get to the bottom of this. So she seems to be in line for a title shot, and I think she's right to want one because she's been building momentum. Yeah. Everyone loves her bottom as well. In kayfabe, that's a kayfabe, that's not me. Then oh God. Now there's what's going to happen with this handsome man. What's going to happen with him? Like they're checking him out, so that's another thing to keep in mind. Tyson DuPont comes along and goes, "Ladies, ignore. I know you're all fighting over this. No. I know you're all fighting over this title match, but that match last week was sick." And then Jada goes, "No one cares what you think." She calls him like donut or something. You big fat donut. She says something like that, doesn't she? Meatball. And then, where was it? Then the frat boy turns up.
Please keep talking.
Then the frat boy.
Yeah, frat boy.
And I checked, and he is the same one who went, "Don't worry about losing, Carmen. You're at a smoke show." And then she kicked him in the head. He turns up again, does the same thing. This was brilliant. This was like 22 short films about Springfield.
Life's too short for this, isn't it?
I was thinking, I don't care about any of this, but I can't wait for the podcast to hear Ross. And he went, he's not in, bastard.
I
thank you, Jack,
apologise.
for playing the role of Ross there.
It reminded me of one of like the WWF Attitude ads. Like, you know, when they're like in Titan Towers or whatever, and they cut all over the place with all the obvious
angle in the
fake
SmackDown hotel.
Yeah.
Throw in the bag. Yeah.
Just silly stuff. If that's what you like, that's cool.
It was weird, wasn't it? Michaels has lost it a bit this week. He often does this, though. He'll be back next week.
Did I pick a bad week? I watched last week and I enjoyed it, actually.
You picked a week with a lot. I think,
Yeah. Hendry faces Joe Coffey and gets the rest of Gallus ejected with the Eddie Guerrero trick. He wins the match and is interviewed afterwards. He says his time in NXT isn't over. He might stay a lot longer. He'll be here next week.
Yeah.
The hot start from Hendry. Very un-Hendry-like,
oh my
wasn't
God.
it? Just
It came in like a Hendry ball, you might say.
He tweeted saying, that's my every decade I do a dive, that's this one, I'll see you in 10 years' time.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Good lad.
I enjoyed the match for what it was. I think like Hendry, despite not being on the NXT roster proper, is probably going to be the face of NXT, especially when it moves to like the CW, which is fairly soon.
Oh my God, are we going to get because Punk's on that episode. He's on the debut episode. It's in Chicago on the new network. And then Orton's on the next one because it's in St. Louis, Missouri. Are we going to get Punk Hendry?
Is he going to sing a Punk song? Hendry Pop, hey, ho, let's go.
Hendry Pop?
Like Blitzkrieg Pop.
Hendry Pop.
First Punk song I think of was Blitzkrieg Pop by the Ramones.
That's a Punk song.
It is. Yeah. What one would you think? Play?
I am in NXT.
That's nice. What about you? Flowers in the punk. Such a lovely day.
Get him, Maffew. Drag his ass. He's not punk like we are.
What'd you do there?
He went,
very punk.
So punk.
Sat next to Gigi Allen.
Backstreet's back. All right. That's how punk I am.
He won. He looked good. Gallus were very willing and able to do whatever.
I know.
Yeah.
Bet they were fuming. No. The ending sequence in particular made me think, they're still putting him over really strong because.
What drugs you doing?
Why are you being discreet? I'm snooze, Maffew. I've got a.
What's a snooze?
I was giving my analysis.
Yeah, right.
Oh, sorry.
Don't
Jack.
blame me on this one.
Sorry, Jack.
He's so easily distracted.
Just nicotine things.
Oh, nicotine things. Go on.
I'm fuming.
This is the important match.
Yeah.
The finishing sequence showed me that they're still really committed to making Henry look strong. He won this decisively. Coffey's getting up so slowly for the finisher. I was like, he's going to counter this, but he just didn't. Yep. It was just what does he call it? The standing ovation, the big choke slam, and there you have it.
Thank you, Jack.
No, it's fine.
I love you. Chase, you have a new classroom thanks to Ridge Holland. Looks a lot like the old one. Don't think too much about it.
No. It's bigger.
Delightful and Thea are downcast after losing last week. Riley tells them not to be so hard on themselves, and he thinks Hale deserves a rematch. Ridge tells the class he managed to pull some strings with Ava, his last strings, he says, to get a tag title shot next week. Delightful is excited, but the match is actually Ridge and Andre.
This was brilliant.
Duke's the best, isn't he?
Yeah.
Duke's so good.
Like it's me and Mr. Chase this time. So, with the crappy royalty-free music in the background, it was fantastic.
And
tugged at the heartstrings. This
Duke, so excited at first as well. We're gonna beat them this time, Mr. Chase.
Yeah.
And his sit down, all sad. I don't trust that Ridge Holland. Like Odyssey Jones, I don't trust him.
Why? He's got a tag title shot for his team.
I think he's gonna cheat to win.
And I think the big question is Andre going to go, yeah, you know what, we'll let it slide this time.
I know, because they've won the belts.
Turns him an evil teacher.
And that goes against everything that Chase used to do.
Demon headmaster.
Yeah.
The evilest teacher I could think of.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. No, I'm looking. God help me, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
I
same.
love Chase U.
they're the best thing on the show every time I watch.
I've still got that Cold U shirt that we did that one skit. Yeah. Got a bunch of shirts just to wear around just on a lazy day, and that's one of them.
I really hope they bring him up to the main roster, and I hope they let him run with it on there, because I think that there's mileage. Honestly, every time I watch NXT, they're the highlight for me. I think they're really a good bunch of guys and dolls. I don't know where that was going.
I think that Duke Hudson's the best babyface in wrestling today. When in a tag match, when he gets the hot tag, there's no stopping him. He does the Stratisfaction.
Yeah, he does.
The size of him. Yes.
Sean Spears catches Brooks Jensen drinking backstage even, and says he wants him to keep an open mind towards his teachings. Hank and Tank tell him to keep things light at the party, so the heels walk off. Various women talk about how deep the division is right now. Roxanne Perez walks in and says they're just opponents she hasn't beaten yet.
Deep enough that you haven't named them. You put various women.
Some women. Robert Stone and Stevie Turner are full of wings. Stone has an idea. A multi-woman match next week for anyone who hasn't had a title shot yet. He wants to tell Ava, but Stevie punches him and heads off to tell the GM herself.
Their feud at the minute, up until this point, has been entirely non-physical. They've just been bickering all the time.
Yeah.
And I thought that was going to continue. This wasn't the punchline I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be that he was so full of wings that he couldn't chase her.
Yeah.
And then she punched him.
Punched him
in the face. Jesus.
That's a good joke.
You can't go and see him. Why, her? Why not? You've got sauce all down your shirt.
Just punched him.
Why?
Classic Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
The Good Brothers arrive and complain about the food and drink, and Tank take offense, which starts a brawl.
I know we said no fighting at the party, Tank. Well, we're going to have to change that, Hank.
Yep, that was it.
That was the last one of those.
Yep, that was the end of the party. Because there was a big
It
fight.
was a big fight.
Can't continue.
Yeah.
Big
sour
fight.
the mood.
The Good Brothers did not like the food and drink.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't like that. Didn't have to like showing up to work.
No one else can complain about it so far, guys. We don't care.
Oh, great stuff. Charlie Dempsey thinks about helping Ren Sinclair beat Kendall Gray, but she does it anyway without his assistance. He reluctantly welcomes her in the group.
Kendall's a shooter, you know? You can tell because when she comes out to make her entrance, she pretends to take down the cameraman and then goes, I'm just kidding. I could have done it if I wanted. Ren, so easy she can do it in her sleep. That's what the theme song says, and it's true. Help. And she's in the group.
You're great. You're carrying it completely.
She's in the group now.
You're carrying this like you are Kendall Gray.
I did enjoy the bit at the end where the three No Quarter Catch crew are posing on the ramp and they all do their thing. Oops. And they all do that.
See, that's comedy. Let Shawn Michaels know. One, here's an idea for your skit, and two, have you seen that?
and then Charlie reluctantly only raised his half the way because he's sad about letting her in the group. Good psychology.
So was there a bit in the show that you'd want to insert your segment in after seeing this? Was there a specific moment or match?
I think there's a few easy ones to do. Like, you could easily do a cutaway at the party and like, instead of me eating wings, I'm eating like a massive sausage, like shoving it down my throat.
You're doing the Pachiti dog,
Yeah, like that. It'd be easy to replicate that lighting. I think the Chase U stuff would be easy. You just need me there in a shirt with my knob out. There's loads. We could do that in front of the green screen.
We stood staring at the camera like a madman.
Oh.
It's an idea, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
I
great.
love it, man.
It's
That's
good.
such a good idea.
Yeah. No, sorry. What? I was going to tell Adam how we found out who Kendall Gray was and see what his thoughts were. Because one week, I was watching it at my desk, sitting next to Fraser. This woman's on screen who I've never seen before. And Fraser goes,
I was on this
You are-
podcast.
Oh,
I was
that's
on this
Kendall
one.
Gray.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
knew.
he knew.
How did he know again?
Don't know, because she'd only ever been on Level Up and Dark house shows.
Something.
Fraser never misses NXT Level Up.
He loves it.
He's a professional. We get another Javon Evans vignette. Oh, I like this bit. He talks about the first superstar he ever met, Matt Bloom.
the
So
comedy.
great.
Bang! He's on screen. Whoa!
There's a picture. He says he met Albert after seeing him as Lord Tensai and asked him how he got rid of all those tattoos because he was out and about being normal, didn't have the tattoos on his face that Lord
was
Tensai
the point
had.
of that like, I was such a little mark? Is that what he's
Pretty much, I think so.
Okay,
Yeah,
right,
because he's like a 3-year-old, don't him.
he was so small.
Yeah.
He was a little boy. And Matt Bloom's
Oh yeah,
so
and I guess
big.
he is big.
Yeah.
But I thought, and Albert said, "Ha ha ha ha, wanna pick, kid?" And then he took a photo. That's a good way of getting around it. Shut up, kid. Yeah, they showed the photo. I thought that's really nice. That
I thought it was really endearing. He's a very likable young man.
He is, yeah. He wasn't last week. I used to break into my neighbour's yard and use their
yeah.
trampoline. Oh.
I think we can all relate to that because, like, Umaga, bloody hell, I would have been, 15, 16 when Umaga was about, when I first got back into wrestling. I thought, though, that was a tattoo and I didn't realise how he got it off his face for pictures.
Who was it?
Oh, I thought you meant you were going to break into Marga's, like, try and make eating at a restaurant and went, "Oh, you got your tattoo off."
I have met Prince Albert. He was at the performance. He was the one that greeted us. I was like, "Do you not have staff or
Is
anything?"
he massive? Is he taller than you?
Yeah. Oh, like 2 inches, 3 inches on me, and about like 2 foot.
What did you call him?
Huge.
Albert, A-Train?
I spoke to him afterwards, and I shook his hand, and it like, it's so big. He's a big boy. But yeah, I thought that Javon Evans vignette was great.
The picture of him and Javon was like a man with like his kitten or something.
Big size difference.
The size difference was crazy.
I love seeing stuff like that when they show old pictures of them, because there's something that's like more likable about a wrestler. And obviously they're all wrestling fans because they grew up to be wrestlers, but sort of marking out when they were kids, like they've got the picture of Cena with the belt, Bailey's got some
That's
stuff,
quite a modern
AJ
thing,
Lee.
though, isn't it?
AJ
They
Lee
were all
mainly, yeah.
bodybuilders, and this is quite a modern phenomenon that they're taking advantage of. That all these wrestlers are fans. Kevin
cool
Nash
though,
never
isn't it?
cared when he was a kid.
No.
He was too busy having sex. Sorry.
No, he's made it clear on this podcast. We went into bit by bit detail on how he uses the toilet when he goes to public places
Nash.
because he's so big.
Yeah.
The whole thing of removing the cistern.
He sits on it backwards like a director's chair. Yeah.
Yeah,
Does he?
Yeah, just
He
so he
says-
can fit on it. Yeah, most the toilets he goes to aren't going to fit him.
Yeah.
How tall is it? Like his shoot height? 6'9", 6'10"?
Something like that. I know that he's taller than Hogan's shoot build because he got mad when he found out.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Well, he has to straddle it.
He went bit by bit detail when the Nash podcast was worth listening to. He went into great detail about so how do you use the toilet? And he said you had the routine down.
I've seen Nash from a distance at a convention, and it felt like he was stood closer than he. It was like the cows that are far away. Like he was. It felt like he was much closer because he was so big.
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also I like about this is just seeing and hearing like newer superstars going like, oh, the rest that I grew up watching was. It's like, yeah, Lord Tensai. It's always
exactly.
these. It's when you get like, oh yeah, some kids will have to grow up watching wrestling. That would have been that period.
It felt like it was about
who are like
3 years ago.
Alex Riley. Just these names. You're like, oh yeah, right.
It makes you
sometimes.
feel so old, doesn't it?
I'm past that because I remember Tyler Bates saying, "I'll go into wrestling when I saw Rey Mysterio won the Royal Rumble." I went, "Oh,
On the
cheers,
Royal
mate."
Rumble.
I heard that,
I thought like
thanks,
Halloween Havoc
Tyler.
or something.
Yeah,
No.
cheers. But now it's just like, yeah, a kid going, "Oh, Lord Tensai was my first boy with my boy stable." You're like, oh really? Oh, good for him. Obafemi is interviewed as he leaves the arena following a meeting with Ava. Next week, he'll have an open challenge. Tony D and the family interrupt the interview and say the real scoop is Tony's Heritage Cup defense against Charlie Dempsey next week. Good advertising, lads.
Not enough Tony D'Angelo for me this week. I picked the wrong week.
This has been happening for a while. It's the focus has definitely shifted to Charlie.
Yeah.
Tony's now just the guy he kind of goes to for mob advice.
For killing people and extorting people advice.
Oh, it's a dame? You're on your own, kid. That's what he said.
I'm one of those good mafia.
I don't touch dames.
Oh, you're one of them.
Oh. Okay.
In the main event, Nathan Fraser and Action beat MSK to retain the tag titles, but that's not the story. They all shake hands afterwards, and the champs leave. Miguel and Wentz console Wesley, who took the pinfall, but he turns on them and beats them down, telling Wentz that they left him all alone.
Yes. Destroy them.
As good as the spots were, as good as the action was, and like, okay, this is nice. That turn at the end, man.
I'm interested to know next week what Ross thought of this, because Ross obviously took issue with Wes for having human emotions.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
When he went, Wes, calm down, like he lost a title match and he was devastated. But then his friends were back and he went, yay! And Ross thought he's two extreme swings in emotion from Wes.
Okay.
Wes was a regular visitor to Lakeside. He's who I think of when I think of Lakeside.
He went to Lakeside a lot.
He takes losses hard.
He's got one of those club cards where he's got stamps as his next visit Lakeside's free.
I'll be interested to know. Each stamp's a crying face.
Yeah.
I think that I'll be interested to see how he does as a heel. What it'll look like, because I've never seen him as a heel before.
He's got a baby's face, hasn't he? He's a baby face. He's I'd find him difficult to dislike. So
Well, that's right. I'll just say the first Rumble I ever saw was 2012. And you go, I hate you.
Yeah.
Absolutely needed heel turn.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely needed, because there's not a lot to do. It's like, all right, we're together again. Yeah, now what? So yeah, and Wesley, as we said last time, God, he's annoying as a face. He's trying to be over the top and do like the Marvel superhero type stuff.
Self-referential, yeah.
That happened. You're like, oh God, shut up.
So he used to do that more, and then he calmed down with that. But then the Rascals came back, and it was like, oh, he's brought his worst traits back. It's like when you meet up with your old mates from school, and you all start misbehaving.
You start taking spice.
No.
No, just me.
What?
But yeah, I also put those Trey Miguel, the MVP, the way he sold the Lost Betrayal, is like, why? Shut up, kick. Great. But there was one little funny thing. Is everybody splitting up apart from Action and Frazier, who have been splitting up for about 2 months now?
They'll split up next week.
Yeah. At the time they're splitting up.
I think because Rachel did.
Well, they've still got the title defense.
Rachel do something. Yeah.
Does TNA want the Rascals back or something, or is that going to get a payoff? Do you reckon?
Maybe they're on loan. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've not really been thinking too much about the TNA relationship because I don't care.
Seems kind of one-sided.
Well, you wouldn't be getting Hendry. You wouldn't be getting this without the TNA relationship.
If not, WWE just kept them.
Well, it looks like they're doing that with Henry.
Yeah, they are.
What are you going to do?
They've borrowed someone's game and are never going to give it back.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
NXT now has a developmental, doesn't it? And it's TNA Wrestling.
Yeah.
That's actually what they're doing. They're going to use the people that they think have got like a bright future ahead of
Grace
them.
is apparently probably going to go over.
Josh Alexander.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that's a feud for Ethan Page. He's his former tag partner.
I think Josh is great. I wish he'd popped up even sooner.
I know.
I think he's
so did
amazing.
Brandy Rhodes. She thinks he's amazing.
Does she?
She
There's a
buried
random
Ethan Page.
one time when Ethan Page is beefing with Brandy on AEW TV. She's like, oh, we only signed you because we can get Josh Alexander. Like, okay, that's nice. Josh Alexander never showed up in AEW.
Yeah, it felt like
why are you even saying
that'll
it?
be worth saying to the heel if it actually does happen. But it didn't, and she just buried him.
Amazing.
No, I genuinely don't like you.
You're the connecting of your team.
Cheers, Jesus. AEW Dynamite. The show opens with MJF versus Carl Fletcher. Don Callis distracts the ref and passes Carl the screwdriver, but he can't bring himself to use it. MJF hits a low blow, followed by the kangaroo kick and the brainbuster for the win. MJF takes out the ref and beats Carl down with a Dynamite diamond ring. Will Ospreay has been barricaded into a room backstage, but breaks out and rushes to the ring. He saves the day just as MJF is about to hit Carl with a tiger driver. MJF runs away and Don Callis bickers with Ospreay about being late.
So, what was your reaction there when you laughed at Carl not being able to use the screwdriver?
It's funny that they're like, oh, Carl, you're just mini Ospreay. And then he literally does.
Last week, I believe you called him Slutty Ospreay.
I'll call him this week as well. Slutty Ospreay.
Okay.
Goes to do the Ospreay spot. It's like beat for beat. It's like, I don't know, someone says you smell, and the next week you come out smelling worse than ever. Like,
No, he's got a heart. He couldn't bring himself to do it.
I thought Fletcher's thing was that he didn't have a heart. That's why he's still with Don Callis.
Yeah.
Especially
That's
to
why I didn't get
MJF.
it. Yeah, and
On
I can't
commentary,
beat you,
yeah.
MJF, who I hate. I'm like,
On
do I have two people doing this stupid thing?
On commentary, they were going, you could justify doing it to MJF because he's such a horrible guy. And then he didn't. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm like, oh, no, not him.
Yeah.
Like, right. So, what? Okay. That bit took us out, but it was all right. MJF was a bit more palatable this week than he was last time, so good for him. Some good spots. I just thought it was a match, you know?
I mean, I thought it was good.
Thought it was a good hot
Work
start.
rate, you know,
Yeah, good work
thought it was
rate. But
decent.
just, okay, tick the boxes, you know? Ospreay powering out of the room was funny.
Yeah, it served its purpose, I think, didn't it? I thought
There was some boxes in a way.
I've never seen. I think a member of the medical staff did like a noogie to child's
Yeah.
chest. What's that? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
I'll ask my brother. My brother's a doctor, and he'll know. But I've never seen that. He just went like that. Ospreay holding him nice and close to get as much blood on his nice white shirt as possible.
Oh,
no,
no.
I thought the match was. I thought the match was really decent.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot.
I thought it was absolutely grand. Grand.
Glad.
As you said last week, though, and I agree, does feel like a lot of these matches are happening like this weekend, but there's still quite a bit of build left to do. Yeah.
2 and a bit weeks.
Yeah, it's not that long now, I suppose. Yeah.
Mariah May beat Viva Van with Storm Zero. Crew member hands her a gift, which turns out to be a photo of Mariah and Tony with "Die, Mariah, die" scrawled on the back. Tony attacks Mariah from behind and tries to hit her with the shoe, but referees hold them apart.
You sounded angry about the forced Simpsons reference there.
Yeah. I thought you were going to
it-
say it's German for the Maria.
Something at the point where you're like, oh yeah, it's that. You felt you've referenced it yourself about 300 times, but that's just me.
Yeah.
That's just me, sorry.
Burn it, Simpsons.
Other people might be
burnout.
like, hey, it's good that. I'm like, yeah.
Last week, Tubman went to me, what's your favourite ever Simpsons joke? And I felt under such pressure because Tubman's such a Simpsons connoisseur. I think I went the bought license plates in the gift shop. And him and Joe looked at each other and went, that's a decent one. And I was like, I passed the test.
Basic bitch answer though, isn't it?
Is it?
I
Yeah, I
mean,
guess
sometimes
it
there's a
is,
reason
yeah.
for it being the funnier. I mean, what's yours? I've got mine, what you're thinking.
No, go on, yeah.
I
you
still
do
remember the
yours.
time when I saw it, and the first time I laughed until I cried, when Homer tries to jump in the gorge,
Really?
and he smashes himself to pieces.
And then they drop him
because
on
it keeps
the
on
way
going.
back
It keeps
down.
on going, and it's already gruesome and horrible, and it keeps on going even longer. And he's just all like cut up and bruised and really well animated. You're like, oh god, he's making these horrible grunting noises. Eventually lands. Skateboard lands on his head a second later, and you think, all right, that's great. Then he's like helicoptered up, and he's banging his head the entire time on the going, ow, ow, ow. Gets put in the ambulance, and then the ambulance crashes after a second, and he rolls back out again. He goes back down. I couldn't believe how hard I laughed the first time I saw it as a kid.
It's really good.
Because it's insanely. It's like it looks like Mortal Kombat by the time he's landed, and it's hilarious.
Okay, I really thought it was going to be like some piece of like witty wordplay or something from you, but you just,
Physical comedy,
What
yeah.
you like? You really just like Tom and
It's
Jerry.
such a
as well,
well
aren't you?
structured. Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Right.
it's very well structured physical violence.
It is.
That's why I like wrestling so
I know
much.
Family
guess.
Guy's had its ups and downs over the years, but the one where Peter Griffin tries to throw the frog out, the dead frog out the windows, worked really well done as well.
I don't remember that.
What season was that?
Chris is sad for some reason, and Peter's bought him a frog to cheer him up, like a pet frog, and he's drilled some holes in its back so it can breathe. Because I've drilled some holes in its back so it can breathe. And then obviously he opens the box and goes, oh, the frog's dead. And then he tries to sneakily throw it out the bedroom window, and it just, like the frog's just on the floor like that. Then he tries to pick it up without touching it with like the corners of the box, and it just keeps going. Just landing on the floor, and he's like, nearly gets it. Back down again. It's just really like, yeah.
I've not seen that.
Yeah,
That
that's-
immediately made me think of Speed Holes in The Simpsons, but that's not my
Yeah.
favourite.
Yeah, go on.
It's from a later one. I mean, it's very old now, but the Mr. X homepage where the
Yeah.
photo loads and then the bag goes on top of his face due to the slow internet speeds at the time, and then for the remainder of, or not the remainder of the episode, for the next bit of the episode, still nobody knows who he is, despite the fact that the bag is loaded afterwards, and you see Homer's face very, very clearly.
That's a good one.
Tubman's was a obvious but classic one. The Mr. Thompson FBI men. Hello, Mr. Thompson.
That's well. One of the
he's talking to you.
one of the better later ones is that's a mighty fine barbecue. Why doesn't mine look like that? Oh, because it's also got the other one, the 1-2 punch of English instructions ruined mustard. French instructions.
grill.
The grill. What the hell is that? That's dumb, but I love it. And Yeah, in the French dub you can see on YouTube, he goes, must eat Anglais instructions. The grill! Anyway, we're talking about... Oh, Jack Perry video package. Oh, God, let's talk about...
No, the Mariah May stuff first.
Oh, God, yeah, sorry, I forgot what we were talking about.
Like, they're making absolute magic together.
They're making movies.
Tony and they are. It's like, I think it's the best story on AEW TV at the moment. I'm thoroughly entertained by it all. And they've managed to get this super heated rivalry off the back of what at the beginning, I guess, was just a bit of a joke character.
Yeah.
With Tony, they're completely eclipsing the Mercedes stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
They are.
Yeah.
I do think I'd probably give the edge to Bryan and Swerve, but it's up there. It's near it as well as we head into Wembley. It's one of the hotter feuds. I didn't quite notice it yet. After the next match, I was like, we've basically had 3 of the same segments in a row where a heel does something after a match and a face runs in. And I thought, and because I'd noticed it, I thought, it's not a good thing that I've noticed that. That's a bad thing. Then I checked Twitter. Bubba Ray Dudley had noticed it as well. And I thought, is that what I'm like?
Do you know? God. We got a Jack Perry video package where he watches footage of the punishment he took at Blood and Guts. He smashes up some CRT TVs and says some sinister things.
Oh, you've corrected what I said, because I said he smashes up some monitors, and you've changed that
because
for me
I'm a huge nerd. I'm very
thank
sorry.
you.
Did you say CRT there?
CRT.
Is that what you said?
TVs,
Yeah. Big heel move for me.
Really? You can't smash up those TVs?
It's unnecessary. There's only so many of them about now.
right.
It's just not on, is it?
No. You can play so many cool Smash Bros matches on that. Stop talking, Matthew. After the break, Darby Allin cuts a promo in return. He says it's fine.
I love Hungry Box. He's my favourite Smash. Is that what he's called?
Yeah, how do you know that?
I watched a YouTube video about him.
Was it a good one or was it like a cringe
Like a
compilation?
video essay about...
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of them about those smashes. After the break, Darby... I don't like him. After the break, Darby Allin cuts a promo in return.
He's more of a mango guy.
Yeah. He says it's fine if Jack... You don't like the guys who win every contest, do you? You like the mangos. He says it's fine if Jack wants to avoid him. Also, someone threw a lobster, or was it a crab, at Hungry Box on stage once.
That's mad community, that.
Right.
What are you on about?
Super Smash Brothers competitive.
Smash player.
Yeah. I just watched a video.
He's one of the
about-
characters in there.
No, he's one of the
he's a
best
player.
players of Smash.
Competitive Smash Brothers.
But apparently he's like a boring defensive style. People enjoy the players with more flair.
You have such an eclectic taste.
I'll watch like one video on something. I'm a proper culture vulture. I don't actually know anything about it.
Just dipping in all over the shop into
like a
different
charcuterie
things.
board.
Yeah, it's impressive.
The whole internet before me.
He goes to the ballet and was disappointed it wasn't a bear in a little car. He says it's fine if Jack wants to avoid him because he still has to show up at Wembley. Yeah, Jack Perry, shut up. I don't care.
Yeah. Still not got an explanation for Darby's pink fur coat. He just likes it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's not a crime to look good.
No.
We'd all be arrested.
Yeah.
Taz is removed from the announce table, so Jericho can commentate on Brian Keith versus Shibata. You'd have to tell me what it's like, so I fast-forwarded it.
Hi, guys. You fast-forwarded it.
Absolutely.
Very
I see
professional.
him. Yeah, I'm not going to apologise. Shibata wins via submission, but Jericho, Bill, and Brian beat him down afterwards. Hook makes his return and sends them packing. He raises the FEW title. That's not his. And you're right, yeah,
Miserable.
3 bits in a row.
Absolutely miserable. Like, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is this going to be the 4th pay-per-view Jericho Hook?
Oh, wow, I think you might be right.
Piss
Actually.
take.
Yeah.
Was he on the last one? No.
Jericho's not helped him one little bit, has he? That association, because he was getting hot and he's not, and he's just get him away
It
from
should
each
have
other.
ended-
It's ironic. He's doing it ironic. Laugh.
Oh yeah,
should have
He's
ended-
self-referential.
Yeah.
It should have ended after Hook hit him with the Judas effect and beat him then.
Yep.
And it should have ended with that and Taz standing up and applauding.
Yeah.
That should be the end of the feud. And then the next week, Jericho comes out and goes, Taz shouldn't have applauded. He's meant to be a neutral commentator. And then Jericho's taking everyone out. He's taking Joe out. I'm
Taking me out, 'cause
I'm
I'm not
guessing
watching.
Joe had some time off because he got written off. But yeah, it's the classic Jericho thing where the feud goes on too long. And,
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but guys, he made reference to the fact. Shut up. Orange Cassidy's tag partners haven't made it tonight due to travel issues, which are apparently legit.
Yeah.
He tells Renee he's found some local replacements.
When she said they were in the Carolinas, I was like, I know who these local replacements are going to be. The Midnight Express. No.
The rock and roll. No. Hangman Page is interviewed and says he's only been after one man since he returned, but all these other dumbasses keep getting in the way. Justice has been delayed, but he'll get his revenge.
Loved it.
Nice.
Evil Hangman's so good still.
I love him, man.
And the loss
My favourite
didn't-
characters of the year.
We wondered last week if the loss would affect him or anything. It hasn't. It still, yeah.
Just makes him madder. Yes.
Yeah.
Good old heat. Swerve Strickland has a sit-down interview with JR, who looks great.
Oh, God, yeah, I hope he's doing... Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight, hasn't he?
Yeah. Talks about motivation. He says Bryan Danielson's legacy is on the line. Swerve says he doesn't care about Bryan being a father or a husband. He'll do what he has to do. JR thinks this will be Swerve's toughest match, but Swerve thinks Bryan's body will give out.
I think in a way, it's obviously not ideal, but in a way, JR's like clearly been not far removed from having surgery and all these medical procedures and everything. It actually helped make Swerve look a little bit more brutal and scary because JR tries to say something, he kind of cuts him off, and it's like, whoa. He went like...
I didn't thought of it like that. Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know if it was deliberate or just the way it came across.
Well, Swerve is being more antagonistic than usual
He's got to
because
be
it fits the
storyline. He's got to be the heel
storyline.
of this feud, yeah. And he's like, well, I think this will be your hardest match. And usually in sit-down interviews, I feel like the wrestlers give JR too much respect almost, and kind of because he's such a respected figure. But Swerve goes, well, why do you think that, Jim? Why would it be my hardest match? His body's broken down. I thought,
Good point.
Fantastic. Yeah, really good.
Swerve's been so great during this period.
I think this is the best use of JR.
The somber,
I
more...
think he really thrives, as that sort of respected figure. So it was impactful when Swerve was sort of cutting him off and speaking over him. He was, I thought it was great. It felt really real. I thought it was excellent.
Yeah. Orange Cassidy's replacement partners are revealed to be FDR from AEW Collision. They team up to beat Roderick Strong, the Beast of Mortos, and Roosh. The Acclaimed make their entrance, but Max Caster's mic isn't working. Maybe for the best. Dax Harwood starts to cut a promo, but just gives up.
That was so weird.
Oh, no, I liked it. Just them going, like, I'll help you because your mic's not working. Sod it. It never was a good promo. Yeah, I thought them's fighting words. Get to it.
Every week, man, the Acclaimed, it's weird. Something's going on behind the scenes, and I don't know what it is. Last week's promo creeped me out with the Acclaimed because it just made no sense. It was like Max Headroom. It's like something that doesn't belong. It was mental. Because last week, Caster goes like, he keeps calling himself the best wrestler in the world, like 5 times in the same promo. And I'm like, oh, they're doing like a New Day breakup thing that I try to... But then Bowens just agrees with him and then was nearly crying with rage at how this third tier feud that doesn't mean that much. And then this week, the promo that didn't happen, was this a rib on Caster? Did they not tell him because it felt real? I don't know.
Yeah,
the Acclaimed are starting to creep me out, Maffew.
Right. Some Acclaimed are liked because they're likable. Billy Gunn and Bowens, and then there's just Max Caster just says something.
But they used to be. They've lost it. Like it used to be.
But I'll say this though, to
remember how over they were when they feuded with Swerve and Keith Lee?
How could I forget? Amazing time. But this time I like them, even though Max Caster's whatever. But that aspect of it aside, they do have a point. We beat the Bucks in the cage. You weren't there.
They did. That's
what
true.
do you mean you're just going to challenge the Bucks at Wembley?
I'd love
sorry guys, I've actually pinned them. No, you're not. I actually like that.
So they had stuff to talk about and then didn't talk about it. I was so confused.
I'm more of a fan of them than their individual bits.
Okay.
Because if you looked at the individual bits, you'd be like, ugh, this is going nowhere.
I guess it all made sense in character. Like FTR would just want to have a fight, and that's fair.
Yeah, and I thought even like, oh, okay, his mic's not working, let me save that. It was actually saved by going, oh, your mic's not working, is it? Oh, whatever.
I felt like he got told to like cut it short or something. It was so abrupt. It
happened really quickly. They cut him out. Like there wasn't much of a chance for us to realise that the mic wasn't working. It's like maybe they hadn't switched on the feed yet or something like that. But he got straight in there and just cut him off.
Yeah.
Match was decent enough, wasn't it?
It's just a big, fat, fun match. I would have liked this more if I hadn't seen pretty much the same thing on Collision.
It was long. It was quite a long match, and I was surprised. And then
1750.
Was it? And I was like thinking, who's going to take the pinfall here? Because FTR aren't going to lose.
Never would have guessed.
FTR aren't going to lose in the Carolinas. Yeah. Mordos has just pinned the Ring of Honor champion, so he's not going to take the fall. Roddy, maybe. I think if I had to guess, it would have been Roddy. And it was Roosh. He never loses to anyone. Yeah, I know.
The most selfless man in wrestling.
You probably need to be a bit forgiving, I guess, with this episode of Dynamite, because the travel issues, I think you could tell that this was hastily rewritten in various parts.
That does make sense, actually, why the promo was a bit weird.
Yeah. But I don't know about the mic thing. I think it's a fair point. I have no idea what happened there.
I think it was a little old botch.
Ooh. You like those?
There we are. I forget where I am because I'm botching now too. Christian Cage says on Collision, the Bang Bang Gang and House of Black will have a #1 contender match for the trios titles. He did say that. With himself as special guest ref. The winners will face the Patriarchy at Wembley. Oh, this is one really good bit of Collision, by the way. It was when he got the titles, Christian Cage, and he goes, "My son, Nick Wayne, you are so beloved, you're magnificent. You are one part of my team. Killswitch, you so great and triumphant and all this." And Killswitch's doing that. He's so good at emoting, he's got a bloody mask on, like, yeah, here we go. All right, he's finally going to give me a... Yeah. Anyway, my beautiful wife. And it's like, Killswitch, he says it to you like 5 times on TV. And he's like, oh, you. And then House of Black came out and stuff like that.
The best
so
one was
good.
the birthday card from Nick Wayne, just scrawled handwriting. What a wordsmith, Nick. and your painting's all right. It's this beautiful, like, it was so good.
I do like that. Accompanied by Mercedes Monet, Camille wins a handicap match against 2 jobbers. Sorry, we don't say jobbers now. Do we?
I've since, sorry, I should have, I did then search their names and I forgot to put them
Their
in.
names were Jasmine Heo and Clara Carter.
How?
How?
I don't think it's, hey-oh.
Sorry, it's how Geordies get someone's attention.
Hey-oh.
How?
You.
Mercedes cuts a promo afterwards and gloats about Britt Baker's suspension, which I thought, oh, surprising. Tony Schiavone interrupts and informs us that Tony Khan has lifted Britt's suspension.
He's overruled the Elite.
Okay. Britt appears on the Tron and says AEW is just a flavour of the month for Mercedes because we all know she loves to take her ball and go home. AEW is Britt's home and she'll take Monet's belt at All In. Britt vows to get her hands on Mercedes next week.
Big stuff happening here, and it was completely heatless. It was
Right. It's been a week since the news came out, so I think AEW expects people too much to be permanently online. And it's like, hey, remember she's suspended about that story that we haven't said on TV ourselves? Well, she's not suspended.
It wasn't even like the not knowing part. It's like, I just think Mercedes promos haven't been especially good. They sound very, very scripted.
There's something about the cadence, isn't there, that she says the minute.
It's so off, and she's barely been there for any amount of time. And like, these are your 2 like biggest female stars in the company right now, and there's nothing behind it. It's just people don't care. Listen to the crowd.
I don't think
They've plummeted. Since,
I get why, but I don't think this feud needed a third person in Camille. I don't think she needed a heater or whatever. I don't think she needed that. She needs a mouthpiece, in a way, you could argue.
Yeah, let Camille speak.
Maybe she's really good.
Yeah.
Hello. But I agree, and I think part of the reason that it was lost on the audience, not lost, but it didn't get the reaction, is because last week she basically said the same thing. She said Britt was suspended last week before anyone knew that was real. So her saying
she did, didn't she? Thank you for reminding
she
me.
basically cut the same promo again this week, which was thanks to the Bucks for suspending Britt. And everyone kind of went, well, we know that already. That's what I took from it. Britt's promo felt, I don't know if it's the tone she was going for. I thought it felt really phoned in. She's barely speaking and she's going, I'm going to win. It felt like Diesel. She was like,
oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to win.
Oh, that's bad. Maybe it's been a while since I remember what she sounded like on the mic, but I thought she sounded all right here compared to Mercedes. But yeah, I have to go back and watch and go, yeah, she sounds like she can't be asked.
I saw a tweet that was like, is she on her own dental like gas on this
I think it was that bad. Bloody hell.
To me, Britt sounded a lot more real. Just Mercedes is like, you may as well be reading off the auto.
She's playing a character. Yeah.
And Britt at least felt real with her delivery, but maybe there could have been a bit more oomph.
True.
It felt like 2 people pretending to dislike each other than actually disliking each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe it would make sense to get the Jamie return in Wembley to even the odds. I think that's maybe the way they're going, and that'll put something into the feud as well. If it doesn't end at Wembley, which I don't think it will, Jamie will help out there.
I thought this whole time I've been thinking, Mercedes will still win, but now I'm like, now you've said that, ooh.
I think it's a possibility. I don't know how close she is to coming back.
No, same. It's been a long time now.
It's been
And then Ricky the Dragon Steamboat arrives at the main event between Danielson and Jarrett. It's no DQ, so Jarrett ambushes Bryan during his entrance and hits him with the guitar. They brawl up into the concourse and eventually make it back to ringside. Bryan wins with a chair-assisted running knee. Steamboat raises both men's arms after the bell. They shake hands, but Swerve interrupts. He says there are 3 TBS legends here: Jarrett, Steamboat, and himself. They've all been world champions on this network. Bryan hasn't. Swerve wants a warm-up match next week against Wheeler Yuta, who agrees.
Oh, I like that. Because the whole thing now, everyone knows that that's kind of the meta story beyond it is like, is Bryan going to, for once in his life, be selfish enough to say, I'd quite like to win the world title, actually, or not? So I think it's wise that they've introduced this element of like, acknowledging you've never been the world champion in AEW, as well as his career being on the line. They've not just focused overly on the career stuff, they've also focused on the title bit of the title versus career. And I like that. And as you said before, Swerve's really good at this.
Yes.
And sometimes I think Wheeler Yuta's genuinely like doesn't realize it's fake. He gets really angry.
See, that's good acting. Yeah. Steamboat was advertised as the special referee, but he was just on commentary instead.
That was a crowd brawl.
Was he advertised as a special guest?
Yeah.
I thought he was just advertised as being
They
there.
changed it when he came out and they went, here's our enforcer.
Oh, no, that's what I had read before, the enforcer thing. I didn't know if he was...
No.
Well, he did a bad job.
Maybe it was a mistake.
Yeah, it was all over the shop.
Yeah, well done, mate. Well done.
It was brilliant. It felt unlike anything else on the show, which is really nice. You've got all this high work rate stuff going on, and then you've got just like Jarrett and Brian knocking 7 shades of you-know-what out of one another. I thought it was... I'm loving the rise of Jeff Jarrett once again. He's just... He's so good. It's good to see him getting the sort of the respect that he deserves. And he's changed a lot because for the longest time, and I'd like to think we've been past it for a while, but there are still people who think the whole he broke 1,000 guitars and never drew. Yeah, right.
Mike Graham's legacy in the business was that. He was in the business for 20 years.
Is that who that was?
Mike Graham,
first,
Some
right.
legendary promoter, Eddie Graham. And that's his legacy.
Yeah.
Saying that one thing. You're all right, because again, we're still in this timeline where people go, Nia Jax sucks. I'm like, so you're not seeing anything she's done this year. So of course people aren't going to go back, and watch all many great moments of Jeff Jarrett.
I think sentiment towards Jarrett started to change as early as when he was doing his ironic MMA thing, when he revealed that he actually had a sense of humor and he could laugh at himself.
Double M, I love
and
that.
he's been
So
great.
great.
He's been great since then.
I
Really.
taught Ken Shamrock the ankle lock.
Yeah.
So great. But yeah, they've been using him to his best abilities now when he's been doing those lovely promos. He's talking about what the Owen Hart tournament means to him.
He's so good.
And making people care about him and his crap stable. I mean, he's just done an amazing job. And here, him taking suplexes on the concrete and those big circle bins that I don't know the names of.
Scaring me out. Yeah.
I mean, bloody hell, yeah, great usage of him. And again, just so they could have these 3 lads and Swerve go, ooh, well, 2 of them, yeah. Danielson, you haven't won the title.
As well, after last week when we talked about who's got the best punches in wrestling, you said Lawler and Funk, and I think Ross mentioned Jarrett. So that made me pay more attention. And I noticed as they're both I think it was when they were in the concourse, they're both trading right hands, and Jarrett's looks so good that I think Taz or someone just starts to laugh. They go like, Jesus Christ. I think Taz goes, live rounds Jones over here.
He does say that, which is nice. It'd be great if, Brian, I can't be in the match at Wembley because Jarrett potatoed him.
Yeah. I think Swerve will maybe go heel for the match. Like he might do something horrible to Brian.
But he's not being that. I love it.
Not yet.
He's not being, I'm the mega bad
No.
guy. He's just being a bit dickish going, you haven't. Your body's given out and I'm in.
I kind of maybe I hope that he doesn't actually do that then, because
Folks, where's the lie?
if he does something horrible to Brian in the build,
If he does that, I'll be so annoyed.
Maybe
but-
Brian then definitely wins. Maybe makes it because I don't know who's going to win. I've got no clue.
I know, that's it.
I think Brian's winning.
It would be such a Brian thing
I've got
to lose, but it would be such a Brian thing as well to subvert expectations, because he did that PWG thing back in the day.
Yeah.
On his last night in PWG, Brian won the belt and vacated. Sorry, it's been very patronising.
No, it's all right.
I don't even know this. Alan.
I think with the crowd on hand, big crowd, what is it, 45, 50,000 people probably by the time of it. I think it's just a massive moment with, especially hate to say it, an ex-WWE guy who had a big, massive moment in front of lots and lots of people. I think
about Swerve winning the NA title at NXT?
No, I'm not. I think Brian's going to do it, and then he drops it back to Swerve, or maybe even Darby or something.
Maybe
like
in
that.
Seattle, whenever
Seattle
the next there,
makes
because
sense,
that's
doesn't it?
him and Swerve are both from Washington. So
Yeah, I think Brian wins. Probably. I don't know. I
Brian-
really don't. It's great, isn't it? It's really
nice?
good.
It
Brian-
is nice, no.
I kind of hope Brian does win, because then it means, selfishly, we get a bit more of him before he retires.
for sure.
And a Brian Ric Flair run, the next match I lose, I'm done. That would make the next run of pay-per-view so dramatic.
Yeah.
Matthew wouldn't like that. He'd like Gunther to beat him.
It's the Luis Gunther!
And I'd just like to thank Gunther for how great Brian's career has been over decades.
I think one thing that's worth mentioning on this, and I think Tony Khan did a really, really good job keeping all of the fans in the loop on this. I was looking at the social media, and he was giving a few updates on that stuff. I think it was quite a respectful way to treat the fans, given all the travel issues they have. And I think again, you got to be a bit forgiving with this episode of Dynamite, which I thought largely was really good anyway. But I thought that was nice. You don't always see that, so
Fair
props.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, Tony.
Yeah, well done.
I've got issues, but travel issues is not one of them. That was the week of wrestling.
Let's have a rummage in our mail bags.
The mailbag. Afternoon, lads.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Not to make you guys feel old, but I've been listening to you guys first at Name Redacted and now Cultaholic since I was 13 And just last week, I signed my first professional sports contract as a 22-year-old. Bloody
Now,
hell.
I'm not sure if this is I've read this ahead. I picked the mailbag this week. Later on, they go from and then a sports person. Can't tell whether they actually have or whether this person has.
I think that's legit.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Hey. Ding
Just
dong.
wanted to thank you guys for being a constant throughout my life. From meeting Jack and Sam at Progress Wembley to having a question read on the podcast back before you guys even got to 100 episodes.
Bloody hell, we were
rubbish.
bad now.
This podcast has helped me laugh through some dark times, and I can't thank you enough for it. Anyway, less sappy nonsense. My question is, when was the last time you got worked by a wrestling storyline, i.e., fully believed that something was real when it was a work or vice versa? All the best and keep being yourselves. From University of Louisiana Monroe quarterback General Booty,
Oh, maybe it's not real.
a.k.a. Matt from London. Maybe they have and they just want to... Because that's never been people's real names.
No, of course.
But I searched General Booty and he's a real boy.
That'd be wise.
General Booty is like a college football player or something like that.
Is General his name?
He's called General Booty.
That's amazing.
He's the son of like John Booty.
Conal
or whatever.
Booty.
No, like he's just dad's got a normal name and then gave his son the name General.
Can't give it... Okay.
General Booty.
Incredible.
He's real. I googled
Sorry,
him.
boy.
Mr. Booty is my dad's
Just
name.
normal looking, sort of vaguely twinky looking young American boy.
Last time we got work, maybe this Saturday with Jacob Fatu.
Maybe.
I
We
don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, the exploding barbed wire death match at AEW Revolution, because I thought Moxley and Kingston were done for.
I think they wanted you to think that. I don't think you got work.
I'm joking. Probably SummerSlam.
You cried on stream.
I
No,
did.
no.
I was heartbreaking. Blinded.
Massacred my boys.
SummerSlam 2016, I think.
I know
There
what
will
you're
have been
gonna say.
time since then, but that's a big one, obviously. Randy Orton getting bludgeoned by Brock Lesnar. But hey, Chris Jericho fell for it too, so at least we feel
Because he
right.
asked Michael Hayes, was that real? And Michael Hayes said, yes.
Oh, good lad,
Like
Michael.
a dick. What a complete
Go
arsehole.
on.
What have you got, Jack?
I think probably the latest one I can definitely remember was when Punk came back at Survivor Series, and I knew Rollins wasn't genuinely kicking off, just the way he was doing it so over the top and in front of the cameras. But the reports that Drew was annoyed got me, and I still don't really know if they were real or not. But I was like, oh, Drew, he seems genuinely annoyed.
He left the building, didn't he? And that got
Yeah.
out to the dirt sheet.
But then was that just we'll do one in front of the cameras with Seth, and we'll do a more realistic sort of one with Drew?
really clever.
Oh, if so, yeah.
Feeding that info out, I think that's really clever.
Very good. I'd say the MGF stuff when he's like, I'm leaving, I'm getting on the plane, I'm no-showing this. Because it's still never been clear what the bloody hell happened.
No.
And he's never left.
You got a tattoo now.
Well, I mean, I guess he went to Turkey, going to Carl Fletcher.
Oh, that was he burned him.
Yo.
Oh.
Well, the tan burned himself. So I
I think it was a hair transplant joke.
I also had a big tan. Oh, he's always tan.
You thought that the joke was that
No,
he
it's a
didn't
hair
say-
transplant.
You get a bunch of stuff done.
Tan.
You buy one, you get one free. So, yeah, that I'll say because I'm like, oh, wow, it's all crazy this. And then nothing happened. We got one of the worst promos of all time from him, and then that was it.
Yeah.
So I got work, yeah.
It was,
You
well,
got me.
I still think that was the stuff that'll maybe come out in the future that hasn't yet, because Sean Ross Sapp, I think it was him, was adamant. I've seen a boarding pass. MJF is leaving or whatever.
Seen the boy.
Well,
see,
but-
that's a certain.
But as much as Sean Ross Sapp is like gets into arguments online and stuff, his reports are he makes sure that he knows what he's talking. He rarely like misfires or whatever.
So he'd be the perfect person to give some
Maybe
storyline
but,
stuff to.
But then MJF just turned up and lost clean as a whistle, emphatically so. Got squashed by Wardlow, which is never how MJF's ever been treated before in AEW. It still feels like a weird anomaly in his career so far.
Yeah. Interesting. Be nice to see what happened. I'll get some explanation, but who knows if we'll get it.
So I win there because I've definitely not been worked for 8 years.
You win.
Come on, I win the wrestling.
I'll do you one better. I didn't think Dom was going to go with Liv.
Did you not? No way.
Thank you.
Oh, no!
Thank you for admitting this, because last week on the podcast I was like, lads, I think Dom and Liv they're going to
Yeah.
end up together, and you and Ross were more like, no, it'll be Balor, and it turned out to just be both. So
Yeah. I thought the thing was going to be Liv got with Balor and set up that version of JD.
Yeah. It could have happened as well.
in the promotional, in the whatever matches between them, two teams.
Yeah.
And so I was like, no. Because my justification was, well, on Raw, she was burning photos of him.
Well, she didn't know. She was shocked.
That's
when he
real.
helped.
That was real. She didn't even know the camera was on. Oh, well. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm writing to you from poolside in Cyprus, listening to last week's podcast.
Nice.
I'm out here for a friend's wedding who I met at a wrestling show. Oh, that's nice. I realised that if it hadn't been for my love of wrestling, I wouldn't be here.
Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
My question is, what's the best memory you have, non-wrestling related, that you would have missed out if not for wrestling? Ooh. All the best and keep up the good work. Carl from Chichester. Is Chichester? I'm not saying that right. Well,
It's either
Chichester.
Chichester or Chichester.
Chichester.
Via Paphos. Don't you laugh. Via Paphos. Thank you, Carl. Hope you having a lovely tan there.
Cheers, Carl.
Yeah, interesting one.
I'd say, just because very recently, attending Tom Campbell's lovely stag do.
Right.
And hopefully his wedding as well.
And
That's really nice.
And you nearly ruined it.
Huh?
It was really good. So Maffew
I don't know that.
put in the podcast chat, I'm a Tom stag and it's like being surrounded by Toms. And then the first reply was Tom. I'm in this chat as well.
Oh, Maffew!
I got nominated for the Hall of Fame. It didn't win. It didn't even win. I don't think.
It's not as bad as it could have been.
Tom was here. And I'm like, but I'd already said it to Tom, by the way.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
yeah.
that's all right.
Yeah.
That's not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah.
By the way, lads, I hate Tom and all his friends. That'd be horrible. But it was just that, because they were all speaking like with the radio voice and the diction and everything else like that. So I'm like, it's all Tom's? And Tom went, yeah, it is.
I'll go for... mine's quite hard because after starting in What Culture and making friends with Sam, and then we both lived in the same flat share together. So it was like my whole... the whole time I've lived in Newcastle since after uni has all been via the people I met through wrestling, working in a wrestling adjacent thing. So it's hard to focus on just one because it's all like I would probably have a whole different group of friends or whatever, a whole different social life if it wasn't for that. So it's
Cool
strange
ones
to
like
think.
Sam's.
Cool, yeah, Sam's new friends, yeah. God damn it.
Is that why you're so mad when you're so having fun?
Yeah. So I'll just go. It's probably not the most important one or anything, but it was just a very funny weekend. Was that caravan park? It was very funny.
Oh, yeah, the
Really funny.
summer party.
Oh, so funny.
Yeah.
It's always nice hanging out with like Ross and not be talking about wrestling, especially when he gets smashed and starts yelling up
Yeah.
the nonsense.
Yeah, the nonsense. That was a big theme of the weekend. Threw a burger out the window. That was funny.
Yeah,
Really
it was
funny. That was after everyone had gone to bed, but it was very
And him
funny.
singing. What did he sing?
He was singing.
And he tried to get the old people going, go
Oh,
on.
he was singing "Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me."
Yeah,
Oh,
go
he
and
was
join
amazing.
in. And there was this girl going, no.
He was kind
really
of
good.
And he asked them up 17 times and they said no every
He was
time.
kind of bellowing it. And I remember because I was at the urinal, but I could hear him from the main room, and it was stopping me from urinating. Like I can't really concentrate. That summer party was a funny memory because we were all the naughty kids at the caravan park at the entertainment centre. Like you could tell the other families there were like, "Who the hell? What is going on?"
Yeah, someone asked, like, so why have you all come here? I was like, have a nice time. She's like, but why? Like, so confused why we're all here.
I don't think
Bunch of
we'll be
lads.
welcome back.
No, I don't think
necessarily.
we'll be, no.
Well, having a good time, having a succulent Chinese meal.
More ruining people's holidays.
But I've never been the naughty kid, so it was really fun.
Yeah.
Bollocks, haven't you?
No, I was really good. No, I was a really good kid. No, I was. Seriously.
Stay with us. You'll be a naughty kid some more.
I agree. I've met a bunch of people through wrestling, which is really cool. But I'd like to think that I wouldn't have had my first dance at the Year 6 school disco without being a wrestling fan. Because I was there in my Hardy Boys t-shirt and I had my first dance. And I'm about to steal your thunder here, actually. It's
Jack's mum. Why she was at a school disco in the Isle of Wight, I don't know.
Given what I'm about to say,
Oh, no.
I had an unexpected stiffy situation, much as you did.
Yeah.
Dancing to Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On, in my Hardy Boys
It's a very
t-shirt.
emotional song.
It is a very emotional song. I'm there and I'm holding a girl, and hey, puberty. It's tough, isn't it?
The hair literally was. Yeah. So, which Hardy Boys t-shirt was it?
Too Extreme, it said on it. It was the one with the big X and the line that goes through underneath.
Did you have the...
No, Mum had a go at me once. Got cut up a pair of her tights to make some. obviously. No, I was lucky because Dad ran the T-shirt shop and DVDs and all that sort of. And he could get the imported wrestling T-shirts in. So I'd love them now, like because all of them was so. I had an APA one, not the always pounding ass.
Damn it!
I had the Rikishi one with the big bum on the back though.
Oh,
Yeah, he had he could get anything. It was like
The Takeshi shirt with just a big ass on the back.
yeah, it said let's back this up or something like that. Back that ass up. I think it was something like that. And so I felt the bollock because you couldn't get them anyway. You could just get hooky ones from like the market or whatever. But yeah, Dad always used to get those in, and that's definitely why I have.
And you've attributed
dance. She saw me across
securing
the
the dance because you were wearing the.
Was she wearing a
ring.
Lita t-shirt?
I looked so cool.
Yeah.
No, she hated wrestling.
But at
That's
the time,
exactly what the question was asking.
But it was in vogue at the time. You couldn't escape wrestling.
Oh yeah,
So yeah.
So it's definitely that.
It'd be great if she was wearing a WCW shirt.
Oh.
Hola, diddlers.
Hola.
Hola. I've been rewatching your podcast because I missed a lot of wrestling in the past year, and one thing came to mind. One of the wrestlers I liked, even in his worst times, was Baron Corbin. I always felt he had a good look and looked cool in the ring. However, I didn't see anything he did as something bad until I started following wrestling fans and news sites on Twitter. And the amount of people that said he is bad, maybe enjoy him less and look at his work in pessimistic ways. So my question is, have you ever let someone's opinion on a wrestler impact you so that after you heard that opinion, your perspective on that wrestler changed for better or worse? I know the first sentence doesn't spark that question, but wanted to let you know I am finally caught up with wrestling and wanted to interact with one of the best podcasts out there. Sincerely, former Aston Villa winger, Mahmoud Trezeguet.
Yes.
No
Mahmoud
way.
Trezeguet. Whoa.
No way.
What?
Just pull my leg.
Incredible.
AKA Joe, currently residing in Florida.
That's a great question.
That's a very good question, and it's very honest. And
Yeah.
you should don't worry because Baron Corbin's now back on the. It's cool again to like Baron Corbin.
He didn't always have a good look. But hey,
No, he
come
liked
on.
it. He liked it.
I wonder what period if you have a email again, what period of Baron Corbin are we talking about? So if you're talking about he didn't look good, you mean the one where he was deliberately rubbish and poor and stuff like that, then, oh, hell yeah.
Love Corbin.
Oh, when he was the wolf.
The lone wolf.
The Lone Wolf.
I think there's part of this with Jinder. I think people soured on Jinder because of the WWE title win. Very, very unexpected. And people made him out to be worse than he actually was. Jinder is a safe pair of hands in the ring. He really is. And though he's not the most exciting wrestler to watch, I actually think Jinder's really good. Yeah, the title reign wasn't all that. We knew it wasn't going to be all that. But I think people have maybe been a bit unnecessarily unfair on Jinder over the years. And I think some of that crept in. I think back to the reaction video that we did at What Culture.
Were we fuming?
It was a mix of fuming and laughing. It's so ludicrous that this has just happened. Yeah, the title reign wasn't great. But Jinder in the ring, I quite like Jinder matches. I think booking was against him at various points as well.
Yeah, I'd say the booking was worse than his matches, but I also don't think there were anything special. Oh, hell yeah, Jinder. But if there's one thing I'd say, people love Jinder Mahal online now. The title
Ironically,
run. Yeah,
yeah.
I think half it's ironically and half of it's just, people were too negative towards this. Let's be positive. Now the point of overly being positive. And I always get a kick when I see that.
Yeah, I think I fell into that trap where everybody was just sort of laughing at him. And so I was like, Jinder's crap, isn't he? He's not crap. He's not, he's not amazing. I'm not going to seek out old Jinder matches to rewatch, but he was decent enough.
Yeah, that's what you want from the world champion.
Yeah, no, I did say
Good
the title
enough,
reign was.
Jinder Mahal.
I think a lot of people do it with Goldberg now. People forget about how good he was, and they sort of.
I agree with that more than
discredit
Jinder
the
one, yeah.
WCW
It's become a meme,
stuff,
hasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of his recent work. But you look back at that Goldberg stuff, the man was on fire.
It really is one of these winners write the history books things of like being told for ages, Goldberg was rubbish, and then people talk about that. You're like, no, watch WCW. Yeah. I know no one does because you just listen to what WWE says and gives it that history. It's why I'm so glad things like wrestling bios exist, so you can go, oh yeah, lots of stuff happened. It's not just the 3 events WWE talk about. Anyway, I'm going on a rant here, so I'll stop. My thing, my eyes opened when I went to see PC Dub, President Championship Wrestling, the Ring of Honor, but it wasn't called Ring of Honor, tournament they had, like a weekend of shows. I went, all right, great. Madman Manson was part of their comedy night. I can't remember what the name of it was. I think it was called like Whose Clothesline Is It Anyway? Something like that. Yeah. Brooker and Kirkwood, I think, were presenting it. Doing a great job as always. Madman Manson didn't give any Fs. I don't think he ever does when he's got a microphone because he's just started talking about how it's great being here and seeing all the Yanks that can't work. When there was like BJ Whitmer, Michael Elgin, Roddy Strong, a bunch of other people like that around. He said, yeah, and I will say that to their face, none of them can tell a story. They keep on slapping the thighs every time they do a thing. No matter what the strike is, they'll do that. If a headbutt, because that's what happens in real life. You headbutt someone, you hear, psh, and then, just going off on them. I'm like, oh, wow. And it was really hard to watch their matches and not go, yeah, you're right. The British lads, you'll say UK and Irish lads, are all telling the story in the ring. And the Americans are just like, move. Oh, I kicked out. I'm like,
Roddy Strong
oh,
does
wait.
tell us, no.
So, Roddy Strong wasn't part of that equation.
Yeah, thank you.
Elgin, and obviously to a hell of a name to bring
did
up.
love a
yeah, he did like that, but he realized, I've said it before, one of my favourite lines ever written. It's like, Elgin couldn't tell a story if he had the script for Othello written on his arm.
Oh, damn.
Horrible in-ring guy. He can do big moves, and that's it.
So Madman Manson ruined all of indie wrestling for you. Is what you're saying.
Just the Americans.
There you go. Right.
Just the filthy Yanks.
So this was before.
From Philadelphia by way of Canada.
This is before you could argue that style then infested the UK scene as well.
That's a very good thing to make, sadly. And there's a lot of truth to it.
He just
but
hates
thank you, Madman
wrestling. He
Manson.
just hates it.
No, but you realise that, like, they're being lazy. You can tell someone phoning it in. And I was so weird. I was so happy to see BJ Whitmer at that tournament. I'm like, oh, how do we Mid-South? CZW's favourite, BJ Whitmer. God, he stunk.
Really bad.
Because he was just like, move.
could
Kicked
also
out
argue-
of 2 there. And like, oh, God, he's right.
You could also argue that they're less motivated to put on stories on tour when they're just wrestling. I don't know.
Especially if it's like a one-off crossover show.
Yeah, you can
it's
tell
difficult
that.
to tell a story without.
I'd go with that. I remember, like, I saw them at their best because of this feud ending. You're like, oh, I'm just seeing a match here, aren't I? But then there's like, Kirby, Joey Hayes, and
Joey Hayes is great. Really underrated.
yeah, pretty much all these lads that could tell a story and get the crowd into it. Not, that was another thing. Not making any interactions with the crowd whatsoever. You're like, oh yeah, it's very empty. This they don't really care about like getting the fans into it or like acknowledging the fact that you're even wrestling in front of a crowd. So. Museum wrestling, someone called it.
Oh,
I got laughed at for doing the WCPW World Tournament thing. What was it called?
The Pro Wrestling
World Cup. Yeah.
World Cup Wrestling.
the WCPW PWWC.
That's amazing. They were like, oh yeah, we need somebody from here and here and here, and he's Irish, isn't he?
Michael Elgin.
Manson.
Sorry,
Manson.
yes.
And I went, oh, we haven't got Ireland covered yet. What about? And I looked, looking around. I hadn't seen any of his stuff, and I went, what about Madman Manson? And the guy who's in charge of booking went, no. I think he was. I think he might have retired or something like that. I think maybe.
Oh no, he had retired. Yeah.
Maybe that was it then.
Maybe that was the weekend. He said he lost his match. He went, by the way, that was my last match. Bye.
Oh, was that it? And he's not.
That's how he
done anything
retired.
since.
He was amazing. He came back anyway. One little cameo appearance for Progress, and that was it. So great.
Wow.
Big character guy, right? They were looking for work rate on those. I need to watch some. I really haven't seen. Like,
That's exactly what he was talking about. Oh, I want work rate guys. Oh yeah.
yeah.
There's one lazy guy. It's Madman Manson. Yeah. Anyway, what about you, Jack?
Mine is from. So I still think he's a brilliant wrestler and everything, and I don't think that. I don't think that he's terrible now when I watch his matches or anything. But I think in recent years the needle has swung from Shawn Michaels back to Bret Hart in terms of. He's just celebrating. He's just having.
I prayed for this.
So
Have you changed your mind?
no, I've in recent years I did become more of a Bret person. The turning point was when I rewatched Bret Austin, which I think is the best Mania match ever. But Shawn had some brilliant matches. Obviously, he's a brilliant wrestler and all-time great and all that sort of stuff. But he did that. Yeah. But it was when I watched, and he's got his flaws and everything. But I watched Cornette commentating or like doing like the director's commentary thing over one of the Michaels Vader matches.
I know what you're talking about.
And he basically says Shawn will have put this match together, or certainly had more of a hand in putting this together than Vader did as the incoming guy, and Shawn's the more established and the champion maybe as well at the time. And he points out there's a little thing which I would have just watched it and thought nothing of it, but subconsciously it would have had the effect that Cornette describes, which is like they go to the outside and Shawn's basically Bugs Bunny, like he's outwitting Vader, he's making him look like a clumsy oaf and stuff, which is very entertaining in the short, immediate term. But over the course of the match, how are you going to take this big guy as a serious threat when he's just been really clumsy and outwitted and eye-poked and running into the ring post, and Shawn's popping up and around like Bugs Bunny, like he's just, and Cornette's fuming because he was Vader's guy, and he's saying like, yeah, Shawn, this is just more evidence of how selfish he was in the 90s. And he would correct that more in the 2000s and everything, except in that Survivor Series match where he super kicked Mike Knox and then went, who's that?
Tell you Mike Knox. But no, I'm with you.
Yeah.
That video, I remember listening to it myself because he comments and says a few things as well. Like, oh, so here's the bit where Veddy should be getting the heat, and instead Sean is beating him up and wearing him out, so he can't even get a breath.
Yeah, it's not just that bit on the outside; it's all through the match.
And I went, oh, I've always liked that match, but gone back and he gone, oh God, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, cool, Vader. You know how you look good in WCW? Yeah, that's not happening here.
No, they made him a bit more toothless, didn't they?
Yeah.
And that's even before the famous thing in that match where he misses the.
And I go, oh wait, you forgot about that spot. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Like, oof, okay.
So that was Shawn Michaels. Still great, still great.
That's a big answer.
Oh, well done, mate.
Brave.
Last
You
week,
are brave.
Whenever I mention the overrated question, I always go Hikaru Shida, and everyone goes, "Ooh."
It was a brave answer. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's a
brave.
brave answer. Yeah.
I think
Get ready to fight,
I
man.
think she's great. I
It's not that great.
Yeah.
Not as good as Jinder Mahal.
No.
Those are some lovely questions from some various athletes and liars. Thank you very much for sending them in. Please send them to mailbag@cultaholic.com. Reese's Pieces. Stand back. There's a There's a hurricane.
Hurricane.
That doesn't work at all.
There's a hurricane coming.
You don't say
through.
hurricane.
No, you don't. No, it's not a complete pun, is it? It's quite a bad one.
Rubbish.
Oh.
With Mr. Hustle, Loyalty and Respect's career winding up shortly with what I can only imagine ends in a Hall of Fame induction, it had me thinking about others who could be inducted in the future. So for my question around pieces of Reese's is, who out of the below categories would you induct into future Hall of Fames? In brackets, whoever you don't choose, of course, won't ever get inducted in future classes.
Stakes are high.
With many legends and future stars missing out, I'd be interested to know who you'd pick to go in and who you'd miss out. Love everything you guys do. You keep me going through sleepless nights. Lots of love. The Return of Little Willie and Ivy Turtle. What's this? The Return of Little Willie.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you'd taken offence to that.
I definitely remember something. I remember something, but I can't remember.
That's not Little Willie won't go home. That's that song.
I don't know what
Little
this is.
Willie won't. Oh, it's an old one.
idea.
Don't worry about it.
I assume this is based on their achievements as we sit here on a Thursday afternoon rather than what we think they're going to do in the future, right? This is if they were inducted tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
10 categories.
Thank you, Little Willie. And
Cheers.
Thank
did they
you.
put their real name?
It'd be great if that is the real name.
There's more. On
Jesus, how long is this? No. That's their real name.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Little Willie. 10 categories. The New Day. Big E, Xavier Woods, Kofi Kingston.
Kofi.
Oh, we're just picking one of them.
And the other two. and the
You've
other
done
two-
a few of these,
and the
haven't
other
you?
two-
I'm thrown off by the name and the fact that there's 3 sheets of paper
and the
for
other,
it. So
the
I'm
other
like, oh,
two
hang
will
on.
never get inducted ever. You've got to be
Oh,
careful.
what? Yeah, you have to pick
Big E.
Kofi
He's going
then.
to go Woods. He's his boy. He's
I
going to go
mean,
Woods.
come on. Woods wouldn't put him if you had to pick him.
Wow.
Out of those 3. What, over Kofi Kingston?
They'll all end up
Kofi
in.
Mania?
They'll all end up in, but it's Kofi. It's Kofi.
Shut up. OVW. John Cena, Randy Orton, Batista.
It's got to be. It's got to be John Cena. It's Cena.
Like Batista, you can toss aside there.
Yeah, who do you ever beat?
Of course it's Cena. It's Cena.
bloody
Of course it's
John.
Cena.
Yeah, I'll pick Orton just to cause some friction,
Okay.
but I've got nothing there.
Brave.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying. Ooh. The Bloodline, The Rock, Roman Reigns, and the Usos.
Oh!
I think it's Jimmy and Jay. No, it's The Rock. It's The Rock. It's The Rock. What are you on about, Joel?
Reigns.
Reigns?
Pretty good.
The Rock's
yeah.
on the Mount Rushmore of stars from wrestling.
Who's Mark
No,
Rushmore?
he's not.
He's on the biggest stars.
Maybe
Not
if there were 10 on there.
Hogan, Austin, Rock, Cena, probably.
Poor San Martino.
In terms of stars.
Yeah.
Stars! But who's given more to the It's Rock, unfortunately.
Roman Reigns.
It's
right?
close. You
It's
going
the
Roman?
riggedy riggedy.
The
Rock,
riggedy
the Rock,
riggedy.
The Rock, sorry.
Scooby Doo's joined us for the podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying to be contrarian, but yeah, Roman Reigns. You could make the argument.
I think it's closer.
What, when-
Closer than you think.
Yeah.
Jonathan Coachman, shut your mouth.
How many years on top?
Who brings the electricity like that?
Wait, has Roman had more years on top than? Yeah,
Probably,
yeah.
The Rock had a really short run, yeah.
Yeah.
But what Rock's...
But now he's the final boss.
Rock, isn't
That was the
he?
final. Yeah.
Now he's really selfish and ruins all the plans.
No, that's in this next list. That probably ruined your chances. Chris Jericho, Daniel Bryan, or Big Show.
It's Jericho Bryan.
Yeah.
Sorry, Big Show. And I know he's been on top of multiple companies. They all deserve it. Damn it. Brian. Sorry. He's never had a nadir like Jericho has.
Jericho's never been the top guy, but keep in mind the WWE Hall of Fame takes into account other promotions as well. I think it's got to be Jericho, unfortunately.
Get a takeaway tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, again?
Don't know yet. Just agreed to it.
It's quite interesting. All of the names that we've had so far here, I think are surefire Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Every single
I
one
think
so far.
They've just because they've possibly ruined their chances.
Yeah, I
Those
think
three
Big Show
men,
could
yeah.
easily be in the Hall of Fame.
I reckon Triple H might be more forgiving than Vince would have been.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
hell
Yeah, of course he will.
The big, strong European.
Sorry. The big strong European?
Yeah. That was good time that you doing that night. Sheamus, Drew McIntyre, or get this, Gunther.
You go first.
Ooh, it's tough. Gunther.
Jesus Christ.
Actually.
What, you madman?
Grow up. Come on. That's...
You
No.
idiot. You idiot.
Look how
No.
he's transforming the business already.
Hall of Fame. It's the most prestigious...
You weren't there, man.
But not
you weren't
real.
there for Ilya versus Gunther.
I'm going to go for Drew.
Oh, I'd have
It's
Sheamus
really
on
close
this.
between him and Sheamus, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have Sheamus.
Gunter's a comfortable third. At this moment in time.
Drew in a few years, probably above Sheamus.
Really?
But he's
You go
not
Sheamus?
quite...
Fair.
I'd go Sheamus on
if
this.
either of them can beat Gunther, then maybe I'll
I'm,
take more.
I'm not just including their WWE stuff, though. So I'm including Drew on the building himself back up from the indies.
That's a good
Being-
shout.
WCBW's
Being the
Drew
WCBW
McIntyre. He's
champion.
just won the title in my streams in the cage match.
I was worked by that cage match. The promoter told me for some reason that Connors was retaining. I was like, all right.
Oh, really?
Believed him.
Ah, what a prick.
And then Drew won, and I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, so.
Had to delete the tweet.
No, well, I'm sure he trusted me. He knows I wouldn't have
Yeah, of course.
tweeted out the results like
There's a mole in the WCBW
like
office.
that NXT wrestler did when Keith Lee won.
Oh,
You probably wrote it. I'm going to stick with Sheamus. I really love
good
Sheamus.
lad. Stick to your convictions. The 4
Well,
minus
no,
1
you've got to
horsewoman.
change now because you're being ridiculous.
I don't think so, no. Bailey, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch.
Becky.
Yeah.
A case could have a game movement. They'll all end up in there probably, but
Well, all great, but Becky's just more greater.
her peak was game changing for women's wrestling.
Yeah. Her autobiography rules.
Right?
So good. Ring of Honor, NXT/WWE. Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, man.
Man, come on.
I think it's Rollins.
I know in the context of the WWE Hall of Fame, it probably is Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
Even though out of the three, currently, I'm enjoying the other two more at the minute.
Yep. Agreed.
Having a pick between Kevin and Sami. How am I?
I know.
So I pick
Well,
a-
Kevin Owens.
Have
had
you
a-
got children? Have to
Kevin
pick a
Owens was
favorite?
great in like Ring of Honor and PWG and stuff. Sammy's never wrestled in those companies. Come on.
Well done. Yeah, there we go. Kevin. The comedy character. R-Truth, Santino, or the Hurricane?
Hurricane is a producer now, right?
Yeah.
So he is maybe responsible for some of the great stuff we're watching on television right now.
He was chasing The Undertaker out of WrestleMania 40. He's one
He
of the ones in the
was?
crowd, I think. Yeah.
It's truth.
I think it's probably just for the longevity. I think it is truth.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But looking the same as he did when he first started, yeah.
Yeah, he looks amazing.
Jesus. Women stars of today. Rhea Ripley, Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair.
Rhea.
That's easy. That's the easiest
Rhea.
one. to-
We're incredibly biased here.
I think Bianca will get there, and I think Liv's underrated, but it's Rhea at the minute. Like.
Yeah. Too early to call. Braun Breaker, Carmelo Hayes, Ilya Dragunov.
It's not Hayes for me at the moment.
Yeah.
Not a SmackDown run. No, not yet. But
The
I
one
think
who
it's- Go on.
the one I think has the biggest chance of succeeding in WWE specifically is Braun.
yeah.
Yeah, Braun for me as well.
Yeah, I'm just impressed with how much Ilya's done so far. But yeah, it's Braun.
Well, he's your friend.
He's not my friend.
Oh, well, you're a fan of his.
I'm a fan of his, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, he's so great if we were, though.
Would he describe you as a friend?
Oh, I thought it would be bad someone interviews him.
I thought you would have met him at like WXW and stuff.
Nah, he's not that sociable.
He's
Some of
not?
them were, but he's not one
Fair
of them.
enough.
So, thank you very much for that lovely question, little Willie. If you have any,
And Baby
that's what it
Sarah.
said. Reese's Pieces.
I definitely remember. It rings a
Send to
bell.
Mailbag@cultaholic.com. Quick, get your phone out and Google Little Willie.
No.
It's Cultaholics.
What a lovely podcast. And it's time for just a
He
little
tried to
bit.
do a clap,
I
but
was
he
gonna
didn't need to do a
clap,
clap.
I know,
He just spat on the...
So Jack, you're going to have to lead this bit. Shout out to our magnificent producers. Levi LaRue.
Doing it for the girl.
Where does that come from?
LaRue, the singer.
Oh, is that who sang it?
Doing
Right.
it for the girl. Ross does it better.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Reno 2200.
He's from the future.
That was always my bit, so I can do that bit, yeah.
Noah Anderson.
Shelter, Anderson Shelter, World War II. Coming for you, Noah Anderson.
And then finally, Jimmy Gillen.
I can't remember what he... Ross just kind of...
Jimmy.
Gillen!
Oh,
the
God,
best
a man can get.
I'm
Yeah.
going to start doing that.
Right, okay.
Thank you, producers. We are now going to talk about the big...
Wow, yeah.
The big question. What is next for Roman Reigns? So he just made his return at SummerSlam?
I think we've all individually alluded to it in this podcast episode already. I think the first port of call will be a build towards War Games, or as we called it last week, War Wank.
We did say that.
We called it War Wank.
War wank.
War
War
wank.
is in Geordie war. Like
No,
war
no,
hour.
just War Games.
I
Just
can't remember why we said that.
No, it just became a thing,
It
didn't
just seemed like a good thing to yell.
We realised that Regal's back, so we can go in War Wank.
Yeah.
So I really want to see Roman versus Rock way more than I want to see Rock versus Cody. Obviously, the
Yes.
seeds are sown for Cody because The Rock gave him something and he put it in his pocket. I don't care. I want to see. I want to see Roman versus Rock. I think we will down the line, but next year's WrestleMania for me. Yeah. And the way that this is going, where Cody probably, hopefully, won't be involved in the Bloodline versus Bloodline match that we assume that we're getting at War Games Survivor Series. It probably makes most sense for Rock to come out, give Bloodline 2.0 the win there, and that leads on to Roman versus.
I like that a lot, because I was just assuming that Roman would get his revenge on Solo and that. But I like the way you've set
I
it
think
up there.
Bloodline 2.0 should go over.
That's what I
Yeah,
want to
long
happen.
term, that makes sense, yeah.
Wow. That's really good.
Otherwise, they've just he's lost his world title match and then he loses. His faction loses. They should definitely be winning.
They should, but if it leads to Roman versus Rock, then... Oh, you mean Solo's lost his world title match? And
Yeah.
Oh, got you. I can't think of much better than that. You've won the video.
I've done it again. That's two. Come on.
I'll just add another reason we don't want to really see Cody Rock is because I really think Rock would beat him. I just think his ego's out of control.
I hope not.
He beat him with the bionic elbow or something.
What else do you want to see Roman do then? Let's say we got, I don't know, 5 more years of Roman Reigns, but he's on this part-time schedule.
Him and Cena never got the match they deserved to have. It was like a B pay-per-view.
No Mercy 2017, yeah.
And with Cena's retirement run, obviously I think Roman should beat him again, but it'd be nice.
Yeah, say, hey, let's redo that segment on Raw where I forgot what to say and then you blasted me.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that? Punch.
Rollins has never had his shot at Roman.
Oh, God, yeah.
He never did.
Wait, what?
Rollins.
Yeah, he did at Rumble.
Roman's
No,
not beat
since
him.
then. It was DQ finish.
Yeah. Oh, you mean after that.
Rollins
right, okay.
deserves another shot.
Right, yeah, okay.
And for years I was going, I think Seth's the one to win the belt from Roman, guys, which never turned out wrong.
Yeah, so that Rollins beating him now would be nice.
Rollins has always had his number.
Then
He's
Rollins
like,
see?
he's the
Told you.
Rock to his scissors or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rollins is one for the thumbnail. Rhea Ripley, match with her?
Absolutely. There you
CM
go.
Punk.
Instead of doing Bloodline then, he says, oh, okay, so I'm no longer in the Bloodline. Or if he Solo beats him, and then he's like, all right, cool. I'm not part of the Bloodline. I'm above the Bloodline.
Yeah.
Even. I can see him being above that. And then obviously if Rock comes back to align himself with Solo or whatever and that side of things, could we see Roman going, all right, well, I guess I'll have to go with my other family and start teaming up with Rollins.
Oh. It's not the same without Dean, is it?
No.
Well, yeah, Odyssey Jones to...
That's one thing. One more Shield match. I hope John Moxley's having the best time in AEW. I'm sure he is. But come back. Come home.
Come back.
I really... I don't know. Clock's ticking, right?
And a stint in Chase U for Roman as well. Just for the thumbnail.
Yes.
You are.
Oh, he's nailed it.
Come on.
And they still don't win the tag titles because Rich messes up it somehow.
That's very good, that.
Well done. Those are some good answers.
What do you want to see? You haven't given your input.
I just said something there, you twit.
Oh my. Could it be?
It was 10 seconds ago. I know you're tired.
Gunther is rubbish. I hate Gunther. Talentless.
Oh,
hack.
yeah. Gunther beating Roman Reigns and going, please, I know you're the greatest wrestler of all time, but stop it.
And Gunther made him look really good with that squash match as well.
Yeah. Oh, Gunther Roman, I'm here for him. Oh, yes.
That's one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is now. Yeah.
I don't think they feature the style of match that well.
Oh, Gunther will carry him.
Yeah, Roman knows how to tell a story.
Oh,
I'm joking.
oh my!
It's a good one, that.
kick it off.
It's funny. It's a good joke.
Wow.
We like a joke here on the podcast, don't we?
Oh!
Well, it's been a lovely time so far. Why don't you let us know what you would want Roman Reigns to
3, 2,
do?
1, Gunther sucks.
That's all right. It's all right. If you would like to show that you're wrong in your opinions, you can always go to mailbag.com. No, patreon.com/cultaholic. Mailbag@cultaholic.com. Got that right. Jack, what have you got for us until next week, mate?
Me and Owen's Twitch stream every Wednesday, twitch.tv/cultaholic at 6 p.m. UK time. And we are currently in charge of Birmingham City on Football Manager. There's something going on this weekend that I can't reveal. But me and Owen are going down to London and we'll hopefully, unless it gets called, that's why I can't reveal it in case something happens and it gets called off. But we'll
It's
hopefully
nothing to do with the riots.
We'll
in case
hopefully
people
have
the
no,
things
God,
are-
no. We'll hopefully have, but in
I hate
case
that I
like
need
a
to say
train
that.
gets cancelled or something,
Right.
we'll hopefully have something very exciting on the channel, which should go up next week if it all goes well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bloody
It's going to
hell.
be the best Madame Two Swords vlog you've ever seen, honestly. I am doing Twitch on Tuesdays, 6 p.m. I'm back normal time slot next week. We got a big every Roman Reigns title defense ranked from worst to best coming up this weekend. I think that's about it.
Lovely. I'll be continuing my descent into WCPW history. It's at the Arse End of 2016 where everything's great. Matt Hardy's bleeding everywhere. Jack's still a pervert, but she's got the best
I'm not
promos
pervert
of his
anymore.
life.
I got my ear bitten by my Hardy.
So that fixed you.
I'm not.
That says otherwise.
They cheered for me in the academy.
Bunch of perverts
thank Pachi for that. His heel work got me a chant in the academy. Thanks for the house, brother.
Pervert Jack! Pervert
No,
Jack!
yeah, it's when you were kicking me out of Pachico, we had Jack Conway backstage.
I can't wait to see that.
The crowd were like, Jack the jobber. I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever.
What a rub.
I know it was. It was all you're doing, so thank you. It's great.
So it's been lovely talking to you. It's been the lovely Jack, the lovely Pachiti, the lovely Joel. And now we're going to point at the screen. And what we're going to say on the count of 3, Pachiti?
Gunther's great, isn't he?
That's a good idea. 1, 2, 3.
Gunther's great, isn't he?
Isn't he?